Hello, my name is Daniel Cook, and I co-founded a company called Spryfox. Some people blame me for starting the merge genre, and as an apology, I thought I would read you a little story. Once upon a time, this is like 3 years ago, a lone rider stopped at a small village. No one there knew how to make games. It was a very, very sad village. The rider kind of blurted out, "Hey, let's make a game." The villagers all looked at him, very confused, but they decided it's a lonely village, it's the middle of winter, let's roll with this. "I want to make Zelda," said one villager. "Halo is the only game that exists," declared another. "Stupid rider, we don't even know how to make a game," yelled the villagers. It was a tough crowd. The rider, however, was secretly the rarest of magical creatures. They were an optimist. "No problem," said the rider. "We can make a stone soup game." Blank looks all around the room. The villager there was a short villager with a very deep voice, said, "What, stone soup game? I've never heard of that." Well, it's really simple," said the rider. "First, you put out a stone." And the rider fished a single black ghost stone, because they had lots of them in their pocket, and put it out on the table. Then we go around in a circle. Everyone goes around in a circle and find out what each person can add to the game that they're making. Why don't we try it right now? There was a tall villager with a back curved like a candy cane, and they confessed, "I don't think I have anything to contribute, really. I study the cross-pollination of orchids by mountain hummingbirds, and I like to write on my blog about them." Everyone kind of cocked their head to one side. There was an old man who's kind of had a beard, balding, very old, and he had a nose like a pickle. And he said, "Haha, I can make rude noises with my armpits." And he demonstrated. It was glorious. His name was Roland. There was a tiny little lady who once lived in Brighton who said, "I've been playing with Bitsy and Twine, but I'm too ashamed to show anything because everybody knows, that those are not real games." And then one child, they started crying. They said, "Everybody is saying that they have something that they can do, but I don't know how to do anything. I don't know how to make a game at all." And the rider said, "Aha!" And they pulled up a magic scroll. They're an optimist. They have magic scrolls. And they said, okay, let's read the scroll. The scroll has the answer to this. The scroll said, spend some time asking people what they need. And then, if you can't help them, find someone who can. And the child is like, oh, I can do that. I can do that. That's not that hard. And then there was one last person deep in the shadows. They had glowing eyes. And they whispered, I've been playing with particle effects. Boom. And that kind of put an end to the conversation. So they put all these things on the table. And then they asked, well, what good does this do us? What can we even make? And it turns out they could not make Zelda. They couldn't even make Halo. Instead, there was a game they could make. And so they fiddled and they screwed around and they tried some things and they built some stuff and they threw it away and then they tried some other things and they made a plan and made a checklist and tried to add a cool thing here and a cool thing there and took them out and added them again. And when the timeline was up and then they had to ship the game, they shipped the game. And it was an interesting game. It was a game about hummingbirds and blowing things up in Bitsy, and all the characters talked by farting. Just that was the whole conversation. And I'll be honest, this was the best game ever. Like literally the best game ever. And it wasn't the best game ever because it sold the most copies. It was the best game ever because it was their game. It was their unique, no one else could have done it, contribution to the world. Anyway, so that's the story. And I suppose because you're very value-oriented people and you want to get something out of this and get things done and check things off and figure out what you've learned, you want to know the lesson to the story. So here's one thought. Every game I have ever worked on is a stone soup game. Every team has unique talents, things that only they can do. And all you have to do to find that out, to find those unique talents, is to ask. So just ask them. And every team also has a game that only they can make. So embrace your weirdness. Embrace your limitations. Good luck. Be kind to one another. And if all else fails, don't forget that magic scroll and listen to what people on your team really need. All the best.
Hello, everyone. I'm Tim Cullings, Executive Director here at Global Game Jam, and welcome to our talk today. We have Marvin Mazzaros, who will be giving a talk on debugging imposter syndrome to help you overcome your fears and embrace the fun and excitement and experimentation of the We Create Game Jam, which we are co-hosting with our friends from IGDA and IGDA Foundation and our supporters at Google Play. Enabling women from Asia and Latin America to make Android games and be a part of our competition to win some prizes, some prize money that we have up for people to attempt to win. Yeah, you're welcome.
So I'm Marve. I'm a tech lead in Trix. Trix is a Hamburg-based studio in Germany, so I'm doing mostly project management on technical side, and job hunt was a recent thing for me. So this year I experienced imposter syndrome heavily while updating my CV after a couple of years, and I hope this will be helpful. And I'm a game jam addict by myself as well. I'm joining Global Game Jam every year since 2017. So
Oh, nice.
it's all started with Global Game Jam for me. So it's exciting to be here.
Yeah, I hear that story a lot wherever I go. People, came to a global game jam event and they really didn't know what they were doing or how to get started, and they felt very nervous and overwhelmed and intimidated by all the great people that were there. But our community is so welcoming and helpful. They're always
Mhm.
just ready to help new people get started, and that's really what's so great about global game jam and why I love it so much. So happy to have you here and looking forward to your talk.
Thank you. Yeah, imposter syndrome is triggering for me during the game jams. But also the solution is game jam in some case, because when I do game jams, I like get the motivation. I feel comfortable because it is a great platform to fail for you, to learn and fail. So nobody will judge you for failing. But when I get into this really experience and professional pool of game developers and doing game jam next to them, I always feel like, oh, maybe I shouldn't be here. Can I make a game in 2 days? So I feel in the state of the imposter. So it comes and goes, but I find game jam mostly the solution to pull myself back from the imposter syndrome.
Yeah, I hear you on that one. It's always I think you have once you realize that everybody is kind of feeling the same way in that room, then it's easier to get over that and just work together on cool things and overcoming it together. So I will
Hmm.
leave you to your talk, and people, if you have questions, feel free to post them in the comments section. We can see those here, and we can answer those after she's done.
Yes, great. Thank you so much. Yeah, feel free to write the comments and questions. I will try to check it often so I can answer them as we go. So I checked the game jam team, actually it's Bridges and Bones, and I was thinking of what kind of game I would do, or I wanted to connect this talk to the team itself as well. So I was thinking, let's cross bridges towards a more confident game development experience, or that embarking on a journey to bridge the gap between the self-doubt and the confidence. So I'm a programmer initially, and now I switch more to the management side. But as core programmer, I approach this imposter syndrome topic more analytically. So I see it as a bug. So we need to debug it and fix it eventually. So my talk will be about that. So let's get to it. So what is imposter syndrome? So when everyone is telling you, I love your work, your friends are saying it, your family is saying it, and strangers are saying it, but inside you feel like, they are saying it because they are my family. They are saying it because they are my friends. They are saying it because they don't know me. They want to be friends. So basically, you never win because you convince yourself that everyone is better than you and you are not sufficient. So this is the phenomenon, the definition of imposter syndrome. And a little bit about me to understand my imposter's journey. I'm a tech lead now in Trix in Hamburg, and I have 9 years experience in game industry. I started in Turkey in serious games, and after that I moved to Czech Republic, did 5 years mobile games. So I was also working with Android as you're doing with the Game Jam now, and after that, currently I switched to Germany, uh, and since March this year, I am mostly working with the engineers and managing their tasks, so on more on the management side. And as more for my titles, it's like engineering manager, programmer. I'm also doing mentoring and helping people experiencing imposter syndrome. So I see it from both sides, helping someone having imposter syndrome and having myself and how to help myself being in the imposter state. Also, I'm a Pokemon trainer. I'm a game jam addict, as I mentioned at the beginning. I'm also doing a game jam currently, but it's a month long, so I can be here and talk about this. So it is like a little break from my game jamming session. It all started in 2017 in Turkey. I heard about this global game jam. In Turkey, there is only one site in the capital. Back then, now there are more sites. It grew definitely much more. So with my colleagues from work, I joined my first game jam. I was doing some co-op multiplayer game in Unity, and I enjoyed it so much. I enjoyed the environment, being in the same building for 2 days, sleeping or not sleeping there, eating, and just discussing games with the fellow game developers. It was great. Then this led to being part of more game jams, and as global game jam, it will be this year in January 22nd. Yeah, it will be my 8th global game jam, and every time I'm trying to do something new. I'm trying to challenge myself with pixel art. In 2018, I tried. Then in 2019, I tried to work with another game developer because I feel like if I go to game jams alone, I feel more comfortable because I don't need to prove myself or nobody is tied to me. So I can fail myself. If I fail at the end, nobody else will get hurt. I had this feeling that that's why I always avoided forming groups. This is really against game jam tradition, I guess. But my imposter feeling was avoiding being in teams during game jams or avoiding doing something other than programming. I really wanted to try game design. I really wanted to do some graphics during game jams, but I always avoided it because I always felt like, oh, in this site, there is definitely someone more experienced than me, and my game jam game won't look nice at the end. That's why I should just stick to the programming. So I only tried different fields when I did the game jam alone because I was doing it all programming, game jam, and then game design. But when I was in a team, I always stick to what I know more. And other than global game jam, as I got addicted to the game jams, I just joined other types of game jams and rather in smaller groups, as I said, because of the imposter feeling. So outline of this talk, we will identify our bug, which is the imposter syndrome. Then we will talk about the debugging techniques and tools, and we will try to fix the bug. So identifying the bug. So imagine you're playing a video game and everything seems to be going really well. You're maybe completing some achievements, you're defeating the enemies, and you're just making progress in the game world. But there is a little glitch that occasionally causes the character to take some damage. And it shouldn't. And it's not obvious bug like you are getting stuck in a wall or you are falling to the ground. So these kind of bugs, as a programmer or as a game developer, you can easily point and see the reason of it. But this little bug is, you don't know the reason. So it's hard to pinpoint. So imposter syndrome is like this hidden glitch. You may be doing everything right in your game development career and creating fantastic games, receiving positive feedback, but deep down you might have this nagging feeling that you are not as good at as others think you are. So this little bug in your confidence, that's challenging to notice because it doesn't manifest as an obvious problem like falling to the ground in the game. So we are feeling anxious, we have fear of failure, you're having self-doubt, and at the end asking this question, am I a fraud? So everyone may feel like an imposter sometimes, and it's good to know that it is okay, and everyone is sharing this feeling, so it's okay to feel like a fraud and doubting your abilities. What is important is like identifying this bug and knowing the tools to debug and fix it. So you have the feeling of, I have no idea what I'm doing. So I want to go through my game development journey and associate with the imposter, how visible my imposter was, how big was it. So in 2011 I graduated from bachelor, so my imposter, my ditto, as I said, I'm a Pokemon trainer, so I want to make references to Pokemon. So it was really small, and I got into my first job. It's really small. I'm a junior developer, so I'm there to learn, and nobody is expecting really high of me because I just graduated school, right? So it wasn't there. And I moved from Turkey to Czech Republic to start my master's degree. And I got into a bigger group of game developers. There were many different backgrounds, and people knew more than me. And I start feeling this like, oh, am I like supposed to be here? I feel like a bigger imposter now. Then I started my first job in Prague. And my imposter was again there, but not so noisy. And as I stayed in this company for a while, for 5 years, the imposter got comfortable. So I got comfortable. I knew the code base, I knew the colleagues, I knew what kind of challenges may appear. So the imposter start going smaller. And we got a new project. So with this new project, there were new challenges. I start using some plugin I never use. I start doing multiplayer with Photon Quantum. So this was something new for me. So as this challenge came, my imposter got bigger. And I start doing some side project, and I was trying different fields other than programming. So I was doing QA, I was doing localization. So this was different, and that's why the imposter was still there and having a new challenge. And after a while, it got smaller as I got comfortable with my new roles. And uh, afterwards, I started mentoring some schools, mentoring some students at the school. So there, the imposter was still there because I felt, am I here to give the advice when I need the advice? Like, why should they hear me? Do I have enough experience to tell students what to do, how to guide them? Do I know what am I doing here? So I had this feeling. And later this year in March, I decided to move from Czech Republic to Germany. And from programming to I switched a role which needed more management side, more telling people how they should do stuff. So there, the imposter got bigger, and I was also doing more public talks and being on the stage, sharing my experience, people listening to me. I'm like, oh, why am I on stage talking to these wonderful game developers? I'm not that good. So the imposter was getting really loud and loud. So how how is the fact and how the imposter is telling you this fact I want to mention here. So I had 9 years in the industry, but the imposter was just saying, I was just lucky to be here. Like I was here just by luck, not because I stick to it or just not because I'm successful in this job. I graduated from the master's, but I was feeling they gave me the diploma since they pitied me. And I was lead developer in the project. I was working in Prague, but I was feeling like because nobody else wanted to work on it, that's why they gave me this job, not because I deserve it. And my colleagues were laid off. The programmer sitting next to me was laid off, and I was feeling, he is better than me. Why didn't they pick me instead? And I was feeling that they made a mistake. They should have just kept the other programmers and not me. So the imposter was perceiving the facts in different ways. So I want to talk about some with the numbers to state that this is a common feeling. So everyone is feeling the imposter syndrome, and it's okay to feel the imposter syndrome. So in 2018, there was a survey conducted by Blind within the tech professionals. So the question was, have you ever suffered from imposter syndrome? So the results were 56.8% of people were answering, please don't tell anyone that I'm a complete fake. And 24% of it felt it at the beginning of their job, and only 20% of it never felt this imposter feeling. And then I found out another survey which was conducted in 2011, 7 years before this survey, but not only the tech professionals, but they targeted more the population. So they asked the same question. And according to results, 70% of the population experiences imposter syndrome at least once in their career. And when I do this in person, this kind of talks, I often would like to ask the audience how many of you ever experience imposter syndrome. And in the last time in Poland, I've been to a conference, and there about 90% of the room was raising their hands. Maybe you can also raise or shout here in the comments so we can see that we are not alone, or I can see I'm not alone. So back to the 56.8% was being the tech professionals, and 90% from the survey I made in person within the game developers. I think it is more common within these creative industries, as game development is rapidly changing. You always need to keep up with new trends, and everyone is super creative. You see amazing projects, and it's easier to get into this feeling of the imposter. But what are the debugging techniques for our bug with SciDug? So I wrote this small snippet of code to show the breakpoints in our life and how you should pause, reflect, and ask yourself when you have this feeling of the imposter. So when you detect the imposter syndrome, you get into this if clause, and then there are self-doubts. I'm not good enough. I don't belong here. You may hear in your head that everyone is better than me, and you are scared that they will find out that you're a fraud. And at this point, you should put this breakpoint here, line 23, and then you should get your current state. So it is time to reflect on your past successes and skills you have developed as game developer. So breakpoints is the first and the foremost technique to debug this imposter syndrome. And next is logging, as we are trying to find a bug in our game, maybe during game jam. We often write this logs to see what is happening, where are we. So similar in imposter syndrome, you have to log your achievements. So because imposter syndrome is often stemming from underestimating our own abilities and discounting our own achievements. So writing them down, coming back to it when we feel like an imposter may help. So journaling our thoughts, reminding ourselves of the projects we have worked on, the challenges we have overcome, the positive feedback we have received. We had this at my previous job that on Slack during our stand-up, we would also write also about the small victories we took yesterday. So this would be logged there. So you could see if you scroll up in the chat that, oh, this happened on Tuesday to me. I fixed this small bug. Maybe it's not a big thing for the project, but this small victory is actually something to look and remind yourself of. If you're working in a big project, maybe it's a long-term project, it's hard to see the result of your work. So these kind of small victories actually help me to get back to thinking that I have some small achievements. So code review, often that code reviews help you to find the bugs early on in the project. So maybe you don't see the bug, but if you review someone else's code, if you give your code to someone to review, they may point the bug you haven't seen. So instead of fearing the criticism when you show your code or yourself, when you put yourself out there, actively seeking feedback from others is actually helping, and feedback can provide valuable insights into areas for improvement and help you grow as a game developer. But I often think when I get a positive feedback that they are just saying it. Like in the first comic I showed, I don't believe it. So how to make this positive feedback believable is for me to hear a negative feedback at the same time. So when someone gives you positive feedback, I also need to hear something negative from them. So to be sure that they are capable of saying something negative to me. And vice versa, if you are giving feedback to someone, it's good to keep it natural so they can believe and they don't feel like, oh, they have to say that she is saying it just because she's my friend. So you can make this code review more constructive and believable by giving one positive feedback together with a negative feedback so people can use it as a constructive feedback. And you have to build your support network for these code reviews. It might be your fellow game developers, it might be mentors. Now it's so common that the mentors are so easily reachable in game development. I've seen so many lists being shared on LinkedIn or in Twitter that if you are in search for a mentor, it's really easy to find. And then it might be also that your past colleagues might form your support network. It might be as well families and friends. But as I said, it was harder for me to believe to these bias group. I was thinking they're biased. That's why I went with the more getting the feedback from the fellow game developers. And there are the mentor spreadsheet I want to mention. I've seen on Twitter from Joe Hobbs. If you search on Google, you can find it easily. This is mentors sharing their fields, so their expertise and their contact information. If you are seeking feedback on some topic, you can easily find someone to help you with. Then there are really nice forums you can check and discuss your feelings with. Then I'm part of this Game Dance Discord channel. It's just a community of game developers supporting each other on their fitness journeys. It's not a game development journey, but still being part of this group and talking with fellow game developers about fitness journey is also encouraging me to just be better at my job, I feel like. And then LinkedIn, as for finding the support groups and mentors, there is also from Amir Satwat a really nice mentor list you can go through and pick your next mentor. And the most important thing not to forget is you're not alone. So remember that imposter syndrome is common and many successful professionals are experiencing it, and you are not alone feeling this way. And knowing that others have similar doubts can help you put things into a better perspective, and maybe it will elevate the pressure you may be feeling. So we also need to do some testing in our code not to release more bugs into the production, right? So think of imposters, overcoming imposter syndrome as conducting some testing on your own abilities and skills. So you will need to define the clear objectives. So just as you define test cases and expectations while testing a game, you have to set clear objectives for yourself. So what skills or areas you want to evaluate, what you want to focus, nothing so big, starting smaller and then aiming for the bigger. So we have to create the test cases, breaking down our goals into smaller test cases might help. So this could be mini projects or tasks or challenges, still manageable, like manageable that you can test during game jams. For example, I wanted to try a new game engine, so I often try different stuff. So next game jam, I'm aiming to work more with watercolors, so I can evaluate this challenge. So these kind of manageable objectives, which you can test during game jams, is really helpful for you to improve yourself and feel like you may accomplish it. Then executing the tests, working on these test cases, just as a QA tester would execute the test cases. And as you tackle each task, you're essentially testing your own skills and knowledge. And you should record the results, as we mentioned with the logging, just like documenting the test results, keeping track of your progress, noting your achievements. If it's helping you, you can just write them on Post-it, put them on your monitor, or it might be a notebook you keep hidden. And when you feel like imposter, you are getting deep down in this hole, feeling the imposter, you just open and read. And as you wrote it, it's somehow more believable that you accomplished this. These are real facts. So it means that you are capable of doing something and you're getting somewhere good. Then iterating and improving in the same way, game is refined based on testing feedback. Using the insights gained from your testing will help you iterate and improve your skills. So how do we fix the bug? So refactoring, before fixing, we also need to do some refactoring. And how do we do this refactoring is replacing self-doubt with positive self-talk. This is the first step. So just go and replace the self-doubt in your code with the positive self-encouragement, and making necessary code changes to fix the bug, hot fixing the negative thoughts. When you catch yourself feeling like an imposter, you have to apply a hot fix by reminding yourself your achievements and capabilities. This might be going back to that notebook you start writing about your skills. It might be going back, asking your mentor, so what am I doing right? What is your positive feedback? and what is the parts I can improve. So just releasing a hotfix. Then SDK updates, consider this as updating your personal skills and knowledge base. So as you would update an SDK to access new features and improvements within the code base, you invest in learning and acquiring new skills to boost your self-confidence and competence. And afterwards, you have to update documentation. This documentation might be that journal you're taking, or it might be your CV. If it is more for you, it's feeling more formal and like valid, go with the CV option. So you update your CV, so it is there, not that you would apply to a job tomorrow, but just to validate yourself, just document your achievements and document your positive feedback. And at the moments of doubt, you just come to this list and you can just like check and remind yourself of your accomplishments. Then we release the game and monitor, right? Consider this as releasing your improved self-confidence self into the world. So once you have made the progress in addressing the imposter syndrome, putting yourself out there and taking on new challenges, monitoring your feelings, and yeah, it is not gonna be gone. It may come back. As I mentioned, with this path I took, it was sometimes smaller, sometimes bigger. Whenever there's a situation, there's a challenge, it is shouting there, but most important part is how to handle it. So now that you have the debugging strategies and such, it is easier to handle it. And don't forget to be kind to yourself. So having a bug in your code does not make you a bad programmer. It doesn't make you a bad person. So you have to be kind. You have to maybe do some selfless acts. It might be during a game jam, just going around helping people, trying to fix their bug. So the selfish act may make you feel like a better programmer or better person. So just find ways to be kind to yourself. Don't be harsh. And I want to summarize, and then we can go back to the comments. If you have any questions, now it's time to write them. So remember, it's a common bug. As I would say, 90% of game developers are experiencing it. Debugging tools are available to overcome it. It may not completely disappear, but as long as you know how to deal with it, it is okay. And you are on the right track by being here, attending this game jam, or listening to this talk, and just sharing the feelings with the fellow game developers. I also put some book recommendations which helped me. The first book by Abby Wambach is Wolfpack, and this line from the book is actually really helping me to sometimes feel better. So it's a really short book, and I come back to this line and often read it. And it says, failure means you are not out of the game, but you are in the game, because Abby Wambach is a football player, and in football, if you make a mistake, you're out of the game. But she's trying to say it in this verse that no, it means you're in the game. You're there, you're trying. And if you make a mistake, it means you're trying. So it really makes me feel, reminds me if I keep this book around and just check it time to time. And here is my contact information. Thank you for your attention. We may take questions. I'm also playing Pokemon Go, so I will use this opportunity to share my friend code. And in case we bump into each other somewhere, we can trade some Pokemons. Thank you. Let me check the comments now.
Yeah, it was a really great talk. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed all the advice and feedback you have for everybody. We do have a couple questions from YouTube and Twitch. Here's one that came in. Can ask how a UI UX designer can help with the development of a game.
I actually started as a UI programmer in this mobile game I was working on. So we didn't have a UX designer. So the game designer was making the decisions on the UX, and sometimes players would complain because this wasn't the correct way. So I think every game needs a UI and UX designer, not like specialized on this topic. So I would definitely see this as useful as a programmer as well. So having a really dedicated UX designer would be really helpful. I hope this answered your question.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's definitely important at a game jam. I mean, producers, UX designers, audio folks, everybody really can learn something and be a valuable asset.
I wasn't sure if this was asked for the game jam, because it says development of a game, maybe in the full production, but also for the game jam, yes.
Yeah, you're welcome. And then any tips on how to deal with anxiety at the end of the deadline? I always stress over time.
I'm anxious all the time, so I'm not the right person to answer this question. So yeah, at the end of the deadline, like colleagues, that's how I deal with the anxiety. I need to have them around if I'm alone and just trying to fix a bug and just getting deep in the code. And try to catch the deadline, it is not a good state. So I often try to have, I'm working from home, so I try to have them online. So we have these Discord calls. So even when I'm working in the background, I still have that open office feeling. So with the remote work, this is not a really good state for people to interact, right? So we have this open Discord channel, so you can just work there, still coding. But in the background, if you say something, people would hear. So everyone is still in that room. So this is really helping me during the deadlines to have this support group of people that I can reach, not that I'm sitting on my computer and just being alone in this room and then trying to catch the deadline, but more like we are in this together.
Yeah, that's great advice. I would always lean on your network and talk to your friends and just maybe do what you can to just get away for a little bit, go out for a walk or watch TV show, look at memes, do whatever it does to relax your mind and just focus on something else. You know, sometimes just giving yourself that mental break can help you refocus on the task at hand and come up with new ideas or be a little bit less stressed about it. Usually if you're in a more relaxed state of mind, it'll definitely help things go quicker.
Yeah, exactly. For the walking, taking a walk part, I use Pokemon Go often more for this purpose. I think that's why I'm so stick to this game, because in the evening when I'm stressed, I just like, okay, now it's time to catch Pokemon and just like meditate a bit, and then I will come back and fix this thing. So having that switch and just taking a break from it is really helpful. Yeah, everyone has their own way. I'm not telling everyone to go download Pokemon Go. Yeah, I'm not associated with the game at all. I don't. I just love it.
Yeah, no, that's totally fine. We're all, most of us, I think, are gamers, and we all have our own games that we like to play that help us take our mind off things. So, I mean, it's a valid answer and very sound advice. I don't see that we have any other questions, but I don't know if you have any last words of advice you want to give people, or just they can, find you on LinkedIn as you have posted here, and
Yes.
Twitter and Discord.
If you need. If you need someone to talk to, if you need a mentor on programming side or anything in your game dev career, or if you need some game jammers to do game jams with, just hit me up.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, it was great having you here. We really appreciate it. I hope everybody took something away that they can use in their careers, in their game jams, in their lives to help them out with if they're feeling imposter syndrome. We all go through it at some point in this industry and in any endeavors in life, and having some tools in your tool belt to be able to overcome it are certainly certainly useful.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
You're welcome.
And I
Have
hope
a great day.
you will have a good rest of the game jam week. It's going till 27th, right? There's still some time.
Yeah, still a few days left. You can go to the link that's in the bottom right corner.
Here are 6 reasons to use Gdevelop, the no-code open source game engine that can help you create any 2D game you can imagine, and even some in 3D. The first reason is the no-code system. All of the logic made for your game in Gdevelop uses this easy-to-read wording and if-then format, where if the condition is true, then the action will happen, which is just far easier to read and more compact than pages of code. The second reason is because Gdevelop is open source. The entire engine can be found, looked through, and downloaded on GitHub. And because it's open source, the base engine is free to use and always will be. There are some online services that you can pay for that will improve the game making experience, but it's not required to jump in and start making your game. The third reason is the built-in behaviors and extensions. Behaviors are prepackaged game logic that you can slot into your game to make mechanics that would otherwise take a long time to make yourself. And the engine comes with a bunch of these pre-installed, like top-down movement, light behaviors, and the physics engine. But you can find over 100 extensions that you can install that were created by other game developers in the community. These range from firing a bullet all the way to allowing gamepad controls. The fourth reason is the built-in asset store and tools. The engine has an asset store full of both free and paid assets, with pre-built objects that you can just directly import into your game, as well as built-in tools like Pascal for image editing and JFXR for creating sound effects. The fifth reason is because you can use the engine anywhere. There are desktop versions for Windows, Mac OS, and Linux, but you can also use the engine through a browser window or even on your mobile phone while you're on the go. And the final reason is the one-click export. So finally, when you're finished building your game, Gdevelop handles all of the packaging for you. When you select the type of export you want to do, you can publish the game with a single click. Games exported with Gdevelop are then entirely yours. You can publish and sell your game on Steam, or Epic Game Store, or any other storefront you'd like. You can also put ads or in-app purchases in your game and distribute your game on mobile devices. After you finish building your game, it's entirely up to you what you do with it. But do please share it with us on social media. We love to see and share whatever people are making with Gdevelop.
While prepping for an upcoming game jam, at some point every jammer faces the same question. What am I going to use to make my game? Well, look no further. I've got something just for you. .BigBang is a fully featured, web-based game-making platform that you should totally use for your next game jam. So here we go. Let's just jump right into it. Here are 10 surprising reasons that you should use .BigBang for your next game jam. You don't need to download anything. .BigBang runs in your browser and works on any device. Laptop, smartphone, tablet, console, or even your smart fridge. All you need to do is make an account and you're ready to start making games. You don't need to worry about downloading or updating an app, how long your builds will take, or where you're gonna host your game. We've got everything taken care of for you. As long as you have an internet connection, you can start sharing your games right away. .BigBang runs best in Chrome or Chromium-based browsers like Edge, Brave, and others. And if you'd rather not work in a browser, you're also welcome to install the desktop app. You can share your game instantly with a link and play with your friends. In order to share your game with your friends, all you need to do is click the share button, copy the link, and send it to them. Or just send the link that's in your browser. Once they click the link, they're already playing your game. And when you use the share button, you get a multiplayer link. So you can actually instantly play your game live with your friends. This mechanic is great for playtesting your game while your game's in progress during the jam, and really great for sharing your game with your family and friends once the jam's over. Your game will work on any device, console, mobile, desktop, you name it. Like I mentioned before, no need to worry about where to host your game or how people are going to play it. We've got that covered. If you're planning on working with a team, .BigBang makes that super easy for you. Just by sharing a multiplayer link with your teammates, you and your teammates can instantly start building out your game together. .BigBang supports live multiplayer editing, which is the click of a button, and you can all playtest the game together while you're building it. Here's a big one. Networking is built in. So if you've ever wanted to make a multiplayer game, .BigBang is the place for you. Every game on .BigBang is multiplayer by default. All you have to do is share the multiplayer link. Our networking system is super straightforward. Entities in your game can be marked as networked by just adding a tag, and there are a ton of multiplayer games and scripts on the platform already that can show you the ropes of writing networking code. Also, we have great articles and documentation introducing you to the various concepts you'll need to know when you want to take your multiplayer aspect to the next level. Did you know you can have all the power of VS Code in your browser? Well, with .BigBang, you can. .BigBang has a built-in VS Code editor with TypeScript, complete with debugging capabilities and autocomplete. You can use the editor to edit code while the game is running and see updates happen in real time. We have plenty of documentation and videos that cover scripting in .BigBang as well. You'll have access to thousands of scripts for your use. .BigBang creators have created tons of scripts that you can use in your own games. Just select an entity, select Browse Items, and you can search for scripts that other users have made. For example, if I want to make this door open, and I don't know how, I can search through scripts until I find a door script that works for my purpose. You can also remix other users' scripts to repurpose them for your own use. Remixing and repurposing scripts can really speed up your game-making process during a game jam, where time is everything. And whenever you write a script of your own, you can easily share it with other creators to use the script in their games. .BigBang allows creators to remix games, meaning that creators can actually get their own copy of another game and edit it. If you find a game you like and you're wondering how it was made, as long as it's set as remixable, you can actually take a look into how they made that game and how everything works. You can even make edits of your own, or entirely make your own version of the game if you'd like. .BigBang has made some starter templates that you can use as well, like a first-person shooter template and an obstacle course template. There's also a template for people who are new to scripting and want to learn more about it, or new to building out an environment and want to learn how to do that. So definitely check those out. You can find the links in the description. You're probably wondering where all these lovely art assets are coming from. Well, .BigBang has a robust, built-in voxel object editor, complete with animation capabilities. You can make your own assets, and then jump into your game and drag them right into your level. There is a huge library of voxel art for use in your game. So if you're thinking to yourself, well, what if I can't make art? You're in luck. Just like with scripts, .BigBang has thousands of voxel objects made by other creators that you can use in your game. If you're working with a team, your teammates can make art that you can instantly drag into your game. And if you're an artist, you can make your own art usable by other creators. You can talk to the devs directly for help. If at any point you're stuck or need some guidance, you can reach out to the .BigBang devs on Discord. The link's in the description. The devs have been making games with .BigBang for years and are happy to help out creators as much as we can. We've also got documentation, videos, and live streams that show you all sorts of ways you can use .BigBang. Whether you're an artist or a programmer, if it's your first game jam, or if you're a veteran, or if you're anywhere in between, .BigBang has a place for you. So that was 10 reasons to use .BigBang at your next game jam. If you want to give it a try, go to .bigbang.com to get started and join our Discord to meet other creators and have your questions answered by the same developers who built the platform. The links are in the description. Thanks for watching and happy jamming!
Welcome back to another Global Game Jam! I'm your host, Mac and Cheese Please, joined by Stephazoid, Alchemist Joker, Trisha Hirschberger, as well as the Executive Director of the Global Game Jam, Tim Collings, and Tarja, the Director of Community Management. Hello, everyone. Welcome.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Are you guys excited for another Global Game Jam?
I am.
Excited.
So the
This
last
is
time
the
I
first
worked,
I get to be here for. It's very exciting. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for being here.
the
You'll
first
get
one I
used
worked
to-
on. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, you'll get used to Tim not telling you what the theme is or trying to get it out of him.
Keep you on your toes forever.
It won't be
Well,
much
a
longer.
couple
We'll
of
find
minutes.
out. Yeah.
I can neither confirm nor deny. I've been trying to in other conversations with him, just kind of tease out hints. Like we were talking about football early, last weekend, and I was like, "Yeah, it's cool how this game is starting to become global. You know what else is global?" He was like, "That was not subtle." I'm like, "I know. I'm not good at subtle." Can you tell me what it is? He's like, "No."
No.
So,
Nope,
so
he
question
won't
for
tell you.
folks who may not have been to a Global Game Jam or a Global Game Jam kickoff event before, can you kind of tease what this theme that we're talking about and kind of what is today here to set up?
Yeah, so welcome to anyone who's new to Global Game Jam. We are a nonprofit organization that runs the world's largest game creation event that happens annually every time right around this year. People all over the world get together for 48 hours approximately to try and make a video game or any kind of game really based on the theme that we're just about to announce in the next 20 to 25 minutes or so. So that's why we're all here today, to find out what that theme is and what they can start thinking about creatively to spark that idea to make their game creation based on.
That's exciting.
Ooh.
Yeah,
And
we
I
have, sorry, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say that the teaser video always has some hints about the theme, but I think I kept watching it. I knew the theme, but I kept watching the teaser video, and I think it was maybe hard to get from there, but it is there.
Oh, okay.
Theme
It's like,
teaser
if you
video.
know, you know, but you have to
Yeah.
really piece it together to find it.
Yeah, but it is there.
Totally not about to start scrubbing that video in between breaks before we
Yeah,
get that
right.
announced.
Where is it gonna be? I have a question. So, what goes into the planning in discovering the theme? What are those behind closed doors processes like to figure out what the theme is going to be for the whole year?
Yeah, so we have a theme committee that's made up of people from our community, led by Vili, who is one of our longtime organizers. He assembled a team of people who volunteered from last year's Global Game Jam. They started meeting, I think, in October to start talking about ideas, and there was about 10 or so people from all different countries around the world who came up with a bunch of ideas, and then they narrow it down into 3 or 4 that they like and vote on the one that they like best, and then decide on that. And then it's a whole process of creating the video that you're about to see with all the great speakers we're going to have today, and the animatics and all the animations that go along with the theme reveal. It's always super fun. This is what we look forward to all year, and people get excited to see. So definitely excited for how people are going to respond this year.
Yeah, I'm so excited.
One anecdote of that team, like the process of choosing the team, which is something maybe people don't often think about, is that it needs to translate well to all of the languages in the world.
Sure.
It can't have a lot of double meanings or hidden meanings. Basically, it can, but it really can't. It needs to be really carefully thought out.
Concrete.
This
is what it is.
It can be something offensive somewhere. It can mean something completely else somewhere, and so on. So it's a long process to really come up with something that we can use.
Which makes complete sense.
So long.
Because we had 108 different countries last year. Do we have more this year?
We're at just about 100 now, but there's still sites being processed and approved. So I'm sure we're going to hit that number before too long.
And last year there were something like 40,000 global game jammers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's people getting together.
It's amazing.
Yeah. It's a worldwide simultaneous event happening at different locations wherever. There should be one near you, and if there's not, then you can plan to host a site next year. We closed applications earlier this week so that our regional organizers can get through the queue and approve them all before the Game Jam starts. We also have Global Game Jam Next happening alongside of Global Game Jam, which is our event aimed at younger creators ages 12 to 17. There's a whole program on our website, ggjnext.org, that educators can follow along and teach young people how to make games, and that's something that we always look forward to as well.
You mentioned that there was a global game jam near me. I was wondering what that sound was outside my window this morning. Okay, so I have to ask. So we had 108 countries and 40,000 jammers last year. This is the number that kind of gets me, and please correct me if I'm wrong. Did we have 7,600 games that came out of the Global Game Jam?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Wow.
How does one even begin to go through 7,600 games?
Yeah, I mean, there's really not a way to do that. That we can sustain. It's mostly each site, will go through and present their games that they made locally, and we'll tend to hear back from the site organizers, what were the favorites, what were the highlights, and sometimes they'll do their own wrap-up shows, and we'll rebroadcast them here on our channels. And it's always great to see not only what happens during the jam, but what people do after the jam, and the community that's created or that's already existing and built up. This is kind of it's like starting the year with our Super Bowl. We have our biggest event of the year that starts the entire year, and everybody gets super excited about it. And then it kind of just gets the creative ball rolling for people to, get their juices flowing and get their create game making skills up to par.
Totally. I mean, an event like this is such a fantastic idea. I feel like a lot of people's hurdles when it comes to any creative endeavor is, you put your own obstacles there where you're like, well, maybe I'm not ready for this. Maybe this isn't there yet. Having an event like Global Game Jam where it's like, you know what, just do it though. We're just going to do it no matter how it comes out. I love that. I feel like the first step is always the hardest. And so an event like this is really going to encourage people to get their ideas out there and make their first game. And maybe that will, open the floodgates to many, many more games to come. So this is a super, super cool event. And thank you for doing it each year.
Yeah, you're welcome. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say that just touches on the community aspect of it that you briefly mentioned, Tim and Trisha. You can't do this by yourself. You have to meet people. So, Taria, tell me a little bit about the community of Global Game Jam and how people come together and make games.
Oh my. There's like as many stories as there are people, like 70,000 stories. I, you asked really like bored, and I could talk about this for 5 hours, but I know that we have other stuff to do today as well. But it just, I don't know, it's all love. It's amazing. It's something like bringing people together regardless of their background, of their like despite of anything else that is happening in the world or in their personal lives, and they can come together, have fun, make something new, be proud of themselves, make friends. It's just, I don't know. It's I get a little bit emotional.
Yeah, little fuzzies.
I love
Yeah.
it.
That's something that is something worth getting emotional about. But another thing that I've always loved about the community aspect of this is that a lot of people tend to think that to get into game dev, you have to just be a programmer, right?
Mhm.
But I know that Global Game Jam kind of unites people from not only programming, but also artists, musicians from all over the world. Like, tell me a little bit more about how you kind of gather all of these different types of creatives together for the Global Game Jam. Like, how do you put out that call?
Yeah, I mean, we do it like Taria is great at that with all of our social media. We worked with a student team this year actually at Boston University named AdLab to create some ads to help kind of welcome in people from different backgrounds that might feel intimidated. We've been running on our like Instagram and to make people feel more welcome and more like this is your ticket to something new and exciting, and like no matter what background you're from, what skill level you are, you're welcome and you belong here. And that's why Global Game Jam exists. For mostly almost every year basically we have at least almost 50% of the people, it's their first jam they've ever done. So like we feel like it's a great place for people to come and just try new things and step outside of their comfort zone a little bit and be welcomed and feel supported and feel like this is a thing that they can actually do.
That makes me want to join. I feel like I'm in that boat of like, what skills do I have? Like, I'm very creative, but I don't know how to like do the thing, you know? And so getting together with a group of people, maybe some people are more experienced that can like show you the ropes and be like, you know what, you can do this. You should do it.
Game jams are so good for that too. It's just such a tight community, but it's so huge that it's just an amazing opportunity and experience to be in if you get the chance.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I think we've let Tim stall long enough. I think it's time. Listen, Tim, we've been friends for years now. I think it's time for you to give me the goods. I think it's time to show us the keynote and the theme reveal for the 2024 Global Game Jam. What do you say?
Yeah, I'd say you're right. Yeah, let's do it. Hope everybody enjoys the keynote, and we'll be back in a few minutes to talk about the theme once it's revealed. Enjoy, everybody. Hi, everyone. I'm Tim Cullings, Executive Director of Global Game Jam, and I welcome you to Global Game Jam and Global Game Jam Next 2024 from here in Seattle to wherever you are in the world participating with us. Thank you for taking some time out of your busy schedules and lives to spend next few days with us, making some games, making some new friends, learning some new skills, and hopefully making some memories that will last with you for a lifetime. We need to thank everyone involved in making Global Game Jam possible, including our staff, our board, our sponsors, of course, the volunteers all over the world who put a whole bunch of effort and time into this, our regional organizers, our site organizers, our committee members really go out of their way and above and beyond to make this such an amazing and memorable and safe and welcoming event for everyone out there who is about to participate and embark on this journey together. We're really excited to see what you make, excited to see what you think about the theme this year, which you're going to find out in the next few minutes, and I hope you enjoy the keynote videos that are about to be shown. So have a great weekend or week or whatever, whenever you're participating, and be good to each other, be kind, and help each other out throughout the jam.
Jammers, the Global Game Jam wishes to express our continued solidarity and support with members of the GGJ community who are currently living in areas of conflict and violence. We know that some of you will not be jamming from your regular jam sites this year because it's not safe to travel or to gather in large groups in your area. We know that some of you are jamming with us from bunkers. We know that some of you are jamming from areas that have been bombarded by loss of safety, loss of home, loss of life. For those of you jamming from areas under hardship and duress, we see you. We see your resilience. The Global Game Jam has always been an international organization driven by the tenets of collaboration and community building. You're builders, creators, experimenters, problem solvers, storytellers, and we do these things no matter where we are and no matter the circumstances. So we stand with you, our fellow game developers, and we hope that this year's Global Game Jam can be a source of support and a respite during these times. Thank you for being here with us, and have a great jam.
Terveisiä Suomesta ja hyvää Global Game Jam 2024.
We're game devs. Real work doesn't start until it's pitch black outside.
Hello, Game Jammers. Oh, let's roll that back. That didn't sound authentic at all. Hello, Game Jammers. I don't think I like that one either. Hello, Game Jammers. My name is Derek Fields. That one sounds good. And I'm the founder of Waking Yoni Games. I'm also a professor at Northwestern University where I teach 3D modeling and game design. I'm stopping in with you today to talk about finding the fun as you challenge yourselves to develop really exciting projects interpreting today's revealed theme. First, recognizing fun. Start by reflecting on some of your favorite games and see if you can identify one simple mechanic that kept you coming back for more. There's a lot out there, and I'm sure you'll be able to navigate that question easy. Applying that to your own projects, as you're navigating which mechanics you should pursue, go with the one that your team is most excited about, but keep that focus concise and narrow. Next, you're going to want to prototype those mechanics and start small. This is going to allow you to rapidly iterate on what is fun against your team and a wider player audience. You'll be able to understand quickly what sort of formula you're trying to drive with your players and if it's enjoyable. Now, once you've recognized your fun and you've prototyped it with your team, other players, now you have the opportunity to lean into that fun through other elements like UI and sound. This is going to help bring the entire picture together and make a complete experience. Now, the last thing I'll toss in is to maintain that core loop. You've found the fun, you've prototyped it, and you've leaned into it with other elements through sound and UI. So don't lose sight of what originally brought you to your project or feel tempted to start to add in other elements that aren't necessary. Stay focused on what that initial gameplay brought you to it, just like those other games that inspired you. It goes without saying to have fun while you're doing this. Otherwise, how can you find the fun? I hope that those tools will help guide you as you're working on your own projects, and I look forward to seeing what culminates at the end of this jam. Take care.
Hello everyone, my name is Elena. I'm a co-founder and CBDO of GDBay, a networking platform for games industry professionals from all around the world and an organizer of international game pitching show Global Games Pitch. It's an honor for me to be a part of this year's opening keynote of Global Game Jam and to share my story with you. If you ever feel like you're stuck, if you feel like you lost your inspiration and you feel distressed or you are not sure that what you're doing is worth it, during this game jam or overall throughout your professional career in gaming, remember, there are always people out there ready to support you, ready to give you some advice. Game jams are overall very collaborative events, and I love it. It's my favorite event. We love game jams so much that my team and I organized one during the first week of full-scale invasion in Ukraine. We literally did it from bomb shelters, and it was scary, but we did it anyway. And this experience taught us once again just how strong we are when we need. It showed us that we can be much more resilient than we think we are. Let this game jam be a celebration of community and support. And talking about support, I'd like to take this moment to express my gratitude to the games industry folks from all around the world who supported Ukraine and our games industry community during this almost 2 years already of this terrible war. Thank you so much. And if any of you wants to support but not sure how, there is an amazing initiative by my industry colleagues called Game Dev and Bombs. So please feel free to check it out. Thank you again for having me here, and I hope that this game jam will be truly amazing and life-changing experience for all of you.
We're game devs. We have way too many tabs open when we're trying to debug a problem.
سلام، به گلوبال گیم جم خوش اومدین. علیرضا صدیقی هستم، دکترای نرم افزار. بیش از 8 ساله که در دانشگاه‌های مختلف بازیسازی رو تدریس می‌کنم. همینطور چند عنوان کتاب در این زمینه تالیف کردم. توی چند سال گذشته این افتخار رو داشتم که ارگانایز ایونت‌های مثل گلوبال گیم جم و گلوبال گیم جم نکست باشم. همیشه شرکت توی گلوبال گیم جم برای من لذت بخش و هیجان انگیز بوده، چرا که فرصت‌های زیادی برای من به ارمغان می‌آورد. فرصت‌هایی مثل همکاری، یادگیری، شبکه‌سازی و کار تیمی. بعدها به دلیل اینکه موقعیت جغرافیایی دانشجوها متفاوت بود و می‌خواستیم بازیسازی رو هرچی بیشتر گسترش بدیم و منابع و ابزارها و کلاس‌هاش رو برای عموم در دسترس قرار بدیم، تصمیم گرفتیم که ایونت‌ها رو در قالب شرکت خودمون به صورت مجازی برگزار کنیم. به دلیل ارتباط نزدیکی که با مدارس داشتیم و اشتیاقی که دانش آموزها نشون میدادن به اینکه توی ایونت‌های بازیسازی گلوبال گیم جم شرکت بکنن، تصمیم گرفتیم که رویداد گلوبال گیم جم نکست رو هم در کنار گلوبال گیم جم برگزار بکنیم تا بچه‌ها با سنین پایین هم بتونن به همراه خانواده‌شون یا به تنهایی در این ایونت شرکت بکنن و این تجربه رو داشته باشن که کارهای خودشون رو به بقیه نشون بدن. علاوه بر این رو هم خدمتتون عرض کنم که تمامی منابع مربوط به گلوبال گیم جم نکست و بقیه و دیگر منابع مربوط به بازیسازی توسط دوست و همکار ما فاطمه به فارسی در حال ترجمه هست تا اینکه هرچه بیشتر این سطح‌ها و موانع زبانی رو هم برداریم تا اینکه بتونیم بازیسازی رو برای همه تسهیل کنیم. در نهایت ازتون دعوت می‌کنم که به سایت گلوبال گیم جم ما به اسم آیدیا، به سایت گلوبال گیم جم نکست ما به اسم نوویژن بپیوندید تا با یاد بگیریم و بازی بسازیم. امیدوارم که گلوبال گیم جم خیلی خوبی رو داشته باشید.
We're game devs. We literally work on our 50-inch TV because it lets us see the project and the code side by side.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jay Watts, artistically known as Letta J. I'm the founder and CEO of Coexist Gaming, and I am so excited to be a part of this year's Global Game Jam. I'm excited to have an opportunity to share with you my passion for video games and how we at Coexist Gaming are working to revolutionize the industry through development. If we could bring together the people that were technical, creative, right? The project managers, the creative directors, the people that would oversee projects. If we brought them all together so that they could coexist, I think we'd build better games. What happened as a result of that community coming together is a whole host of things that our members would actually teach and conduct. Even when you walk away from the Game Jam experience, you have made so many relationships. Those of you that have started studios, you can now expand your teams. Those that have dreamed of creating studios, you didn't know how to start, and now you're with people who may have even more experience than you do, and now you can have those conversations together. So I want to give you just a little bit of an example of the Game Jam we did last year.
What's up? My name is Galen. I'm the Unity programmer. It's honestly such an amazing experience. Like, yeah, I love that they do this. I definitely want to do the next one.
My name's David Orr. I definitely wanted to do something different. I've never made a narrative game before, so this is really our first attempt at making something that told a story.
Hi, I'm Jamal Wood, a game developer. So working on a series, fighting in this kind of new territory that I was excited to tread. And it was definitely difficult, but I'm happy with what we made. It's an amazing experience. I'm a huge fan of Coexist and actually won last year's Game Jam. But this year I was excited to work with these people and see what we could create. So it's awesome to see all the different games made. I love this space too. It's such a great space to come and work on things, coding downstairs, had the lo-fi music playing. It was great. It's such an awesome environment. Happy we have places like this in the city.
Tell a friend, tell a friend, tell a friend, because we want to make sure that you get to coexist with us. So all you have to do is go to coexistgaming.com, RSVP for the Game Jam. Of course, you can sign up on the Global Game Jam website as well. Grab your phones. Hopefully you're looking at this on a laptop or a computer. Thank you so much for taking a moment. I love that the Global Game Jam kicks it off the right way. I'm looking forward to coexisting with you.
We're game devs. We're always stocked up on a lot of tea or coffee.
Hablemos de juegos, pero sobre todo de desarrollo de videojuegos. Hola a todos, mi nombre es Sandra Castro Pinzón, soy la fundadora y directora ejecutiva de Tan Grande y Jugando, una comunidad de desarrolladores de videojuegos de Colombia dedicada a fomentar nuestra industria latinoamericana. Es un honor para mí estar aquí hoy rodeada de tanta creatividad y entusiasmo por parte de todos ustedes. La Global Game Jam es más que simplemente un evento para hacer juegos. Es una celebración de la diversidad, la colaboración y la magia que ocurre cuando mentes creativas se unen. Quisiera compartir con ustedes algunos consejos para aprovechar al máximo esta experiencia. Primero, conéctate. No te limites a tu equipo. Si estás en una locación física, camina. Si estás en una digital, salta entre canales o busca esos espacios de conexión. Segundo, la magia está en la diversidad. Tercero, comparte tus desafíos. No tengas miedo de pedir ayuda. La comunidad de aquí es increíblemente solidaria. Si te enfrentas a un problema, hay una muy buena probabilidad de que alguien más lo haya superado y esté dispuesto a ayudarte. Cuarto, celebra los fracasos. Escuchaste bien. Cada error es una oportunidad de aprendizaje. No tengas miedo de probar cosas nuevas. Y, si no funciona, celebra la lección que te llevarás. Quinto, la comunicación es la regla. Mantén siempre una comunicación asertiva y acertada con todos los jammers, organizadores y voluntarios que hacen parte de este evento. Muchos de los malentendidos se solucionan cuando estamos dispuestos a conversar y a dar nuestra parte para solucionarlo. Sexto, no olvides cuidar de ti mismo y de los demás. La jam puede ser muy intensa, pero es vital cuidar de nuestra salud mental y física. En resumen, aprovechemos al máximo esta experiencia, no solo como desarrolladores de juegos, sino como parte de una comunidad global unida por nuestra pasión compartida. Gracias y buena suerte. Que tengan una increíble jam. Capi out.
We're game devs. We'll wear shirts from our games because marketing never stops.
السلام عليكم، معكم مشاعل أبو النجا ومع منظمة الجلوبال جيم جام العالمية من 2017 أو في السنتين الماضية كنت المنظم الإقليمي لدول الخليج ودول جنوب غرب آسيا. وباذن الله ده للسنه السابعه على التوالي. حابب اخذ الفرصه هذه اني انا ارحب بجميع المشاركين والمنظمين الاقليميين في جلوبال جيم جام 2024. لو لاحظت اني انا قاعد اتكلم بالعربي توجيها للمحدثين باللغه العربيه، إضافة أنه حاب أعطيكم شوية نصائح من ناحية الجلوبال جيم جام وإيش تتوقعوا في الجام ل 2024. بعض من نصائح الجام اللي أنا ممكن دائما أعطيها حتى لما أجي أنظم المواقع نفع جدا، إنه دائما حاولوا يكون عندكم اللي هو فكرة واضحة لإيش النموذج حيكون عنه لما تيجي تطوروا وتوصلوا لمرحلة التسليم. ليش أنا قاعد أقول كذا؟ لأنه لما تيجي تطوروا إحنا متحمسين لما نحط كل الأفكار، لما يجينا الثيم الآن بعد كم يوم بإذن الله حيبدأ الإعلان عنه. حتجينا كل الافكار الحماسيه هذه، بس حيصير مع كل الافكار هذه ما حنقدر نركز على شيء واحد او ميكانيك واحده او رسم ارت دايركشن واحد، فبالتالي يصير عندنا زي توسع الافكار وبالتالي ما انجزنا شيء. فممكن واحده من النصائح اللي انا اعطيكم اياها انه خلوا النموذج هذا حق اللعبه يشتغل حتى لو بمكعبات او دوائر، بدال مثلا الرسم المعين او بدال اللي هي الشخصيه اللي انتم حابين ترسموها، الى ما يشتغل بشكل كامل بعدين اضيفوا عليها الجماليات. هذه حتساعدكم انه تختصروا الوقت. مثلا جزء من المبرمجين يقعد يشتغل على هذا الجزء من النقطه، والارت ياخذ وقتهم في رسم وتصميم الشخصيات والاشياء اللي جوا اللعبه. دائما حاولوا تكونوا تشتغلوا في فريق. انا عارف انه منكم اللي متحمس جدا ويحب يشتغل مع نفسه، فهذا عادي جدا، لكن الشغل الفريق يعلمكم كيف تقدروا انتم تعتمدوا على بعض كمان. يخلق نوع من انواع انه انا اعتمد عليك انك انت تعطيني الجزء هذا، وانا اعتمد عليك وانتم تعتمدوا علي انه انا اعطيكم الجزء هذا. هذا شيء انا حابه دائما اذكر فيه، انه مو لازم تشاركوا في شيء زي الجلوبال جيم جام. تقدر تكون ما عندك ولا اي خبره في صناعه المحتوى، لكن عندك مثلا ما شاء الله تبارك الله مخ نظيف في مثلا تحديد الافكار او مثلا كتابه القصص او اللي هي تحديد توجه اللعبه. وكمان حابه اضيف اسالوا اسئله كثير، ريحوا نفسكم واشربوا مويه كفايه، وانا متحمسه جدا اني اشوف ايش الابداعات اللي حتطلع منكم. See you soon.
We're game devs. Sometimes we don't shower for several days because the code does not compile when the water is running. What?
Do you worry that you don't belong? Well, that's why I wanted to write this song to tell you that we're so glad you're here. Well, there's no reason to fear because you don't have to be the best. It don't matter how you're dressed. The mission for the weekend is have fun. You don't have to try to impress everyone. Don't make it like we don't have to look the same to get together and make an awesome game. We don't have to look the same to get together and make an awesome game. Now let me share some sage advice. The game jam secret that makes you feel nice. Say this to yourself: I can't do anything, but I cannot do everything. If you're gonna do it all, don't let it fall apart. If you're gonna do it all, don't let it fall apart. If you're gonna do it all, don't let it go apart. If you're gonna do it all, don't let it go apart. Wanna do work that no stroke. Do something you already know. Wanna do work that no stroke. Do something you already know. And when you fail, you never lose. 'Cause that's the feeling of you paying your dues. Don't take it till you make it. Own it while you hold it. Don't take it till you make it. Own it while you hold it. Don't take it till you make it. Own it while you hold it. Don't take it till you make it. Own it while you hold it. We don't have to look the same to get together and make an awesome game. We don't have to look the same to get together and make an awesome game. Don't take it till you like it. Hold it while you hold it. Don't take it till you like it. Hold it while you hold it. Don't take it till you like it. Hold it while you
We're
Let's go
back.
into it. Welcome everybody. So how does everybody feel about the theme?
I feel duped. I thought it was going to be mad science or chemistry.
We were so off.
I was fooled. I was fooled.
I feel vindicated. I made a comment about
Yours doesn't
there's
count.
the ha. What do you mean mine doesn't count?
You say it's Joker about everything.
I do not. Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
Very
I do
on
not
brand.
say Joker about everything.
If it has haha anywhere, it's the Joker. It doesn't count. It doesn't count.
It was a Joker shirt though.
I think the giveaway as well was the song at the end. It's like it seems like so that was one of it as well.
Oh, I didn't even think about this song being a little hint towards it because I was over here grooving. I'm like, I love this song. I need this on Spotify. Like, this is awesome. Oh, my
and
goodness.
we definitely need it on Spotify. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have to have the Global Game Jam team get it on Spotify for us, please.
Be a ton of fun to hear, yeah.
But yes, welcome. So please introduce yourselves and tell us all about the theme. Ashraf, if you want to go first?
Sure, definitely. So I'm Ashraf. I'm part of the Lebanese game developers team. I was also part of the theme community this year. So surprise, everyone. Hope you all had fun with it, or will have fun with it, actually. We've looked at a bunch of themes, between all the past years that have been part of the Global Game Jam, and we realized that we haven't been lighthearted recently, and we really wanted to go a bit out of what we were doing so far, so that we can have people just have a bit more fun. We want people to feel a bit more excited about what they're doing, and we want people to share their humor with the rest of the world. It's been a grim, dark place for practically everyone I know. So we might as well just lighten up somehow. So that was basically why we came up with the theme of Make Me Laugh. I'm hoping everyone can agree with us, and everyone will just have fun with what they're going to do.
So hi, this is sorry.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just introducing myself. But my name is Mashal, and I've been with Global Game Jam now for 7 years, mostly. Yes. So the theme basically is, as Ashraf said, it's like something we haven't seen in a while. Like in terms of, it's different. It's also, we could use the humor in making games. Like I'm just having comments in front of me. People were like, "There is no game." That's the essence of the humor itself. So we're not gonna make a game. That's the humor. So, so that's something like that. So yeah, I'm thinking about the possibilities of it. It could be a joke, like a stand-up comedy person that sits there as like stand up and in front of everybody. How can you make him successful, for example? So that's one idea I got while the theme was happening. So
I also have an idea. So my ideas are mostly mechanical though, because you can also take the idea of like, you've seen karma meters in games and things like that. You could do like a laugh meter or something like that. Like you can, through interacting with people, you can kind of build up like, how funny is this person? Or even if you want to go even deeper into like that style of like RPG, you could have like, instead of having like strength, dexterity, endurance, like you have in D&D, you could have like humor, wit, sarcasm, and like as you level up
Like
your
a
character,
mana
you
pool.
gain different stats in
Mhm.
those things and can tell different types of jokes. Maybe I'm on the wrong side.
Should
of
you
this.
go into game dev or what?
I'm starting to think that I'm, instead of being a talking head,
Yes,
I should
please.
be talking hands. Well,
He's going to be
you get
part of
the
the
joke.
Global Games Jams of 2025.
Don't threaten me with a good time. Of course, the theme that year will be something that I have nothing to, like international art, and I'm like, I have a painting of Viper from Valorant on my wall. I am not the person for this, but I kind of want to. There's so many ideas and so many possibilities for that.
That's a great idea, Alchemist. I
Mhm.
also saw Gem House in chat said maybe laughing in tones, pitch-based guitar hero. So like it's ha ha ha. That could be fun.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
seeing a lot of like wonky physics-based games maybe coming out of this in the
Oh my gosh,
in the vein
physics-based
of
games
like
make me laugh too because
a
they're just
Gang
like
Beasts or a Goat
goofy.
Sim. That
Oh,
kind of
yeah.
thing could be funny. Also, there's so much room here for witty dialogue,
Mhm.
jokes in the story and things you don't expect. I'm so looking forward to seeing the creations that come out of this. Alchemist, and especially yours, if you decide to enter this year.
I genuinely have like I know I mentioned the one idea about the RPG, but I'm also, because you mentioned platforming, like could you imagine playing as a a character whose power is humor. So the way that they platform is like they laugh at a direction and you get like a ha bouncing off of walls, and then you ride that. That's another possibility.
There you go.
There's so many cool ways you can go with this.
See,
And
you
humor's
should just
universal.
join. You still have time to sign up. I'm just saying.
There you go. Well, that makes me think. So, Ashraf, you brought up different humor in different countries because something that I might find funny being from the US, someone in Europe would be like, that's not funny at all. So, how do you think games are going to differ from country to country?
Oof. Well, this is some of the fun part because one of the things we were thinking about were the kind of jokes that we would understand in some parts of the world that we wouldn't understand in other parts. Like we have this one dude that's all he does is go Ahmad Mohsen, and it's the silliest thing I've ever seen, but it's become such like an Michelle is currently like just don't do this. So it's just like a silly little game, silly little like meme, I guess, that people have been. It's like an inside joke basically between all Arabs.
She's laughing just thinking about it.
Yeah.
Because it's a very famous meme, like in the.
Go on, Michelle.
Sorry, I was just interrupting like for a second because I was saying this is a very like famous meme that everybody knows about it, but we just don't understand why is it happening. So it's part of the humor, I guess.
100%, exactly. And the fun part is going to be like different people going across different types of humor. So I'm expecting a lot of like insult games, basically. So someone saying something like "you felt like a cow," and the other guy saying "how appropriate, you felt like a dairy farmer," or something of the sort. And we might even have things that are just going to be like silly poop jokes and dad jokes. And we might have something it's not a bug, it's a feature, and it's just like something really goofy that happens in the game. Because one of the things that always stands out in every single game jam is the best games are the ones that get the loudest uproar, and the loudest uproar is usually a laugh or a groan. And both of these work for jokes, and both of these work for like laughs. So people are going to put their hearts in, I feel, and people are just going to do something that they themselves find funny, and most likely, the people that are around them are just going to be like, "Oh, this is good." So yeah, it's going to be exciting.
I hope so. My worst nightmare, I literally loathe puns. And so I have a lot of people love puns. They love them. I like a well-crafted pun, but like, don't just pun for the sake of punning. Like, so
I love them.
I think puns are one of the highest forms of art.
I agree.
So all the pun games, you can send those to me.
I gotta go, guys. Bye. Like, I'm gonna leave the chat.
Ash and I will duo the puns. We got this, Mac. We'll take care of it for you.
I have built an entire brand on bad jokes, groans, and puns. You are not taking that away from me. I refuse. I already got my closest to the Game Jam theme award taken away by Steph. You're not taking my puns from me. I will actually. No.
You're like, I put my foot down here. And now the chat is proceeding to throw a bunch of puns out. I gotta go. I can't.
I love it.
It's too much for me.
Liberty in chat called you the pun-isher.
Don't. Let's change the subject. So you guys were on the theme team. How many themes did you guys run through before you settled on this one?
Wow, good question. I think we went through like around 20 or 30 different like ideas. Usually each of us in the chat, we go through like 3 ideas each, and then we explain why we think our idea is the best. And mine got really close to being picked, but it wasn't, but that's okay. So yeah, but it's totally fine. So yeah, we usually go through all the themes, and then we start chopping them down, and then we vote for them on the group. And then we make our points like judges in front of a lawyer and stuff, and it's just really fun. And the big Tim comes in and is like, "Ah, yes, fantastic! You've picked the theme. Congratulations!" And yeah, if you would like to join the theme committee and stuff, you're more than welcome to do so. I'd love to see more faces on there. And the diversifiers, they're basically like like the spices on top of the theme. So I'd love to see what you guys can do with them as well.
That's awesome. Well, I, for one, am so excited to hear that the theme is Make Me Laugh. I love funny games, and like we've all been discussing, seeing the various ways this can be interpreted all around the world, I think is amazing. So if I'm not mistaken, I think pretty soon we are going to kick it to a little break. So thank you both so much for joining us today, and thank you to everybody watching in chat. But before we go to break, I do want to shout out, we could not make Global Game Jam possible without the help of our headline sponsors, Big Bang, and our Empower sponsors, AWS for Games and Hathora. We also want to thank our global promotion sponsors, SideFX and Unity.
Can I add something, if it's okay?
Absolutely.
I can't wait to see how many dark humor games happening. I cannot wait.
They're going to be fantastic.
I do.
Yeah.
I'm going to love
I
them.
know not everybody favor these, but I cannot wait to see. I was my head is just running around. Nah, most of them are not. Okay, just wait for them. Nah, just
don't say it out loud. Just wait.
Yeah, just keep it to yourself and just wait. Thank you so much for having us.
Yeah, thank you for joining. And we do want to thank our diversifier sponsors, UK Games Fund, GitHub, ReadSpeaker, Dots.eco, and Leonardo, as well as our product of service, PureForce, CyberEver, Nate, and We Love Indies.
We also have to thank our promotion partners, Game Maker, Fred Rogers Productions, Gdevelop, In-Game Job, GD Bay, Code to Inspire, Swish Swoosh, I love saying that word, Gemio, JCI, Cinti, and of course, Values Value. Go to globalgamejam.org/sponsors to learn more about the amazing offers that these sponsors have for you to take advantage of during GGK 2024.
And speaking of globalgamejams.org, there's still time to sign up. So you guys go do that. Brand new website, globalgamejams.org once again. And if you love Global Game Jam and can afford to support our mission to go to liberapay.com/globalgamejam, and you can make a monthly recurring donation. Global Game Jam is a registered 501c3. If you guys didn't know, it's a nonprofit organization, and your donation is tax deductible and helps us make great events like GGJ. Thanks.
I know that, of course, if you're here, it's because you want to make a game. But not just any game. You want to make a game in 48 hours. And I think that this is crazy, especially as a game developer. I think, it's incredible that we're able to make a game in such a short amount of time.
It's really cool to see so many people get involved and make good stuff. People get prizes, people learn, you form groups, you make friends. So yeah, it's just a really great time.
I honestly think the kind of ideas that people are going to come up in this game jam are going to be phenomenal, because there's no need to think outside the box, because the box is so big to the extent that there are so many things that you can do with it. So I'm just genuinely excited to see this.
This year is special because I think most sites have been offline and meeting face-to-face for the first time for 2 years. This is different and we've missed this.
The whole thing here is you're here to learn and have fun and make friends, so make sure that's your priority. The game is the consequence of that.
I just have one last thing to ask you. Please, whatever you do, let's go make something awesome. Thank you so much.
Hello, welcome back. We are joined by Digital Living Lab. Hello, Rizzy, welcome.
Hello. I can hear you guys.
Yeah, your microphone has a little bit of static to it, but we are able to hear you.
Or it could be a really cool robot voice. That could be an intentional choice.
Could be.
That's made me laugh. So basically, this is the theme.
We're nailing
So
it
how are you
already.
doing, guys? So yeah, we're just starting. So hello, guys. Hello, the community of Global Game Jam. So my name is Ilyas Rizi. I'm from DGR Living Lab from Tunisia. So it's innovation lab created by the first 3D school in Africa, which is 3D Net Info. So first of all, I'm gonna talk like a little bit about how I am here in Global Game Jam. So I started in 2017. So I started like creating games in Global Game Jam, and I started like thinking how can I be like part of Tunisian community in games and how to create the games. And now, so I find myself like one of the site organizers, like as one of the DGR Living Lab teams. Okay, so I think like all of people that work in DGR Living Lab to bring all those like game jams and all those events, like to make like African countries like involved in this industry. So basically, I would think like all our team, like in Tunisia, they are working hard like to like be part of the Global Game Jam. And I was surprised when I have seen this team make me laugh. So it's basically something that should like every year. Should be the theme. So make me laugh. So I guess like we will see like a lot of surprises this year. So last year was Roots, I guess. So yeah,
Yeah.
Roots. So last
Yeah,
year
it was
was
Roots.
Roots. Like people like go crazy in the global game. Yeah, it was Roots, and we have seen like a lot of games like based on rules, based on how we have been created as a human. Like we like DGR Living Lab, like we have seen like a lot of ideas, even like in the Global Game Jam next. So we told them about the theme, and we have seen like kids like going crazy with the theme. I'm like curious to see what is this year's like hidden. So next week, like in this 26th until 28th of January, so we will have like a Global Game Jam. We bring like a lot of people who are writing, who are developing games, who are like creating like game designs, designers, etc. So we have like a lot of people with us, and yeah, just make me laugh. So make me laugh for this year. So I would love to see people make me laugh. So.
One of the things I'm actually most curious to see with this is that while you're pulling that, one of the things I'm most curious to see with this is actually what common themes and jokes we see across different countries, because we've already talked about how the idea of laughter is kind of universal, but different jokes resonate differently in different places. So I will be very curious to see after this game jam is done and we kind of get some of the finished products, what are some of the common types of things that we see through it? Like what are the common types of humor? Like maybe puns are just a uniquely, me thing, and there are no pun games whatsoever, and Mac is vindicated, or Mac's wrong, and we see puns across all different countries. I do know that when it comes to puns, they are very language dependent. So I've seen in certain games and certain animes where you'll see a statement that when it's translated, you're like,
it just falls just slightly short of what it's supposed to be funny wise.
But the thing that always has to happen from that, at least in my case, is that after that pun, and I go, well, I didn't quite track that. I then go and I look into that language. I look into that culture to figure out where that pun is supposed to kind of connect. So I'm wondering if that might be a knock-on effect of a theme that like make me laugh and kind of get to learn about other cultures and their humor. And if you can make someone laugh in another country, like period, it's the fastest way to connect besides what food. I think it's in order: food, laughter, and football team, like global. I think
Physics are universal, alchemist.
Exactly. Mac agrees they're more universal than puns. Go ahead, Hayes.
I'm thinking that we do like a lot of pranks a lot of pranks. I will do like a lot of pranks in this global game jam. I will do like pranks. I will take pictures for people who are sleepy. I will make fun of anyone like who will eat. We will take a picture.
No
We
one
will
is
do like
safe.
pranks. So I have like a good team like who loves to do those guys. No. We gotta do it safe. But it will be will make anyone. So this is my objective as an organizer. So basically, I will go there and I will watch teams working and I will make some fun. So basically, I will make anyone in our global game jam laugh. So yeah.
So,
I'm
as
really
the organizer in Tanzania, how many people have signed up already, and how is it getting people involved in your area?
Yeah, in Tunisia, like we have like a lot of sites. Okay, so basically, we as a DGR Meeting Lab, so we have like more than 50 subscribers, and we hope like until the first day we will have like 70, maybe 100 people. Okay, all like because we have like a lot of sites in Tunisia, and we have a lot of places that they're gonna participate. So people they cannot travel like a lot. Okay, but we are DGR Meeting Lab in Nabil in Tunisia, so we will have like more than 70 people like there, and we will have like a lot of teams. I guess like from like artists, developers, university students, and we will have like professionals with us because what we do like each year. So yeah, the Global Game Jam is basically to create a game, and also we bring people from the industry to inspire people, make them like curious about what is hidden behind creating a video game. So as you know, so we have developer, we have artists, we have game designer, we have even like we have authors, we have like a lot of people around the game. So we try each year to bring like a lot of professionals to make like the difference between like a lot of other uh, like we try to do like a lot of works to make this dream come true for people who want to create a game. So basically, for example, me now I'm in Burkina Faso. Okay, I'm a trainer like in a program with our partner here in Burkina Faso, which is Orange, to teach people how to create games with Unreal Engine. So we try to do like a lot of work to make to bring all the African community together and to create games and to show them like we are here, we can create games. So people, there is a lot of teenagers, there is a lot of professionals, there is a lot of people who want to create games. So we're trying to figure out how to make this dream come true in Africa. So we're not working only in Africa as a DGR Living Lab. So basically, we work in Tunisia, we work like in North Africa, we work in South Africa, Central Africa. We try to bring this community together. So yeah, so we do like a lot of work and hope one day so we have like a good community in Africa which create games and to show the world that there is a lot of story behind Africa. So yeah. And there's a lot of funny stories. So basically, so like there is a lot of funny story in Africa. So this team that we will see like a lot of beautiful games around like African culture, and we will make the world laugh. This is the objective, to make the world laugh. Okay. So I invite people like to see our sites in the Global Game Jam to see the production of the last year to make to have an idea of what we did and this year. So prepare yourself for this year's games. So I will invite people from around the world. So please participate in the Global Game Jam, be part of this community, and try to make fun and make me laugh.
That's great. I love that the youth is getting involved and able to communicate with professionals in the field. That's really important for someone who's just learning to see you can make it as a game dev, and this is my success story.
Yeah, we do that a lot. So in each event, so we do like a lot of events, and each event like we bring professionals from the field like to give some speeches to people who are starting creating video games, to give them inspiration. So me, for example, I was inspired by a lot of professionals in 2017. Right now, I'm one of the professionals that I consider myself like impacting kids. I impact like a lot of people who want to create their own games. So this is like the main objective of DGRT. It's like digital art, and Living Lab is like living your dream, create your own game. We specialize in 3D game development, immersive reality, like immersive production. We do like virtual production, we do virtual reality, we do augmented reality, we do like a lot of things, okay? And we try to make it easy to our community, okay? And to show them step by step how can they create their own prototype.
So I do have one question to kind of take us out, and this is a very important question for me, and that is, with the theme being Make Me Laugh, what is your go-to way to make people laugh?
For me, like I told you like already, so I want to do like a lot of pranks. I love to do like a lot of pranks. I'm a brag person. So if you find me in the street, I will do prank for you just to make people laugh.
Duly noted. Make sure to pay
So I
attention
will
to
apply
all of my
every number in the I will do it this year.
Well, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing kind of what games come out of Tunisia. I definitely want to just continue to see you kind of bring game dev to kids, because I know when I was a kid, I really wanted to be a game dev, and I had no idea where to start. And through organizations like Global Game Jam and all of these other wonderful sponsors and wonderful people like you that are bringing that to kids, there are a lot of people that will be able to make that dream reality. So thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll be right back.
Here are 6 reasons to use Gdevelop, the no-code open source game engine that can help you create any 2D game you can imagine, and even some in 3D. The first reason is the no-code system. All of the logic made for your game in Gdevelop uses this easy-to-read wording and if-then format, where if the condition is true, then the action will happen, which is just far easier to read and more compact than pages of code. The second reason is because Gdevelop is open source. The entire engine can be found, looked through, and downloaded on GitHub. And because it's open source, the base engine is free to use and always will be. There are some online services that you can pay for that will improve the game making experience, but it's not required to jump in and start making your game. The third reason is the built-in behaviors and extensions. Behaviors are prepackaged game logic that you can slot into your game to make mechanics that would otherwise take a long time to make yourself. And the engine comes with a bunch of these pre-installed, like top-down movement, light behaviors, and the physics engine. But you can find over 100 extensions that you can install that were created by other game developers in the community. These range from firing a bullet all the way to allowing gamepad controls. The fourth reason is the built-in asset store and tools. The engine has an asset store full of both free and paid assets, with pre-built objects that you can just directly import into your game, as well as built-in tools like Piskel for image editing and JFXR for creating sound effects. The fifth reason is because you can use the engine anywhere. There are desktop versions for Windows, Mac OS, and Linux, but you can also use the engine through a browser window or even on your mobile phone while you're on the go. And the final reason is the one-click export. So finally, when you're finished building your game, Gdevelop handles all of the packaging for you. When you select the type of export you want to do, you can publish the game with a single click. Games exported with Gdevelop are then entirely yours. You can publish and sell your game on Steam, or Epic Game Store, or any other storefront you'd like. You can also put ads or in-app purchases in your game and distribute your game on mobile devices. After you finish building your game, it's entirely up to you what you do with it. But do please share it with us on social media. We love to see and share whatever people are making with Gdevelop.
You've made the multiplayer game of your dreams, and you're ready to put it online for the world to enjoy. With Hathora, hosting your game servers couldn't be simpler. All you need is to create a Docker file, then Hathora will build your container and replicate it to our registries across the globe. Once you select a group of players to start a match, Hathora starts a server in the optimal region and routes players through our premium edge network, ensuring the lowest latency possible. Hathora automatically spins down idle servers, ensuring you only pay for active use. As your game rises in popularity, Hathora scales rapidly to ensure players are never left waiting. While hosting matches across the globe, the Hathora network fends off DDoS attacks so that they never reach your servers. Hathora handles your infrastructure so you can focus on building the best game. Get started today at hathora.dev.
Whether you're a team of 1 or 1,000, only one thing really matters: making a game that players want to play. Developers are imagining future games that delight players and require solutions to support their dreams. Players expect games to have fast response times and high-fidelity experiences on any device, anywhere in the world. To achieve this, more and more developers are turning to the cloud. AWS for Games provides a broad portfolio of industry-specific products and solutions from AWS and AWS partners to help you build faster, run smarter, and grow your games. AWS for Games portfolio covers 12 solution areas, spanning the 3 phases of game development. When building, AWS will help you to modernize your architecture and move your production pipelines to the cloud, enabling you to recruit and build diverse teams around the globe, not limited to a physical location. When running a game, AWS can help you streamline operations, deploy the right compute and accelerated networking options to deliver low-latency game experiences, provide real-time and serverless analytics to help better understand player behavior, and help you harden your back-end against DDoS and other malicious attacks. To grow your player base, AWS can help you acquire and retain users with an engaging community experience with Twitch, Amazon Luna, and machine learning tools. With 175 fully featured services and more functionality than any other cloud provider, AWS infrastructure is trusted by over 90% of the largest public game companies, including Epic, EA, Ubisoft, Sony, Nintendo, Zynga, Rovio, and more. Need help getting started? Visit the AWS for Games landing page for a customized onboarding experience. Take one of our structured learning classes or dive deep into the 12 solution areas. Either way, we want to help you create the next amazing game. Welcome to AWS for Games.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Global Game Jam 2024 theme reveal. I am Alchemist Joker, joined by Mac, Steph, and Trish. I'm pointing, but you're all in way different places.
You're trying. Okay.
And we are joined today by a new guest. I want to make sure I get this right, so if I'm wrong, please feel free to correct me. Giannis, how are you doing today?
We're having some audio technical difficulties, but that's okay. You're muted.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
There we go.
Now we
you got
gotcha.
it correct, like perfect, 100%.
Giannis, awesome.
Yes. Hi.
I'm getting my award.
Yeah, I'm Giannis. I'm from Latvian Game Developer Association, and I'm also a regional organizer for Global Game Jam for Baltics and Western Europe. That's my region. Yes, it's good to be here.
Wow. So tell us about how the theme fits into the areas that you are the leader for. Do you see a bunch of fun things coming out of it?
I actually missed the theme announcement. 'Cause, Yes. So I actually don't know what the theme is. Like I've been asking around kind of, but nobody
I
has
think
told
Steph
me.
should
Like feel
reveal
free
it.
to tell me.
I should reveal it.
Yep.
It is it's a make me laugh is
Make
the
me
new
Oh
Yep.
God, that's awesome. I
So
think
broad.
it's gonna be great because like people usually in our jam sites do create like some funny games. There one year there was a bot jumping around the planets, so and like people do tend to create very funny games. So like it's a perfect theme, honestly.
Yeah, I'm excited to see. I didn't really even think about how humor can be different in different areas. And so I'm excited to see how this works.
Yes, definitely. So I can't like for humor like it's I guess people like just in our sites I guess they use like just like kiddie humor like kid humor like uh, kindergarten level humor
Oh,
mostly.
sure.
So in a sense like I think that's okay because like like here you go to global game jam site to relax, create something you can't create necessarily like a professional development scene, or maybe like just something just like have some fun, express yourself. Yeah, so I'm guessing there's going to be a lot of kindergarten humor from our side, definitely.
As a parent of a 6-year-old, I'm all about the kindergarten humor. I think we should have more of it. Giannis, I wanted to ask you, in your area, in the community that you help run, what is the game dev scene like there?
Latvia is mostly solo developers and indie developers. We don't have any like AAA game studios. I have some data from 2022. It's like 50% of all the companies that are registered as game development companies, they're like solo developers. Yeah, so it's basically that, and we have some good like indie games come out like recently. Like the case of the Golden Idol is one. Then there's Spider Hack was another game that I can think of. There's some good VR games coming out also, so people are doing stuff in that area, like Shaven stuff and Pets and stuff. Those are two games that I can think of right off my head. So that's the scene, right? And also, like as a game developer association, we do monthly game dev meetups. And because we are like mostly solo developers and indie developers, I think those monthly meetups like bring everyone like closely together, and I think we're a closely tight knit community here in Latvia. Yeah.
Very
Can you touch on the community a little bit more? How did you develop such a tight knit community and people helping each other and coming together to make games?
Yeah, so the community started like in 2007, like before I even knew it existed. But officially, we got registered in 2014 as a community. So the monthly meetups happened like way before I even knew there's a game development scene in Latvia. Like I was like in high school, I think. Actually, the main guy who like created Game Developer Association, I think also was in high school at that time. So there were like people actually
Wow.
meeting like in an apartment, if I recall correctly, just discussing game development, and it just like naturally evolved to a bar and drinking beer and discussing game development. Yeah, so yeah, and that's one. The other thing is we're like a small country. We're not big. I think from the Baltic states, we're the smallest one, if I'm not mistaken. I think so. Yes. Don't quote me on that.
I'll
Like
believe whatever you
like
say.
we are like yeah. So yeah, because like we're kind of small country. Like we have this center meeting place to meet. Like, and it started way like I think what is it like 17 years ago already. So it hasn't been like a year to make this really tight knit community. It's like been a process, and people that even don't do like any game development at all, like anymore, also just stay in the community just because of they want to. So yeah.
So with that, do you see any challenges? Because you said there's about a 50% of solo devs. Do you see any challenges with that big percentage of solo devs when it comes to game jams and collaborating?
Not really, because like during the game jam, like there are people just doing their solo thing, but during game jams, like we already have a Discord channel, people are making teams that usually go solo. So because like I guess for global game jam, especially because it's not a competition,
Mhm.
people just go there to have fun and create games. So they will try something out of their comfort zone. And even like those solo game developers, the company like is registered and there's one developer, but they usually like outsource art, for example, outsource sound design from other people. So they work kind of together anyway, but like the official data states that they are solo developer. Yeah. I hope that makes sense. I don't
It does.
Yeah.
It does. That's
don't see
great,
any
though.
issues about collaboration. It's like global game jam is the thing that brings us all together, and you can see that there's if people want to collaborate, they do collaborate. Yeah.
Kind of piggybacking off of your comment about collaboration, since there are so many solo game devs, I feel like global game jams are a really good opportunity for them to all collaborate together and maybe work on a project that would be bigger than what they could do as a solo dev. Have you seen any groups kind of come out of some of these global game jams to like form little cluster groups of like super devs?
I wouldn't call super devs, but I mean all of them are super devs in my
Of
opinion.
course,
But
yeah.
in a sense that like big companies, the thing is like we're such a small community that people usually have worked like in multiple companies that are there, and sometimes during global game jam, I've seen people get recruited in some kind of a company because they see, hey, this is a person I would want to work together. I think the recent like example would be there's a VR studio that's like I think most of them met in global game jam, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, like it's Hyper VR, I think. Yeah, all of them participate almost every year in global game jam. I think they did meet in global game jam as well. So yeah, I see people meeting there all the time, and like maybe there's not like companies coming out, but there's like there are contacts, they're friends forever after the jam, and they maybe participate in other game jams together. Um, so yeah, connections are made definitely. What I can say, but specifically, I can't really name games that have been like finished after global game jam. But
Gotcha.
that's why I say global game jam for me is more about making the connection. The game is just the process and maybe like some kind of a result at the end of the jam, but it's not like the purpose of participating in the jam.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I mean, that's just one of the many benefits that come out of an event like this, right? Bringing people together to see where they can go creatively from there. I wanted to ask you, Giannis, in terms of the types of games that you see come out of your community, are there any overarching themes, or is it all just completely different, the type of games that people create in Latvia?
So mostly, I think there are pixel games like retro style games, 2D games, stuff like that. Um, and what I see is like most are like very how can I say this? They want to create something big, you know. They're still solo developers, but they want to create something crazy big. As an example, I can say there's this game Space Wreck from Latvia. It's a solo developer. It's an indie RPG. Like it has crazy details and stuff, but the guy just sat and created it. It's yeah, but the styling it's like very similar. It's like pixel art, and I think because like one pixel art looks really great in my opinion, and second is it's easier to learn how to do that instead of maybe some 3D stuff. But of course, that's not to say we don't have any like 3D games. We have like virtual reality games. We have some 2D/3D type of games, like retro style games, if that makes sense, like PS1 graphics. Yeah, there's
Okay.
one person in each IO like creating them all the time. I think it handle was GG Bot. Yeah, he creates all the time like some like retro games. It's the overarching, I think. The retro games, and then there's hyper casual and casual type of games also.
I wanted to circle back to the opportunity that is just created because of the Global Game Jam in your area. Like you had mentioned that people had hired people on their team or wanted to work with them because of they showed the exceptional skills during the game jam. That is just it's just amazing to me. And I really love that it's not just about creating a game, but it's about meeting the people and the connections along the way. That's really cool that your community has been able to foster that.
Yes, definitely. I mean, I'm a part of Latvian Game Developer Association because of Global Game Jam. I think I was in university, then I somewhere I read, hey, there's this jam happening. I was like, okay, I'm gonna go there. Then I loved it, of course. Then I joined the association, and a few years after, I became a site organizer for Global Game Jam. And then a few years after I'm here, I'm a regional organizer for Global Game Jam. So I appreciate and love this event like really, really, because it was, for me, it was an introduction to like my Latvian game developers scene, like my Latvian game developers like community. Without Global Game Jam, I think I wouldn't maybe like knew there was like an association, but it would come like years later maybe. Yeah.
Well, we want to know what makes you laugh? What makes people of Latvia laugh?
I think dad jokes a lot.
Yeah.
A lot of dad jokes, definitely. Like there was this guy in I think UK Got Talent. Like he was a Latvian guy. He used this dad joke. Like what was it? I don't remember. Like on the top of my head, it was something like. How are you going? And people said, well, and he said, no, you're a person. And yeah, that's the Latvian humor, basically.
I love it.
Yeah. Something like that, I would say.
I love it.
Yeah,
I'm here for all different types of humor.
I'm
Perfect.
sorry. We have like last year or the year before in Global Game Jam, there was one game all about dad jokes, actually. Yes.
Of course there was. Of course there was.
It was all about it also like participated in another contest we have. Like we also allow Global Game Jam games to participate in it, and it awarded third place, I think, or second place. So it was really high, about like 20 games got submitted, so people really loved it.
That's incredible. I love that this year's theme is Make Me Laugh. I love, Giannis, that we got to share that with you, that Steph got to be the one to tell you that was it. And I cannot wait to see the various ways that your community makes us laugh this Global Game Jam. I'm stoked. So thank you so much for being with us today. And folks, if you're watching in chat, we'll be right back after this.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, bye.
What do you mean, what is GitHub? It's the largest, most complete development platform in the world. Millions of developers use it. And it's not just developers. These days, every company is a software company. I thought you might say that. Come on, let me show you. GitHub is an enterprise transforming, startup launching, community driven, super secure, open source championing, cloud-based platform. It's where the world builds software.
We created algorithms
and global businesses.
We even went to Mars.
Or at least our code did.
Oh, yes. With GitHub, anything is possible. But how? Say this is Sonal, a senior software engineer, and this is a team's project on GitHub. Sonal and her team can create their own branches of code to work together in parallel.
This is my branch, an alternate timeline where I can build, squash bugs, and safely experiment. There are communication and task delegation tools right next to my code. So when we're ready to merge, we merge instantly.
It works with thousands of branches for over 1 million projects.
And with built-in project planning, automation, CI/CD, and AI-enhanced code editing at every step.
You can move fast and get your ducks in a row! But we gotta be safe about it.
GitHub has advanced security with automatic vulnerability detection, secret scanning, and more. So we can build and ship safely and securely.
So, now you know what GitHub is, you might wonder who GitHub is. It's a student learning to code. It's disruptors revolutionizing music. It's a CEO transforming a global company. It's 21,000 strangers working together to take the first picture of a black hole. It's a place for anyone from anywhere to build anything. Anything you think the world needs. What's that? You already knew that? Well, why didn't you say anything? I was talking for ages back there. It's embarrassing.
Welcome back, guys. We have our wonderful hosts, Alchemist Mac and Cheese and Trisha Herzberger, and we have our wonderful guest from with Lithuania to talk to us a little bit more about their community as well. Can you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about that community?
Hello. I'm like somehow super nervous. Like it's basically like my dream come true, you know, like it's the global gem like theme reveal, and like that's my stupid face. So hello everybody, and yeah, my name is Ole. I'm in Vilnius, Lithuania, so that's the country like just below where Yanis is. So Yeah, and I represent both the country and the startup called Game Dev Camp. But there is a lot to unpack today. I know. Where do we start? Do we talk about the chapter, or do we talk about the message that I have that you people don't you dare to give up on the game so to make it the global game jam. They're worth something. And so do I start preaching or?
Let's start with your Game Jam community. Like all the people in your chapter, how many people are involved, and are they excited for Make Me Laugh?
Yeah. So let's start from this. Well, first, Lithuania is a small country, basically like about 3 million people. However, the global game jam history actually dates from Indie Game Jam in 2002. So it's even before it became global. Let me paste it in the YouTube chat. That's the history of I prepared a bit of Game Jam in Lithuania. The funny part that many people those of you in the chat who if you click on that link and see the picture, they became somebody. So many of them actually joined a small startup that is called Unity. I was part of that, but a bit later.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like we were renting a room. So in Vilnius, we were renting a room in Vilnius, and in Copenhagen, they were renting a hut, like a literal hut. And and now it's what? It's 2023, right? So Unity is a public company. The office is still there, just like it's in a huge building, like you see the lights there. So Unity's office here in the center too. And what about the chapters? The chapters currently, 2023 actually, not 2023, 2024. So it's 5 cities. So we have on-site chapters in 5 cities, and it's hundreds of people. I think it's one of the top 5 chapters in the world. Usually, in terms of actual participants, in terms of number of participants, number of game shipped. So I'm not involved this year. So I'm speaking on behalf of all the nice people who are doing it this year. Here's the link in the YouTube chat for those who are very curious, how it looks. Last thing I want to preach about the chapter is that we actually have, so there is a Lithuanian Game Dev Association that I'm a board member of, and we have a budget allocated for the art. As in, so each year, there is a contest for the artists, to create the art for the Global Game Jam, and this year it's every year is something special and beautiful. So what I'm trying to say that Global Game Jam is the event, and we really celebrate it, and it's really beautiful and it's huge, and so that's the event.
So it sounds like game dev is a huge part of just Global Game Jam is a huge part of the game dev community in there. But I need you. I just one thing I have to say. I love how you just glossed over this small startup called Unity. That's not one of the bigger names in game development. How does the fact that Unity kind of grew up there kind of influence the type of game devs?
That's what I didn't prepare, but I will put it later in the chat. There is an actual story. Maybe we'll let me see if I'm able. Yes. There we go. The history from RS perspective, again, it's here in your YouTube chat. So blame this person. It's blame this person. It's he has left Unity already, and this is his farewell letter that he sent publicly to all Unity employees, and now it's on his website. RS, you're probably watching this. I'm plugging you and your work and work of all of us back then. So basically, I mean, look, we're a very, very small country. the biggest city is about 500,000. The whole country is 3 million, right? So we kind of know each other, more or less.
Small
So
world,
basically,
yeah.
like you hire one Lithuanian, you sort of get all of them. So
They just come in droves.
I mean, like, yeah, but you can read it in Ara's blog post. Like he literally says, like, look, they hired me. I brought all my friends, because like that's how it works. I mean, they apparently were also like talented and skilled. So it's not like just camaraderie. It's also like skills. So yeah.
I love the idea of like you find a Lithuanian game dev. And you're like, hey, I have a project I'm working on. I'd like to bring you on. And they're like, I have friends. Oh, okay. How many? Yes.
All of them.
The answer is yes.
Yes, all of them, like all of the country. There is one more side, like the same joke, but from the different side that is sort of like half joke because it's also a reality. It's like at some point Lithuanians start, like, I mean, when you hire them, you sort of bring them on site, and like they bring some of their friends, and at some point they're like, we really want to go home. And basically what it means that you as a company are actually opening office in Lithuania. And
why do I see this as like a mini game that is going to come out of this theme, So it's like, hire a friend, and it's like all of Lithuania just comes. Like,
yeah, I mean, it's like is again, like it's I'm joking, but there is only like half of the joke here, because it's more irony than the joke, because like that's how it works.
That fits into the theme perfectly then.
Yeah, it fits into the
So speaking of the theme, I'm curious, Ale, what kind of humor do you think we're going to see come out of Lithuania for this game jam this year?
I'm honestly super afraid of tons of black humor, like the darkest, the darkest possible humor humor you can ever imagine, and probably some of the games gonna get censored just because, like, hey, I mean. Yeah, people like going wild in like the themes and topics that is sort of tolerated to bring up jokes are like very, very broad, and we'll see what it means. We'll probably need to talk to people to be more, I don't know, conservatives in what they can joke about, and think that's a global thing. That's not a local pond sort of. Sure. That people around the world can get sensitive about different issues, and we should respect that. And also, we should respect that. Let's focus on that.
I get that, but also shock value humor is the thing, and I think part of Global Game Jam is seeing the different senses of humor from different places. So maybe like a happy medium.
Ali's like refraining from being like, I don't think there's a happy medium here.
It's either
or nothing.
Dark humor or it's no humor.
Blackest night. Like there is no. It's either like kindergarten humor or just gallows humor, and there is no in between.
Other ends of the spectrum, and that's it.
But humor is such a spectrum. So I'm so excited to see the different ways people interpret this theme and then bring it into game design with mechanics or story or art. Like, there's so many ways you can go with it.
Yeah. I'm super happy about the theme too. It's I mean, this year, I mean, like us in Eastern Europe, so like if you're located on the map, it's actually, oh snap, it's next to Ukraine, next to Russia. So it's been a bit of like brutal, a lot of things to think about. So sometimes, like to discharge and to take a laugh and, like to self-reflect, because like humor is self-reflection. Self-reflection is very useful. If you can make a joke about it, maybe it's not that scary, maybe it's not that, ugly, and maybe it's not that awful. So that's another thing that is in my head now. Maybe people will bring in, invent some culture.
I feel most often dark humor is used as a coping mechanism, right? Because it's one of those things. one of my one of my bosses when I was but a wee lad used to always say to me, like, laugh or cry. Those are your two options. Ultimately, no matter what thing comes up in your life, your two choices are laugh or cry. And his thing was, I personally believe that if I make someone laugh so hard that they cry, I've covered both bases. So having that type of humor to kind of help manage through darker moments and kind of rougher things is always nice. One thing that I do find interesting though, and this is, I've spent a little bit of time traveling. Last year, I ended up traveling a lot last year, and I spent a lot of time in like Sweden and in that kind of area. And it's amazing to me how different humor is even between countries. Like for the most part in the US, humor doesn't change much between states. Like a dad joke's a dad joke, with the exception of, you know, the lone mac and cheese puns are always good. Like those are always safe to keep in your pocket. But I do find it interesting how much humor can kind of vary from country to country. Is there anything that you find that is kind of a common thread of humor throughout the entirety of like the Baltic states, for instance, just that smaller kind of area? I know that's a question you probably did not prepare for, and I apologize for it.
Oh no, I don't have a link of it to share in the chat. I tried to prepare for everything. Yeah. Let's put it this way. We really so Lithuania and Latvia, you know, like we call each other brotherly nations. Estonians are a bit farther away, but like we really still like, you know, poking at each other, but like in a very friendly way, because it's like so nearby. And yeah, so Lithuania, like three Baltic nations and also Poland, we actually mostly laugh at each other and poke each other, and probably for people outside of the region, these jokes might feel like, oh, you're arguing or like you're fighting, and for us it says no, it's almost like a hug. It's almost like a hug. It's just like in such an interesting way.
That's great. So before we head out or do anything else here, I want to ask you to tell us a little bit more about the camp program, because I know that you do a lot for game dev and try to motivate people to stay within game dev. So tell us a little bit more about the camp program.
Yeah. So that's the invitation. I mean, to not give up on the games that you make during the game jam. Basically, like, okay, so my message is that I mean, obviously, when you think that I'm making a game and like what is like the definition of success of a game, usually like people bring up money, you know, commercial success. But like, should it always be a commercial success? It can also be, you know, sometimes it's just the process. Sometimes, you know, like you're making, like if you're making a game right now for your daughter and she enjoys it, like your game is successful. She is enjoying your game. Like that's it. And if she's able to play with her friends, I mean, that's double the audience, you know, and all this. So basically it is you as a jammer who defines what it means a successful game that you make. And basically this whole thing is why you should, you know, not give up on your game after the jam, you know, maybe polish it up a bit, maybe figure out a deadline, you know, like, so I take a rest, I take a sleep for a week, for example, and next weekend with the same team or without a team, you know, or maybe again, like, you just polish and continue this game and maybe make a fresh build, you know, fix the bug from the comments on the Global Game Jam website, and, you know, maybe polish it up and push it a niche. So, you can create your own deadlines, your own milestones, and this is how you motivate yourself. But yeah, if motivating yourself is hard, or if you cannot find a team just because you don't have the cycle, that's what game dev can help with. So like we're having a specific program, and we help you, like we give you the mentors, the feedback. But that's basically if you need that. But in many ways, I mean, if you know why you want to make this game, maybe you can motivate yourself. But yeah, if you need help, if you need professional feedback, if you need reviews, art reviews, code reviews, game design reviews, you know, like tight schedule, then apply to Game Dev Camp with the Game Jam game. Like, I invite you. So that's the plug, and that's the motivation.
There you go. Well, you've gotten all the info here, folks. Get your game submitted. Get some help from some awesome devs in the area. Ale, thank you so much for being part of the stream today, for sharing your insight, and we loved all the links in chat. So thank you for all of your prep.
It was very scary. It was very scary.
Do you have any final words to leave the stream with, Ale, before we let you go?
Yeah, that I don't have anything to dream about because my life dream and my life goal has been fulfilled. So like I'll need to come up with some new dreams, you know? So people in the chat, those who have clicked on the links, can you suggest me something to dream about next? I mean, I'm the Global Game Jam theme reveal.
No.
Feeling very silly and very thankful. Thank you.
Thank you for being here, and thank you to everybody who's watching right now, and also thank you to the Global Game Jam headline sponsors Big Bang and our Empower sponsors AWS for Games and Hathora. We also want to thank our global promotion sponsors SideFX and Unity.
And we can't forget about our diversifier sponsors, UK Games Fund, GitHub, ReadSpeaker, Dots.eco, and Leonardo, as well as our product or service, PureForce, CyberEver, Nate, and We Love Indies.
Finally, we want to thank our promotion partners, Game Maker, Fred Rogers Productions, Gdevelop, In-Game Job, GD Bay, Code to Inspire, Swish Swoosh. Again, I'm never going to be able to say that without doing that. Gemio, JCI, Cinti, and Values Value.
Just a reminder, guys, there is still time to sign up for the Global Game Jam this year as well at the brand new website of globalgamejam.org. And if you love Global Game Jams as much as we do and can afford to support the mission, go to liberapay.com/Global Game Jam and you can make a monthly recurring donation. And Global Games Jams is a 501c3, so everything that you do is a huge benefit. It is tax deductible and helps us make great events like GGJ possible. So we thank you super much, and we'll see you guys soon.
Hey Global Game Jam people, I'm Feridun, the co-founder of Swoosh. Several years ago, we started our game audio business in a Global Game Jam event, so it has a very special place in my heart. We are very glad to sponsor this great event, and I believe my speech is reaching out to thousands of people from all over the world. This year we are participating in this event with a very special sound pack in tune with Global Game Jam's theme. Feel free to use all those sound sets in your games. I wish you good luck, have fun, be careful about your back pain, so walk around and meet new people.
joined by Trish, Alchemist, and Steph. And hello, we have Sandro. How are you doing?
Hey everyone, I'm well, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Great.
It's good morning.
I don't know if it's really a good morning, more like almost bedtime here.
Good time zone to you.
Yes, good time zone too.
Like
I
that.
like that. So, Sandro, you are the leader of the Global Game Jam in your area?
I don't think I'm really a leader. There's not really like a leader, I think, or if there is someone else. I'm just the RO this year, so I'm the one people go to seek help, hopefully, and I'm also the link between the organizers of worldwide and Portugal, not Spain. Don't confuse it. It's Portugal.
I'm sensing a little bit of competition there. So I may not be great with geography everywhere, but I do know the geography of those sections. That tracks perfectly. Like, no, not them, just us. The rest of them can do their own thing.
This is our team.
So, Sandro, tell us a little bit about what Global Game Jam looks like in Portugal.
Well, I don't really know all that well because it's my first time being an RO, so I started just this past November, so still overall new to all of this. But as I can at least share my experience as an SO for 3 or 4 years and a few more as a jammer, and I think it's overall relaxing. You know, people go there to meet each other. Most people even go to like just start developing games with when they are curious to how do you make a game, or what does it take to make a game, how does a game dev team work and all that. So they join mostly out of curiosity, a bit of learning as well. I have many students, for example, trying to join a master degree on game development, so they first join a few years of game jams to get a bit of portfolio behind them and all of that. But it's overall it's fun, lots of jokes, lot of funny moments, but I think that's at least the funny moments I believe are worldwide. So
I definitely get that. Now, you said you have some experience as a jammer, so I have a question that's just that I have to ask you. As a jammer, how do you feel about the theme of Make Me Laugh? Like, were there any immediate ideas that popped into your mind, or was that one of those that you feel like you will need time to really ruminate on before you start?
well, funny thing is, the moment I saw the team, a kind of idea came to my head, because my first game jam ever, we did a video game that is so buggy, like it doesn't work, and it has a weird type of black humor. So I agree with Ole when he said, "Oh, we might have some black humor in there that might need censoring." And then my first game was a bit like that, because it was like a fight game, but the characters were all based on minions, with the green skin and Shrek ears, and they
I love
represented
it.
like famous people from various decades, like Michael Jackson, Neil Armstrong, Bill Gates, a curious painter from Germany that most people don't like to talk about. And yeah, it didn't work. Weirdly enough, only Neil Armstrong was one that didn't get any damage. The painter killed everyone with a single hit. Figures. And then, yeah, there are other funny things, like our programmer was also our sound designer, so he recorded all the music and the attacks with his own voice. So it's like screams and squeals, very odd. And eventually it doesn't work. It's not a working game or a working beat 'em up game, but it's overall fun. I don't remember the last time someone played it and didn't laugh immediately just at the prospect of how ridiculous it is. So I'm thinking maybe I'll try and pitch my idea to my team, whoever they are, and see if they wanna go for that.
I love it.
As a jammer and now as an organizer, what would you say would be a big tip for people that are maybe a first-time jammer or wanting to get involved? Like, what's the something you learned in your years that you're like, people need to know this tip?
I'm going to steal a quote from Dragon Ball.
Yes.
From Muten Roshi. Sleep well, drink lots of water, and eat well.
Okay.
So it's the
Always good
motto of
advice.
Well
the
said.
Tortoise School.
Fantastic advice.
It is easy to get caught up in your work and be like, oh yeah, I haven't slept. I've been awake for 20 hours. Or, oh yeah, I should probably eat something. It's 5 o'clock. Or, it's so easy to get caught up in your activities. And I bet even more so as a jammer when you're trying to work on a problem in the game and other people on the team are almost waiting on you to continue their part.
Yeah, for example, that first gem, that first game that doesn't properly work, there is no proper damage being done. It was a bug that we now call a feature, because our head programmer didn't want to sleep. It was like 7 or 8 hours for the gem to end. It was on 2 all-nighters, and it refused to sleep. Even if the whole team told him, please go take a nap, go rest a bit, just 15 minutes nap, we wake you up. Oh no, I can fix this. And one bug went to 4 bugs, 4 bugs went to 16, and so on and so on and so on.
Yep.
So
When the
yeah,
brain is
resting
tired,
is-
it makes
and
mistakes.
eating. And
Coffee can only take you
even
so far.
True.
more so, I recommend tea over coffee.
Okay.
That's what I'm drinking. Tea. Yes.
Tea's so much better.
Less bathroom breaks, and not
True.
as aggressive to the stomach. So
I'm hit. I'm wounded. Oh God.
Alchemist is like, you just said the worst thing possible.
This is our resident massive coffee drinker.
I've already finished mine today too. So Alchemist, don't worry, you're not the only one here. I get it. In terms of make me laugh, I feel like this conversation, Sandro, is already there. Kind of accidentally. But what types of humor do you see coming out of Portugal specifically?
probably the first joke I think people are going to refer, whether they make a game about it or not, might be like it's not really an official icon for Portugal, but we often joke about codfish or bacalhau, because we have so many dishes of that nature, and somehow we adopted the codfish as our unofficial icon and joke and pun and all of that. So we might have some games on bacalhau, I guess. But yeah, there might be a few other jokes. Maybe more so depend on the region, because we also have, as every other country probably has, accents. So some accents are funnier than others in here, so there might be that. There might be inside jokes to each place, and probably lots of dark humor as well.
Mm-hmm. So mostly subject matter humor more so than mechanics of the game. That's your guess?
Yeah, I'm guessing it might be like that. Yes, not really lots of mechanics, but we'll see.
Okay.
One never knows what sleep deprivation and a chiller environment might bring out of the game designers.
Over caffeination plus relaxed environment equals the darkest of humor. There is one other thing I kind of want to bring up, and this is something that we've kind of touched upon briefly in other areas, but with your geography, is there often where you guys kind of make jokes about Spanish people, like, again, within like reason, but like I know that in some places they will make jokes about their neighbors as a kind of a brotherly, like the same way you'd kind of make fun of a little brother. Is that something that happens a bit in Portugal as well? And do you think that's something that might show up in games from jammers there?
Sorry, could you repeat that again, please?
Basically, I know that like some countries kind of have like a brotherly kind of teasing relationship with other countries around them. And considering where Portugal and Spain are, do you think there will be some game jammers who kind of lean into those jokes between Portugal and Spain, like kind of at Spain's expense?
No, I don't think so. At least not in my opinion. But I might also be biased since I live quite close to the border, so I might spend quite a hefty amount of times in Spain per year. So might be
Gotcha.
biased.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
In fact, the little joke I mentioned earlier about not confusing us is that sometimes probably maybe a few years ago now, and I would watch movies of, well, not movies, like videos of, do you know where Portugal is? And people, oh, you mean that colony of Spain? Yeah, of course I'll get triggered. I think every Portuguese would get, but at the same time it's like, okay, let's turn this bit of awkward triggering moment to something fun. Let's own it.
Definitely get that.
Understandable.
Colony of Spain. Them's fighting words where
And Sandro, I know we only have you for a few more minutes,
Mhm.
but could you just quickly kind of give us some insight as to what an RO in Global Game Jam does?
Well, you mostly talk and chat, review what the SOs try to organize, what's their ideas, if they have any doubts, and if they have any doubts, you help them. For example, this year I have the only one, actually two SEOs that were new. They never did a game jam, never organized it.
Okay.
And one of them was almost feeling like canceling because they couldn't get any sponsors and they were doing it alone. And it was I felt like it was my job to calm down and say, no, first of all, you don't need a sponsor per se to do the jam. As long as you can provide jammers with a roof over their heads and electricity and internet, you are fine to go. Of course, if you have more than that, it's awesome. You get more. I don't really know how to say it, but it's better. Okay, like that, more like food and maybe showers, things like that. But overall, as long as you are safe in a safe location, it's in the energy and Wi-Fi, you should be fine. And so he went from, oh, I have to cancel, to, oh, then yeah, let's go, let's do it. And now he actually has a few couple sponsors already, and he's doing really well. And even thank me because I don't know if all other ROs made it, but I also tried to make like a general meet with all the SOs, so they also know each other a bit better. They helped each other and all that. So mostly we try to help and remove any doubts they have, see if everything is well, if they are not going to make some mistake that could be offensive or not going really well with the GGA guidelines.
That's awesome.
There's also a we have some notes here from part of our background stuff. When you had mentioned about the idea in the global game jams, sacrificing the game's final quality in lieu of in order to make newbies have a better chance at understanding and getting into the development. Can you touch on that a little bit more?
Yeah, of course. Actually, it's not really just global game jam; it's game jams in general, and probably many other subjects. And this especially happened to me last year. We had a lot of new students joining us from the an earlier degree, so they never made a game. They had no idea how to make a game, and even in the art types and coding and the areas they wanted to participate, they were really newbie. For example, I'm somewhat of a good 3D modeler, and we had a 3D artist as well in that jam, but it was the first time he was going to do 3D art, so he had a lot of mistakes. And when I said we kind of sacrificed our game quality, our final game comes, because I could have taken the reins to make all the 3D assets myself quite early on, but instead I chose to let him try and handle it, support him, let him also fail, even if it took the almost the whole 2 days, and that last hour I had to remake all the assets from scratch in a hurry. but the experience that I know he gathered, and he's coming back this year, how he felt proud. He understood the problems, why he did the problems, and then he could fix them. All of that teachings, that well-being. I think it was much more important than doing a much better game or a more finished product, more polished, because you can always do that after the Global Game Jam on itch.io. You can continue developing your idea.
Yeah, that is excellent. I think that is a fantastic point. It is a learning experience, and there's always more time. There's always more time to fail and redo it and get better, always.
I think failing is how you learn too. You might solve a problem that you didn't know was a problem, but when you fail, you're like, oh my gosh, this thing keeps happening. And you're learning different ways to solve maybe new problems along the process. So I think failing is an important part of growth.
I also agree with that. And I think one of the other things that's really interesting about failure is that it's very easy to see someone's success and go, well, I don't know how to replicate that. But one thing you can always do is that if someone fails at something, you can always go back and analyze how that failure happened to prevent it from happening again. So as much as it's difficult to share success, it's a little difficult because there's always a negative connotation with it. But if I know, I think it's a Sherlock Holmes quote, which is when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. And I feel like with game dev, that's another one of those things where it's like, okay, this didn't work, this didn't work, this didn't work. I know that these things are what are causing my issue. And although that doesn't help you, one of the other people in the gym might go, I'm having that exact problem with that exact thing that you fixed. So I'm going to use that little piece of your experience to kind of resolve my issue. So it's a wonderful kind of piece of the community that I feel like sometimes maybe overlooked or understated, maybe both.
Entirely understandable.
Is there any other community aspects or anything you want to touch on about the just global game jam or just the game dev community in your area and the different areas that you're helping, the cities?
I don't really think so. Like I said, I'm still starting, so trying to set up a few challenges to myself as an RO as well, see if I can get more sites to join. I know also, for example, some places have 7 or 8 or 9 sites to join, like a mile or two away. Others have to move like 300 miles away, and that might be a bit too much. So I'm trying to see if next year, for example, we have more sites spread around. So at best, like I have to walk 50 miles, not walk, but go 50 miles, and I can join some site, not 300 or 400 miles. That's a lot. That's really far. And yeah, slowly see if I can help and improve not only Portugal's participation, but even the jammers on Portugal and the game development culture. Say that it's not just about game, because we can't call it a game, but plenty of, I say, simulators nowadays, driving simulator and such, go much beyond the games, but they are still games. You can have fun playing them. So, and it's playing in a way.
Definitely.
But yeah, besides that, not much to say.
Thank you so much, Sandra, for being here and telling us about the community. And just, I'm excited to see what comes out for Make Me Laugh. It's such a good theme, and all the different types of humor that come from different areas, the dark humor that everyone seems to be touching on. It's going to make for a lot of fun and interesting games. So definitely excited to see what comes out of it. So thank you so much for joining us today.
Of course. Thank you for having me, and have a safe weekend and a better jam.
Thank you, Sandra. Thank you. All right, we'll be right back.
I know that, of course, if you're here, it's because you want to make a game. But not just any game. You want to make a game in 48 hours. And I think that this is crazy, especially as a game developer. I think, it's incredible that we're able to make a game in such a short amount of time.
It's really cool to see so many people get involved and make good stuff. People get prizes, people learn, you form groups, you make friends. So yeah, it's just a really great time.
I honestly think the kind of ideas that people are going to come up in this game jam are going to be phenomenal because there's no need to think outside the box because the box is so big to the extent that there are so many things that you can do with it. So I'm just genuinely excited to see this.
This year is special because I think most sites have been offline and meeting face-to-face for the first time for 2 years. This is different and we've missed this.
The whole thing here is you're here to learn and have fun and make friends, so make sure that's your priority. The game is the consequence of that.
I just have one last thing to ask you. Please, whatever you do, let's go make something awesome. Thank you so much.
You've made the multiplayer game of your dreams, and you're ready to put it online for the world to enjoy. With Hathora, hosting your game servers couldn't be simpler. All you need is to create a Docker file, then Hathora will build your container and replicate it to our registries across the globe. Once you select a group of players to start a match, Hathora starts a server in the optimal region and routes players through our premium edge network, ensuring the lowest latency possible. Hathora automatically spins down idle servers, ensuring you only pay for active use. As your game rises in popularity, Hathora scales rapidly to ensure players are never left waiting. While hosting matches across the globe, the Hathora network fends off DDoS attacks so that they never reach your servers. Hathora handles your infrastructure so you can focus on building the best game. Get started today at hathora.dev.
So it's funny that ad was the one that played before this. By the way, welcome back, everyone. Hi, my name is Alchemist, and I'm joined by Steph, Mac, and Trish. And I'm also joined by Robert. Okay, let me take a moment.
It's like an iceberg.
First of all, always happy to talk to you. Glad to see you again. Last time we talked was during Global Game Jam last year.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
It is very okay, Chad. I'm going to be very honest with you. Because of how much information we receive in a short amount of time, a lot of times we end up getting information before the show, we get some information after the show, and we kind of follow up with it afterwards. I cannot think of another time that I learned something during a show that completely changed how I viewed game dev. And I actually know the exact last time is because we were talking about one of our sponsors and something that Bobby is a huge part of, which is Big Bang. So before I gush anymore, can you please tell everyone else at home a little bit more about Big Bang so they can understand why I'm freaking out a bit? Just a teensy bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'll do a tiny bit of keep showing because talking is, everyone's telling you how amazing their thing is, and it's like it can get a little bit drony on. So I actually brought what I decided to do this year. Last year we did, if you saw the presentation we did 5 people built a game in 10 minutes. I think the problem with that was it was like too fast. It was too good. So this year it's me doing it, so it's going to be much worse. So maybe it won't even work. I don't know.
Like, let's make it harder.
So let's make it harder. Let's make it not work as well. So I'm gonna do a thing here. Let me see. I've got a link that I'm going to post. I have transmogrified myself into a clown since learning learning about the theme this year. And yeah, if you scan this QR code, you can jump in together. And what I thought we would do this year is we have a platform up here. And I thought what we could do is just really simply use .BigBang to build a path to success, a path to global game jam success. And at the end of this cloud, at the end of this journey, there is something, well, you know, let's be honest, it's the website for global game jam on .BigBang. It could be, but let's imagine that's your hopes and dreams for global game jam this year. So we can see that we got a guest. Nice to meet you. Somebody jumping in already. And so, yeah, .BigBang is a thing that we've built that lets you make and play games in a web browser. And the thing that's, I think, is most cool about it is that you can just send a link and people can people can join in. People, this person's giving us some emotes here. People can just jump in with that link, right? So the second thing that's cool is you can just press this edit button and edit the game. This is my game and I own it, so I can hit edit and just edit at any time. There's no like build process. You don't need to download a tool. There's no like, oh, I need to export for Android. I need to export for web. So yeah, you can see that we've got a bunch of people joining. These people don't even have an account. So as soon as you build something, say that you want to do a game jam, get something going, you know, you find that you've got something fun, you can just throw that link to your friends. They can jump in, give you some feedback, start testing it straight away. So yeah, so that's enough blabbing. I thought what we could do is just start building. So I'm going to just start doing that. And, you know, if you have other questions or things that you want to ask them at the same time.
I just wanted to clarify. Anyone can join this right now using that QR code?
Yeah, that's right. So, you know, so now we've got a guest. Look, our guest can't get on the platform. Let's move it down. That person made a Jeep. There is a Jeep spawner there. They might be driving that Jeep around whilst we're playing. So yeah, these other people are just joining from this QR code. I put the link in the chat as well. Yeah, it's kind of like building games and playing games simultaneously. So anyway, my challenge today is to continue to build this game. I'm going to move it around with this person standing on it to the point where we can get up to these clouds. That's our goal. If we get there, we've won. If we don't, then, you know, it's not that bad. We don't always succeed in game dev. So yeah, I'm going to start cloning some stuff out. You know, this is going to take me 2 seconds. Everyone's too good. Everyone's too good at this. Let's look. We need to make it more difficult. Maybe we should make it terrible. Let me put something here that kills people. I've got some stuff down here. I'll put a toxic.
Maybe we should make it terrible.
Game dev is not always easy, right? So if we have a toxic barrel here killing people, maybe that'll be a little kind of a difficult game to build your masterpiece. Yeah, look, these people are all dying now, so it's working.
I'm just gonna come here.
Yeah, I don't think we should. I don't think we should make it too easy. I think we should make it more difficult this year.
Just gonna run, jump quickly.
Look at this.
I'm
totally
leading people on a
merry. I'm leading people on a merry chase. I don't think they can get to the clouds from here just yet. No.
I'm trying there.
Yeah, I think we need to. I think we need to be a bit kinder, and we'll do the final section here where we're just going to build straight up, and we're going to come around and give you access to the cloud. But this toxic barrel really is killing people. This person managed to get up. Yeah, no, somebody got up, and the goal and the reward that you will get for your parkouring is to be able to visit the Global Game Jam page for the Big Bang. So yeah, that's, you know, it is what it is. So we managed to get there. But yeah, so what I wanted to show this time around was just, it's super easy to build stuff. It's very quick to build things. It's really perfect for a game jam game. You know, whether or not you're trying to build like the next massively successful game, or if you're just trying to mess around with friends, I think, you know, game jam, for me at least, is very much about just playing with ideas, trying to get something to work. And yeah, on the site that we have here, we've got a whole bunch of starter kits that you can use to get started with a game jam. Say you wanted to make like an FPS, or you wanted to make a combat game, or even something much more ambient. And then we've also got information about how our team will help you. So you can come and join our Discord, mess around. and if you get stuck, we will help you with everything. So yeah, that's my presentation. Any questions?
Yeah, I would love for you to touch on the dot big bang like community.
Yeah, so we have 6,000 people in our Discord, and they range all the way from absolute beginners, people who've never touched a piece of code, people who've never made a game at all in their entire life, to people who are, quite experienced game developers, obviously our team, but we have people building, pretty complex games on Big Bang. And, I think the other thing is it's important to note that this thing is like a complete game engine underneath. I think when we pop out into the game editor, a lot of the games on Big Bang use this default player character, the running around third person view character. But this character is actually just composed out of scripts, and all of these scripts you can look at and change. You can copy this. You could make yourself a spaceship. You could have a top down game. It's just this is just like a fun way for people to get started. So yeah. And then built in is, complete scripting. So you can add, I'm going to put a script on here. It's probably going to break, but that's what it's all about, right? Let's just make it spin around, right? So I put a script on it that spins it around, and, the code editor that we have here is Visual Studio Code, and you can edit this code in real time. So I could make this go backwards by just changing this, putting a minus sign in front of the spinning here. This is one line of code that's doing it. It's, so we've got lots of small examples, lots of silly stuff. And then, yeah, the programming language is TypeScript, which is very similar to JavaScript. If you can write JavaScript, you can do this. But I think we should probably take this off again because it's getting a little bit nausea-inducing, perhaps. So yeah, that's it. It's a super fun way to just get started making stuff, and especially for a game jam where maybe you're coordinating across the whole planet. You're sitting where you are today. There's people from all across the world that I've seen on the stream so far, and everybody could just click this link and jump in and create together without needing to do that coordination, which sometimes can be very complex, right? If you're cross global.
So there is one thing that I kind of want to mention about this that you kind of alluded to. Because you can kind of drag and drop things into the game in real time and then also see the code. Big Bang is a really awesome way to kind of learn what things do what as you're going about it. Do you find most people kind of stick with the drag and drop aspect of it in the beginning and then move on to coding it directly? Or do you find that it's kind of an even split between people who just code straight up and then use it to view, or people who just use the drag and drop sections of it?
Yeah, I think we have a ton of people making stuff that have never written any code at all. They use the things that are there already. They have fun. They can customize what's there. And then we have, a spread of people all across the spectrum. And I think the point that you made, which is that it's a good way to learn, just like messing about with stuff and breaking stuff. I think that's absolutely true. You can see a game that you like, you can remix it, and then you can just start changing things and breaking it and changing all the numbers and seeing if it actually does something interesting. And I think certainly when I learned to make games, which was a long time ago, you had a home computer and you could just mess about with things, and the source code being available to lots of stuff. And it's kind of the same way that a lot of people originally learned to make websites, right? You just like right click, view source, and then you could just change stuff. So yeah, I think it's a great way to learn, just to take something that you like, change it, and see what happens.
That's cool. I have a question, and I'm sorry because you've probably told this story about a million times, but how did Big Bang get started?
That's a great question. Thank you for asking it. I have been asked that many times, but I love telling people the answer. So yeah, it started as a hobby project. So I was just kind of doing it in my spare time, mainly because, one of the things that frustrated me, especially I have 3 kids now, and I also was doing Hour of Code at my kids' school. I did it. I think I did 5 years in a row. I mentor at Game Heads in Oakland. And I also helped do free mentoring on Twitter for people. And one consistent theme was just that people who are already game developers really underestimate the complexity of just getting started, like downloading the tool, getting it on your system, opening a project, understanding what's happening. And I think a lot of people end up not actually doing anything, or they have some great creative ideas, but they just can't do them because the gap between having an idea and actually getting started is just so huge that it just never happens. And I think that's true with a lot of things. If you want to make music, but you have to turn on a laptop and load up a program and do a thing, 20 minutes later, you still aren't making music. Maybe you've lost your enthusiasm. And so what I like about, what we built there is it just takes like 5 seconds. Like we actually bought the domain game.new. So if you just type game.new in your web browser, you can come straight to a page. So you don't even need to remember the URL. And then within like 10 minutes, you can do a little prototype and mess about. So yeah, that's how it started as a hobby. And then more people got involved. And then eventually I left my job to do it full time. And we've been doing it for quite a while now. So yeah, it's rolling along.
Congratulations.
You mentioned game.new and you just blew Alchemist's mind. He was like, I need to go look right now. And he's sitting here with his mouth wide open. He's so excited.
I totally didn't immediately go to it and look at the kits that are there.
What's funny about game.new is that it was being, camped by like a domain camper for ages, and it wasn't available. But I was like a hawk. I was watching it. There was nothing there. And then exactly on the renewal date, I tried to renew it and it just worked. I was like, oh, now I own this domain. I can do anything. I'm super powerful.
This is mine.
Yes, exactly. Mine. So yeah, it was a fun time. Oh, I've still got my QR code on the screen. Wow. Look at that. You can go to .bigbang.com GGJ to find out about all of our Global Game Jam stuff. You can join our Discord, even if you've never made a game before. We're very nice people. And if you want to ask the simplest question, like how do I just put something in a game? How do I do anything at all? We're always very happy to help you because we just want people to be able to make stuff. That is our core reason for being. Look, another guest. Every time I put the QR code on the screen, more people maybe we should put it back on.
Yes. So I have a question.
Yeah.
When you have someone that has a bunch of say I'm an artist and I have a ton of assets and I'm like, oh, I kind of want to make a game. These assets are so cute. They would be so perfect for a game. Could someone put their own stuff they've already made in, or is it just predetermined? You can change the colors, but you can't put in your own stuff.
So actually, everything that's in here has been made just using these tools. Like everything that's in here is made using their built-in editors. So I'm going to click this button, and this object that we were just looking at, this part of the temple is a voxel object made in the voxel object editor. I can remix it. I'm not an artist, but check this out. Check out my new amazing version. Of this piece of art.
Beautiful.
And then I can save it, and then as soon as I did that, I can go back and use it in the game. So yeah, I can, if I click here, I can say this is the one that I just made, right, that we just saw, and I can click this, and now that's it, back in the game.
That easy, literally seconds.
So, or you could select everything and replace it with that. We do actually have a way that we're working on to edit them right here. So you don't need to go out and back, because sometimes that can spoil the flow and it's a little bit frustrating loop. So yeah, working on everything possible. And then if you can see down the bottom here, I don't know how obvious it is, but yeah, not only can you, build things that you have created, but you can also share the things that you've built and use things that other people have built. And so you can see that there's tons of things down here, like for example, tree. I'm going to type in tree. These are the ones in this game, but I can look for all trees. And then these are like every tree anybody's ever made, and there are thousands and thousands of things, right? So you don't need to, if you want to build your own things from scratch, that's straightforward and easy like we just saw. But we can also just find like fantastically detailed things that other people have made and shared and just stick them in here. Get a nice shady tree going.
And you can choose to share or will it automatically share?
So you can choose to share, and you've got complete control over that. You can say whether or not people can use it in their games. You can choose whether they can remix it so they can modify it, and you can choose, or you can choose just to use it in your own games.
Cool.
Very cool. One of the other questions we have here is, this is your game currently. What are some of the more popular games on the platform?
Oh, that's a great question. Yeah. So we've got a lot of games here. I need to if to show that, what I'm going to do is flip here, go the home page. Yeah, so we've got like a social hub where you could just like hang out and play. We've done a bunch of collaborations with YouTubers where we've got like Bed Wars type games. We've got a bunch of like FPS games that people love to play. We've got this game called Chase Heroes, which is like a multiplayer obstacle course. Like people in the it's maybe a bit loud. People in the Roblox would call it an obby, and so it changes your character into this like little cute and then you can run through here and play. So yeah, in terms of the games that are most popular, the game that we did with Preston Plays, who's a YouTuber, is a version of a game called Bed Wars, and that has been absolutely smashing it. So yeah, I think it has 1 million plays now, but yeah, really being successful there.
Awesome. And you had mentioned that you have a Global Game Jam site this year, right? Can you just revisit that again?
Yep. So .bigbang.com GGJ. And then this has, first of all, a bunch of information on getting started, how to use the voxel object editor. Let me see if that's going to stay. Yes, that's good. The documentation site, what these kind of getting started kits that we were talking about. And we have documentation on each one. Then we've got like a quick start game. We've got a game editor. We've got a guide for Unity developers. So if you have used Unity in the past and you think, oh, maybe I'll try this out now. We've got a little kind of color-coded scene here to kind of help guide you and get yourself started, and then a kind of translation from all of the words that you would use in Unity to words that we use for the same concepts. So that's really great. And then, yeah, down at the bottom, we've got the Discord where I will be for the whole game jam. Our game developers and our engine developers will be in there as well. So yeah, any questions at all that people have, they can come along and hang out with us, and we will help you achieve the Global Game Jam game of your dreams. That's what we're doing.
So I do have another question, and this might be something that I asked you before, so please forgive me if it's a repeat question, but since you can edit games in real time on the fly, is there an opportunity for instance, like 2 content creators could go and open up just game.new and create a game together with each other and then play it with the community?
Yeah, so like
Steph's mind is blown.
Yeah, so what I was showing you today was, I'm the owner of this game, and what I'm doing is sharing like a play link. I mean, it's all the same thing. It's just not showing the edit button to people who are in the game link. But if we're collaborating together and I give you the edit link, yeah, you can just come in and multiplayer edit together, and then we can just build that game in real time. So you can have a bunch of people who are playing, you can have a bunch of people who are making, and collaborate in real time like that. Yeah, so that is exactly what you can do. And last year we did that, and I just felt like it was a bit too complicated. So this year I was trying to keep it simple. Try and keep it simple. So yeah.
So that means that myself, Steph, Mac, and Trish could use Big Bang to make a game for the Game Jam using the theme of Make Me Laugh.
Are you having us enter right now or what?
Listen, I'm just saying.
I think I'm hearing you're having us enter right now.
I'm just saying, I think between the four of us, we might be actually unstoppable with especially with Big Bang making it so you drag and drop. Like I already
will support you.
Alchemist, if we're doing this, then my question for Bobby is there a tutorial? If we never developed a game before ever, and you go into your site, where do we start?
So that's what this page is for, this Global Game Jam page. That's exactly hopefully exactly the answer you're going to get there. But what I will say is, if you want to get together and make the dream team and make it happen, then just come and hang out in our Discord, and every single tiny question you've got, we will answer for you and we'll help you make it. And I think probably that game would win. It would win the Game Jam, which is not a competition, but it would still win it.
Will be unstoppable.
Would still win it. So, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's good. That's very exciting. I'm excited.
Oh, we're excited.
Your tool just makes it so easy and accessible for people like someone like me who is like, "Oh, I kind of want to do it, but I don't have any skills. Like, I don't know what I could do. I can come up with ideas, but I don't know how to do it." Like this is almost something that like in my spare time, I would like if I'm bored, I'm like, "Oh, I want to make a thing." And then you just like I made the thing. Like it's that easy. It's almost like I don't want to compare it to like Sims, but like you know when you like decorate and build a house, you're like, I want to build a house when I grow up, and you're like, I'm just going to build it in Sims. Like you can build your game in this way. It's really cool for people like me that are like, I don't know how to do it.
Show you a different thing. Well, I had another thought about that. Yeah. What I was going to say was, so I've been like a professional game developer for 25 years this year, which sounds like such a long time. But I think the important thing about starting doing anything, like, you know, I taught myself to play the guitar in COVID. And, you know, when I say taught myself to play the guitar, I mean, like I can play 5 songs by strumming them and singing them. I'm not a guitarist in any way, shape or form. But I think the thing that made me be able to do that was just that I did it every day, and I wasn't nobody was telling me that they, you know, nobody had an opinion on what I was doing. I was just doing it for myself. And I think one of the things that's great about Topic Bang is it doesn't matter what the end result is, right? If you come and make something, like you can come today, make something, put some things in a world, maybe it works, maybe some things don't work, maybe you don't understand it, but you had that one extra step. And then, you know, you have something, and then you come back the next day and you say, oh, well, I want to see if I can make that thing work. And then you keep going. And eventually you do have something that you think is great and is fun. And so, yeah, I think that it really gets back to that point I was trying to make, which is the getting started part is the part that 99% of people stop at, right? People don't do a thing because they don't never get started. Like you just never get going. So, yeah, I really think... I think you should make it. I think you should make something. I think you should come and hang out in our Discord, our wonderful creators. But I wanted to show you something because you were talking about Sims and this thing that we had. No, I'm going to stay here. Oh, no, don't go away. Right here. Wait a second. This is going to be the incoherent part of the...
I'm down for it. I'm digging it.
I'm going to look for Summer Sky's profile, and I think that she made a thing called... Where is it? Is it here? I was just playing it. I'm going to randomly look through games. She's going to
someone made Sims related or like a
This is it's like a beautiful. Is it? It's a is it? You know, was it called Cozy? Is it called Cozy? I can't find it. Oh no! Why can't I find it? Oh well, she made a beautiful cozy house. I was going to show you it, but maybe I made a version of it. Am I just going crazy? Is it? Oh, here it is. Summer's Cozy Pad. I finally found it. Okay, so yeah, Summer, one of our artists, just made this little house, and I just thought it was kind of, it's maybe not Sims-like, but it's kind of cool.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, and you can, you know, she made it so you can only walk, so there's none of this manic running around. It's got a nice pond outside. It's got a little hanging bedroom upstairs, little plants, closet. So yeah, I think, you know, there's a lot of things which are not necessarily like game in quotes, like, oh wow, look at the amazing game mechanics in this game, and just an experience. And you know, I've been playing a lot of walking simulators recently, and I think there's a huge amount of value to just making a space that you can share with other people and hang out in and have fun, and you know, not put too much pressure on, you know, it needing to be something fantastic. And I think that's a great way to get started.
So you mentioned that in this in that game, she made it so you could only walk. What are some of the other actions people can give a character to do?
Yeah, so, you know, you can actually change everything about the way the character moves. It's very easy to kind of get in there and just change some sliders around with how they can how fast they can walk or how fast they can jump or the gravity of the player. We're actually, over time, Big Bang started out where we were making really simple games. So maybe we had like 10 things in a game. And then over time, the games have got more and more and more complicated. And so we actually have a system that is coming to make that view of the character only have some really simple controls to make that even simpler. We always want to come back to making it easy, because it is sometimes, I think, a little bit intimidating to kind of open this thing up and just see that there's a huge sea of stuff here.
Sure.
But yeah, so I think there's just a bunch of stuff, right? So you can change the maximum speed of the character, or how high they can jump, how far they can fall before they get reset. All of the animations, we have about 2,000 animations, so you can kind of change those around and just have fun. But yeah, that is one of the things where I really want to make it easier. It's become more complex as the games have become complex, but I want to make it easier over time to do that.
Well, kudos to you for that, because finding that balance between a really robust, complex tool that really expands what people can create with it, but also something that's simplistic for first timers, that's a tightrope to walk. So well done on finding the balance.
Yeah, it's very difficult to sometimes find it. And so I would say the thing that's most fun and that you can do just to mess around here is you can in this templates tab down the bottom, some engines call them prefabs. There's a bunch of stuff in here like a trampoline and a launch pad and like speed boost shoes, checkpoints. And we should have put some checkpoints in for the people earlier, make it easier to get up this thing. There's some pets in here that follow you around and do things. There's a whole bunch of stuff. And so, each of these things also, you can go and look at the code if you want to and see how it works, but you don't need to. And yeah, that's a good way to like have that kind of Sims-like experience, just to build a space and put some stuff in it, rather than having to think about, code before.
Very cool.
Well, I don't. Yeah, keep going. Sorry.
I was going to say, what's the roadmap look like for Big Bang? What are some features that you're hoping to push out coming up?
Yeah, that's a great question. So one thing that we're doing this year is focusing a bit more on kind of once you have an account on Big Bang and you want to collaborate with other people, one thing that we're excellent at is like you can send a link and people can jump in. So if you're coordinating on Discord or you're coordinating somewhere else, that makes that really, really easy. Now, sometimes people are not doing that. They are already on Big Bang and they just want to like invite their friend who's online right now. And that's not possible. So we're adding a friends list. We're adding invites. So I can be making this game and say, oh, hey, do you want to come help me? Because I can see that you're online. So more of that kind of in-platform friends and social stuff. And then also we're making it easier to sign up. So that basically everybody has an account when they come, and when you come as a guest, you'll still be able to make something. And then at some point, you can sign up. So just trying to open that up and make it more accessible to people. And then finally, we're working on the game engine itself, like working on performance, with a goal to make it about 10 times faster. And we're getting really good progress towards that goal. So bigger things, faster things, cooler things, more accessible. Just keeping going with all of the main themes of the project.
Well, thank you so much for the demo today. It's so cool to see it in action. I mean, me for one, Alchemist was telling us before the stream about how cool Big Bang is, and just wait till you get to see it. And now we have gotten a chance to see it. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you for being a part of the stream. And it was just lovely having you. So are there any final words you'd like to leave everyone with before we say goodbye to you, Robert?
No, I just want, if you want to use Big Bang to make a game for Global Game Jam, that would be great. But, if you don't, that's also awesome. And we just wish everybody lots of luck with their game jam this year.
Awesome. Happy Game Jam. Folks, we could not make Global Game Jam possible without the help of our headline sponsors, Big Bang, and our Empower sponsors, AWS for Games and Hathora. We also want to thank our global promotion sponsors, SideFX and Unity.
And we can't forget about our diversifier, UK Games Fund, GitHub, Read Speaker, Dots.eco, Leonardo, as well as our product or service sponsors, Perforce, CyberEver, Nate. We love indies.
Finally, we want to thank our promotion partners, Game Maker, Fred Rogers Productions, Gdevelop, In-Game Job, GD Bay, Code to Inspire, Swish Swoosh. One day I'm gonna not do it. Gemio, JCI, Cinti, and Values Value. Go to globalgamejam.com/sponsors to learn more about the amazing offers that our sponsors have for you to take advantage of during Global Game Jam 2024.
There's always time to still sign up for this Global Game Jam this year and the brand new website of globalgamejam.org. And if you love Global Game Jam just as much as we do, and you can afford to support, we are a 501c3 organization, and you can make a monthly recurring donation at liberpay.com/globalgamejam. And we appreciate everything that you do to help us put on great global game jams like this one.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see you soon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Global Game Jam 2024 reveal stream. I am Alchemist, joined by my Global Game Jam co-devs on Big Bang, Trish, Mac, and Steph. And we are also joined by Caleb, who is joining us from Liverpool. Caleb, how you doing today, brother?
I am very good. How are you all?
Doing good,
Doing
doing good.
great.
Plotting my development company, trying to figure out what our first game is going to be. I'm determined to rope them into this. I don't know how it's going to work yet, but I'm determined to rope them into making a game with me. It's going to happen.
Alchemist, maybe by the end of the day, we'll have figured out what our communal game is about. It's a good stepping stone. Kayla, but I want to ask you, speaking of what these games are about for Global Game Jam, is there any running theme you've seen coming out of the UK space in terms of what developers, and especially very small scale indie developers, are putting out there these days?
That's a very good question. So I'm not very much in the game space in terms of digital gaming. I'm more of a board game developer. So I've seen that side particularly grow over the past couple of years. With that in mind, I'm sure we can look up a million success stories, and I'm sure some stories where things haven't gone as well. And that's an important thing with just game development as a whole. Like, oftentimes we think of these successes, like we've seen, for instance, Baldur's Gate, that game that came out recently, that did amazing. But in amongst that, there will have been a lot of challenges and a lot of things that have fallen to the wayside. And I think it's just looking at sort of the game space in general. Every year it seems to grow, and that's the best case scenario.
I love seeing people just develop their skills or trying something new. We had interviewed someone earlier today that said the Game Jam isn't really about, I mean, it's about the games, but it's also about the community, the people you're meeting, the connections that you're forming, and then what happens outside of the Game Jam. Does that ring true for you and your story?
Yeah, absolutely. So I joined Global Game Jam back in 2018, I think it was. And at that time, I was completely unaware of anyone else in that room. 6-7 years later, we've got a small community of people who are working with companies in the UK, in the Republic of Ireland. And it's just wonderful to see the stories that people have taken from one game jam to the next, all the way through to where they are now, even when it's the little jokes that have developed since the first game jams that we all took part in. For instance, if we dragged in any member of GGJ Liverpool in here and just mentioned the word milk, half of them would go off on 1,000 stories.
Oh no.
Does that mean we're going to see some games now?
Like, do I ask?
I want to know. I do. Okay, please elaborate. I need to know the deal with milk.
So, long story, very, very short. I think it was the second day of Global Game Jam. We found a random bottle of milk that we're fairly certain one of the jammers brought with them, because we were all like, oh yeah, we're going to bring in loads of supplies to make sure we don't have to leave. And then people were like, whose milk is this? And it ended up just becoming almost a deity amongst the jammers. And I'm fairly certain that's the point where all our brains are just shut off from any sense of normality. And we're like, all hail this random bottle of milk. So that's one of the joys with these things. You go in thinking, oh yeah, I've got the theme. I know what I want to do with it. And then by the end of it, you're like, that just all went straight out the window.
Yeah. Got to be willing to like toss up and crumble up a plan and throw it out the window and pivot as things change and come your way.
Yeah, definitely. Sometimes those plans being actually, when they're physically written down, throwing them off the second floor balcony of a building.
It's quite literally throwing it out the window.
Yeah.
I just want to say real quick to those of you in chat who had all hail the bottle of milk in your bingo card, now is the time to mark that one off, because I know that I saw the card that had that, and I just pushed that one to the side and grabbed a different one. So for those of you that kept that card, I'm tremendously proud of you. I did not expect to hear all hail a bottle of milk. No.
So, Caleb, apart from this year's Global Game Jam being bigger than in years prior, what are you most excited to see this year?
I think it's the same as every year, just seeing what people come up with, because the theme gives so much free space to work with. I mean, just the theme this year makes me laugh. Like looking in the chat as it was announced, people just throwing out ideas, and there must have been about 20 ideas within like the first minute, and they were all completely unique, none I had even thought of. So I think that's the biggest thing with events like this, just seeing where people's brains go in the minute after it's announced. And I'm sure as we go through the whole event, we will see so many unique ideas come out of it. And I think that is the greatest thing to come out of a game jam.
Okay, so the beginning of the stream when that happened, I definitely can relate to that, because like even us talking about it, we had a bunch of ideas that we threw back and forth amongst us as hosts. So I can imagine that all of the devs in there were probably all looking forward to that, and they were all throwing those ideas around, and then immediately we're like, all right, now that I have that, I'm leaving. Just as a quick public service announcement to chat, the idea that I stated at the beginning as a host about the whole RPG with the different stats being like humor and dad joke and black humor, that is no longer on the market. That joke is that concept is no longer on the market. We're developing that one. You can't have it. It's mine. That one's mine now.
And I'm guessing that's what you're building in Big Bang then.
I'm definitely, I can neither confirm nor deny. My time in the military is helping with this. I can neither confirm nor deny that I might be talking to Robert after this stream about Twitch integration. Is that a thing we can discuss? Like I can neither confirm nor deny that might not be the next call I make when this show is over. Just throwing that out there. Listen, good ideas are good ideas, man. And I just one of the things I love about Global Game Jam, and this is something that I don't think can be stated enough, is within gaming, not only just like video gaming, but board gaming as well. There ends up being this kind of trend that you notice where a lot of innovation comes from indie game devs, a lot of whom are players themselves, and they will see an idea in a game and they'll go, well, that's cool, but they could have spun this a little differently. And what I've started to notice, especially over the last 5 years, is that you start to see those ideas filter upwards now. Because it used to be that, ideas within the AAA space would filter downward, right? One person would make a really cool concept for a game, cough, cough, PUBG, and then someone else might, what's the term? Reappropriate tactically. They might strategically transfer the equipment to an alternate location of that idea so that they then make another battle royale game, cough, cough, Fortnite. But now you have games where indie devs are making games and those ideas are trickling up. How do you, and I know this is a long lead up to my question, which is, since you work in the board game space, how often do you see ideas that are developed and refined in board games kind of translate up to the digital medium?
It is quite an interesting sort of experience, because a lot of times the two worlds are relatively disconnected.
Mm-hmm.
You've got your board games, you've got your video games, they never really cross over. I think with the sort of advent of things like tools to help make game development easier, people are willing to experiment and take those risks. And I think that's a big tool, because even just something as simple as a board game with some sort of computer integration, I think it's quite interesting to see how they begin to overlap. And I'm sure we will see more of that. And it gives, what's the word? It gives a chance to innovate, because we're no longer limited by what we have physically in front of us. We have stuff that we can use anywhere on the computer space now.
Caleb, I have a question from chat that, due to the fact that you said you work on board games mostly, which board games have you worked on that people could check out?
So a lot of my stuff is just little projects that I kind of just keep to myself. So unfortunately, there isn't really anything out there. If people did want to check out anything I've done, by all means, go onto my Global Game Jam page. You will see various stuff that I've worked on there. Some of them I've worked with other people. Some of it has been completely solo. There's a couple on there that fall on that, what I was saying about the integration with computers and board games. So I think just have a look, and if you get inspired by anything, brilliant.
I love that intersection of computers and board games and where it can take us. I mean, the really retro, and I'm going to date myself here, but the really retro mind of mine goes to like Mall Madness back in the day. And so whatever the 2024 version of that is, hopefully not all around spending and credit cards, but incorporating electronics into our board games. I'd be interested to see where that goes. So thank you for pioneering that.
Yeah, absolutely. And with something like the Global Game Jam, I'll just quickly touch on it. Don't forget, we've got more than just the theme. We have the diversifiers as well. And anyone who's been watching the Twitch chat or the YouTube chat, we have had plenty of discussion about all the different diversifiers. So just in case anyone hasn't seen them, you can go on the website. They're little sets of bonus challenges. I know there are some that people have had discussions and they've gone, oh, I really like this one. I want to go with it. There's some that people have gone, actually, I can see how someone else might use it, but not necessarily myself. There are a couple I do want to touch on. So one of them, mainly because it helped me learn a little bit of Norwegian about 20 minutes ago.
Wow.
Kurseli in the cultural. So about the warm feeling of closeness. So that could be quite interesting with the theme. So, with a lot of these diversifiers, have a look at them, see which ones you want to use, see how they work for you.
I kind of like that, the idea of closeness and make me laugh, because sharing a laugh can be like a really intimate thing with a friend or a partner, someone who's down, like bringing their spirits back up. So I love that idea of the theme doesn't have to be humor. It can also be bringing up someone else's spirits and feeling closer to somebody.
Yeah.
The other cool thing I like about it, and this is kind of important, the diversifiers are there as an addition, but they don't have to be the core of it. So if you have a particular one that you don't want to use at all, you can definitely just completely skip that one. And I would assume that type of information also goes towards like future game jams, and we have future diversifiers that we add in. If there's one that they notice no one really is picking up on, then that might be one that they don't approach in the future. So that's definitely one of those cool kind of, it's almost like side quests in an RPG. It's like, yeah, I'm digging this. This game is fun. However, that side quest is going to take me 75,000 years to do. I'm just not going to mess with that. Or, the side quest might involve fighting something that is the size of a small city. And sometimes you're not prepared for that at level 5. So you might go, I'll save that side quest for later. So I definitely think that's kind of a cool aspect. Now, there's one question that we've asked everyone, because since this is a global event, it has been nice to get the opinion of that. How do you feel the humor in Liverpool will kind of manifest and show itself in this Make Me Laugh theme?
Oh, very good question. So, as people can probably tell from my obvious very Scouse accent, I have grown up in... No, obviously, I'm relatively new to Liverpool, but I think that will be something that's quite interesting, because Liverpool as a space is quite multicultural. We've got people from all over the world, and it's quite interesting to see how those all intersect alongside the sort of comedy that's been around for years. So I think in that aspect, it's going to be quite interesting, and sort of seeing how people sort of approach it, because some people might lean fully into the let's use the Liverpool comedy. Other people will look at it as sort of a starting point and branch out from there. So, yeah.
When I think,
no, that was
a sound that came out while he was thinking.
So I was going to say, of all my friends that are like UK or like just in that area, I always think of like just really dry British humor, where you're like, is it a joke? I don't, are you joking? I don't know. So I'm excited to see that type of humor played into it. This like this dry, I don't know, not grittiness, but not necessarily dark humor either.
Yeah, like obviously from listening to you speak with other guests, like the question of people's like style of comedy coming up, and in mine I was like, how would I sum up my style of comedy? And in amongst trying to think of it, I came up with a joke in my head, and I think it kind of summed it up, because I don't know why, but for a good 5 minutes I was like, I wonder if I could make a joke involving Alchemist.
You probably could.
So the sort of joke, and I know for a fact there will probably be at least one groan from either Twitch or YouTube chat. What's an alchemist's favorite band? Gold Zeppelin. It's one of those, it'll take a second when you think about the alchemist led to gold, and then yeah.
Grown. No.
I love it. So I need to know, as a person who that is what I identify as often, compared to some of the other alchemist jokes I've heard, that one was pretty good. And this kind of piggybacks off the joke of like different humor in different places, because I've heard an alchemist joke that is not repeatable on this stream, but it was one of those jokes that I heard and I could not help but laugh at it. And I love that at the end of this jam, not only will we get to see different devs' individual humors, but we will also get to see regional humor.
Mm-hmm.
And what I am most curious of is going to be 6 months from the end of this jam, when some of the people that have met during this jam from different places, you have someone from Portugal working with someone from Liverpool, working with someone from Green Bay, working with someone from Lithuania, and they all come together to work on something. The humor that come from that will be the purest, most concentrated form of whatever the common thread of humor is between all those places. And I cannot wait to see how that's going to play out, just because most people love a good pun or a good dad joke, or some people, apparently there's an entire section of the world that loves dark humor. And I'm really curious to see how those things are going to manifest when they're combined with other humors. Like just the idea of dark humor, like I think it was Lithuanian dark humor combined with British dry humor, and puns from Oslo, and we'll import some language-based jokes from like Colombia, and that pool of that melting pot is going to be delightful to sample.
Yeah, definitely.
For sure. I have one more question kind of spun off a conversation happening in chat right now. Caleb, how long have you been with Global Game Jam?
So I've been around since 2018, so this would be my 7th year.
Awesome. And in those 7 years, do you have a favorite diversifier? I saw Hyperamus in chat shouted out that they thought the best diversifier ever was back in 2022, the demake one, to make a game that could maybe run on a PS1. Do you have a favorite in your time working with Global Game Jam?
Okay, so my favorite has to be, I'm fairly certain it was from 2018. There was one diversifier that literally, when I told the rest of my team that I wanted to do it, they were like, why? Go for it. One of the diversifiers was, in the last, I think it was 12 hours of the game jam, make an entirely separate game. So alongside helping my team across the 48 hours, I went, yep, I'm just going to do this one as well. So...
Oh my goodness. And that's like the crunch hours. Like that's like go time. Like you're fixing all the little things. And you're like, let's pause like all the red flags that are happening here, the errors, and just do something else.
I'm just gonna make a whole new one.
Yeah, like
whatever, I'm gonna cry.
Red flags. We can just put them down, walk somewhere else, and it's fine.
That's insidious. That's like being in the middle of a house fire and then going, real quick, before we go any further, I'm just going to go down to the hot water tank and then just set that to blow as well. So you guys can continue working on the fires, but I'm just going to mess around with this pressure valve. Like I I love the fact that your team was like, why, and go for it. I imagine that requires, as much as that sounds chaotic though, I imagine some of the skills you develop in a game jam outside of programming or art are things that actually do transfer over to, I would imagine, any other game studio, like bigger game studios as well. Because I am certain that there have been times where they have been working on a game and one mechanic was just too much fun to drop, and it became like maybe a mini game within that game. So I imagine that's from the standpoint of the person outside watching, hearing the story, that sounds cool. I imagine, however, being in those trenches, it would be when this is done, you and I, we fighting. This will work, but when this is done, we're fighting or drinking. I don't know which one it's going to be.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and I think one of the good things with game jams is you get that chance to experiment. And one of the diversifiers, which one was it? I can't remember. I printed them all off, and now I'm very frantically trying to look through. I'm fairly certain there is one, and I'm sure someone in chat will have found it already, where it encourages you to change the role you take part in. So you have your coders become artists, your artists become the coders, and I think that's one of the best things with these things. You can kind of just throw any sense of logic out the window and just go, okay, I've never done this before, so I'm going to do it anyway.
Feel like if there was one word, although the theme for this year is make me laugh, I feel like the theme to describe game jammers is just resilience. Listen,
Yes.
Caleb, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for coming on and talking to us about not only GGJ Liverpool, but also just about some of the diversifiers and how people can use them. Tremendously appreciate you being here. I'm looking forward to seeing what your team does for this year's Game Jam. And we are going to take just a quick break, and we will be right back after a few words from some of our sponsors.
You've made the multiplayer game of your dreams, and you're ready to put it online for the world to enjoy. With Hathora, hosting your game servers couldn't be simpler. All you need is to create a Docker file, then Hathora will build your container and replicate it to our registries across the globe. Once you select a group of players to start a match, Hathora starts a server in the optimal region and routes players through our Premium Edge network, ensuring the lowest latency possible. Hathora automatically spins down idle servers, ensuring you only pay for active use. As your game rises in popularity, Hathora scales rapidly to ensure players are never left waiting. While hosting matches across the globe, the Hathora network fends off DDoS attacks so that they never reach your servers. Hathora handles your infrastructure so you can focus on building the best game. Get started today at hathora.dev.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. to
Hello,
the
everyone.
Jam. We are joined by our friends in Venezuela. Hello. Tell us about the Global Game Jam community, where you are. Introduce yourselves, the whole shebang.
Great. Hello, I am Deniam, and he's Luis, and we are both organizers of the Zulia Game Jam in Venezuela. Fear of all, thank you for the opportunity. Want to tell a bit about of growing community. The Game Jam has been taking place in Venezuela since 2011, thanks to Ciro Duran, the person who introduced this event from Caracas, the capital. Since then, it's continued to spread throughout Venezuela.
Hi everyone, greetings to the to the host, Trisha, Mac, Stefa. So if I get a name wrong, I'm sorry.
No, you got it.
Got
it. You guys are great.
Great. As Daniel said, we are both organizers of Zulia Game Jam. We just changed our name from Maracaibo Game Jam to Zulia Game Jam. This is kind of to represent our growth, and also people from all cities of the Zulia state went to the previous jam, so it didn't make that much sense that we had Maracaibo in the name. We prepared a presentation. Is that okay if we share it?
Absolutely.
I love this.
Yeah, we wanted to show you some of the games that are being made in the region.
Yes, please. I'm excited to take a look.
Yeah,
love presentations because that means that gives me 50 million questions that I'll be able to ask from it. I have time to take notes. I dig. So while you're pulling that,
just one moment, Daniel is preparing the.
Oh no, that's fine. While you're pulling that up, I have a quick question for you. So with the theme being "Make Me Laugh," one of the things we've tried to ask everyone is what makes them laugh. And so I want to ask you, when it comes to the idea of "Make Me Laugh," what makes you laugh when it comes to a player of a game?
When it comes to, sorry, what did you?
When it comes to playing a game, what makes you laugh within a game?
I get very excited if a place, not necessarily laugh, but I get really excited when I enter a place that is like massive. But I think comedy in games is not something that connects with me. But in WarioWare in the era of the Game Boy Advance, I think that was the only time I really enjoyed like mini games. I loved a lot. I was very young back then, but I enjoyed that so much. Even though my jam games have that vibe, that absurd vibe, I enjoyed that a lot.
I dig it. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Ya está listo. We're ready.
Let's
all right, let's go.
Like we said, we are no Zulia Game Jam. This is the timeline Daniel explained a while ago. Sorry if I mess up with words.
No, you're
No
fine.
worries. You're fine.
Yeah, you sound great.
I don't want to repeat. This is not my native language, but talking about participant numbers in the Maracaibo Game Jam in 2023, that was our peak with 70 jammers. It was a lot of challenge to us, even though we want to have 100 jammers this year. We are still with opening. We're still open to the registry of jammers. Also, since we are representing since we're representing Venezuela in this section, those are other sites that are in Venezuela. In the Lara state, we have Lara Game Jam, Caracas Game Jam, which is the OG, and Maracay Game Jam in the Aragua state. We want to talk a bit of the challenges. Since Venezuela has some kind of, an economic crisis, this means every year the challenge changes. Put in some way, but we are trying to keep this conversation positive. Let's keep this conversation positive. Despite those economic challenges, we've managed to cover the entrance fee and provide transportation to some jammers that might need it. This is thanks to the unity of our community. They kind of communicate each other to help each other. Thanks to our sponsorships, and thanks to, of course, the contribution from the global community.
That's awesome.
That is.
Yeah, that's really wonderful.
Yeah, thank you. Several studios and indie developers, we wanted to talk to you about this a lot. They have projects locally. Also, there are esports and gaming arenas like surging in the region. So that means maybe the community is growing somehow. But specifically local projects about GateNem, here are some highlights. This is Brave Studios. This is only one person. He's called Rafael Navarro. Un saludo si estás por ahí. His game is the Tidon History, an adventure game. Next, we have Carpincho Studios. Carpincho means capybara. Andrés y Frank, panas nuestros, they made this game called Botsy War. It's like a match game. I didn't play it, they meant it. Next, we have a Spectrum from 3D Avenue. This, David Morón, un saludo. This is a game that, maybe this is the more mature studio we had. I think they are not active right now. No, they're not. Next, we have this surprise for us. We discovered it last year. Yeah. No, the next is the most recent. This is the Lorry Fork team. They made this kind of, I haven't played it too, Denian did, this card game with a hexagonal board. Yeah, strategy game. And next, the most surprising one, this is Gal Ramirez Lion. This game won the Connection Investor Pitch from Latinx in Gaming, and I didn't know anything about it. ¿Cómo digo me encontré? I met this person by a casual. I was buying water in some place, and I had this shirt of the Maracaibo Game Jam from the last year. He noticed the shirt and asked me, "Oh, well, there's a game jam here. I was going to Caracas last year." I invite him. He's trying to register to the jam. He's kind of full of time, maybe making this game, maybe. But a big surprise for us, and evidence that there are game devs in the region that maybe we don't know, and we need to keep making some noise. I don't know how to say in English about the jam, so everyone know what's going on in here. We wanted to tell you a bit about what worked for us. Maybe it worked for everyone, but
Like free pizza always works for me.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. We're all in the same page. Free pizza, free food, food that is easily eaten is a plus in any game jam. This, in my opinion, allows them to the jammers to solely focus on their games, on the networking. It's a big positive thing. We provide mentorship and crash courses. Later we'll talk a bit about those crash courses. This allows new jammers to join confidently, por decirlo de alguna manera. We encourage people also to create every asset during the jam. This maximizes creativity, even if that means one musician. I was there. If just one musician makes all the music on the whole jam for every team, that happened to me like 2 times. After that, I was I'm going to program. For Brett's LAN parties, this happens in other in other sites, like the boys always organize and make a LAN party, 1 hour, 2 hours, not so much. For some reason, everyone loves this. I don't know why. And outside the jam, we pay a lot of attention to the community. We're highly detailing, supporting all the people in the jam, and provide an informal atmosphere that helps them to like be themselves. Also, we've been trying to pass the responsibility of the content to non-developer people, to content creators, so that non-developer people that may not be prepared to talk like me or Daniel, to provide, to be the voice of the Zulia Game Jam, the Maracaibo Game Jam previously to Zulia Game Jam right now. We want to talk a bit about the courses. Maybe this is done everywhere, but I don't know. This year we'll give a crash course of Gold Engine that has helped developers, non-game developers, to like know the tool, and they made. Any person make very good games in a jam with our prior experience. That helps us a lot. Helps them. Also, Unity, a Unity crash course, a Game Maker Studio crash course for most beginner people. That one's new. And Blender 2, that's also new. This year. Here are some photos, so you can look how does the jam look. I'm over there, younger. Before being an organizer, I was a jammer. Maybe that's all our cases. And for 2024. Or goal, 100 jammers, please. Biggest site so far, we achieved it. The next thing is that it looks pretty, I hope. And 10 games, I think that's the easier one. Yeah. So maybe that's it. Yeah, that's it. That's our presentation, please. You can. Any questions about our presentation?
Well,
Yeah.
no, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I love the amount of support that you provide between the courses, inspiring people creatively to try something they haven't done before. Plus, of course, making sure their physical needs are met with the free pizza and, of course, the LAN party connectivity. It really is fantastic. And thank you for sharing that in such a concise and informative way for other people who might be thinking about starting their own global game jam site. I thought that was incredible. So thank you for bringing that. All right. Sorry, Matt. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I absolutely love like in the pictures that you showed, there was women and men. It's a lot of people when they think of like the STEM courses and just like dev work, it seems really hard, and I feel like a lot of women might steer clear of it, but seeing the supportive giving courses, letting people, women who want to join, learn is really, really cool. I love that.
Yeah, thanks.
I think YouTube chat has also mentioned it that you guys did have a lot, and I mean a lot of people who have never used game dev tools. So these workshops being in place have helped to kick off and create the game dev community in your area. Do you see a direct correlation between that and the game jams and seeing an increase? Because I know that you guys have grown so much as well. So are you still seeing a steady increase in more game devs presenting themselves and wanting to join?
The community has been growing. The game dev community has been growing, but I think the correlation is not 100% because of us. But we do think being this like this spark that starts the dev mind in someone, it's a lot helpful and will be a lot helpful for new people. We hope that's the case.
Love that.
Game development remains a taboo.
Yeah.
One quick small question.
He's talking.
Don't you hear Deniam? Let me mute myself. And sorry. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Throughout these years, we have learned many things, both as organizers and as jammers. Each game jam is unique. Today, we are here to show the world that despite many geographical, cultural, or social challenge, there are still great possibilities that it can be done. It is possible. In our country, game developments remain a taboo, creating a strong social resistance. Many people show this belief when we say that it is entirely possible to build a career in game development.
Yeah, it is a taboo still. We have these like gamer arenas in the country that are rising up maybe 2 years from now, and still people say, wow, los videojuegos son, the video games are not good for kids. We are talking, we are pairing with alliances that align with this vision of video games being something positive. I think that's one of the challenges that we confront. Alchemist, you had a question.
Yeah, my quick question was just how do you see a lot of devs in Venezuela being like solo devs, or do they try to like actually form up into smaller teams as well? Because I know in some locations we talk to, they do a lot of like everyone seems to be working as a solo dev. So I'm wondering if this kind of the way you built this up kind of inspires more people to team up together instead of working all solo.
You mean in the jam or outside the jam?
Both, actually.
Okay. In the jam, the most common thing is teams. We try to make some icebreakers so they know each other, they know their roles, and outside the jam, it's another story.
Gotcha.
People tend to create games in solo studios, por así decirlo. That's I count 3 people making a game. Maybe not like people taking it is 100% seriously. Maybe just one of them. Teams, studios formed. 3, 2 active right now. This is in the region. Outside of the Zulia state, I have no knowledge about that. But I think the tendency is to be a solo developer. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Well,
You're welcome.
Daniel, Luis, thank you so much for joining us today and sharing your community with us. I'm so excited to see what Venezuela comes up with for the Game Jam. You guys are great. And coming up next, we're going to talk from Sandra from Colombia.
Okay. Thanks to you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Global Game Jam 2024 kickoff event. We are joined now by Sandra from Colombia. Thank you so much for joining us. Tell us a little bit about how Global Game Jam works in Colombia.
Well, first of all, I am really happy to meet you today. I am so happy that I have all these diverse hosts for today. So this is amazing, señoras. I am never like a company for this kind of diverse team. So I am really glad to have this today. Well, let me tell you a little bit more about the game dev industry in Colombia and of course the Global Game Jam. Colombia started to be part of the Global Game Jam since 2009. I am really bad with numbers, and when I have to do it in other language, I am like, hey.
You're doing great.
Understandable entirely.
That's it. My brain was like, panic. Immediately panic. So when everything started at the beginning, in that moment, we have like a few companies in the game dev industry that were part of, you know, like usual companies when they start in an early years is like we do empanadas and video games. Like we are not like that kind of companies that are super specialized in game development. So when the industry started in that 2009, it was super early in those years, but now the story is completely different, and is of course thanks to the Global Game Jam, thanks to the game dev communities and the other actors that are part of this kind of stuff. So I'm going to tell you a little bit more about the Global Game Jam today. Yay!
Please do.
Of course. So I have also a presentation. I'm going to share my screen. I have it in Espanol. This is a presentation that we usually share with the, well, you know, the holders that we want them to be part of our game jam, that we want them to be like interested and invested in what we do. And how Tan Grande Jugando start being part of this game jam, of course, because as Venezuela, you know, all the region, we have a lot of meets around the game development. And I am sure that that is not only in Colombia, that is not only in Latin America, that's something to happen to every one of us, you know, like we call it like, well, I didn't told you first, Tan Grande Jugando, it's really an insult. You know, like, oh, you're so old and you're still playing? Like, how old are you to be playing this kind of stuff, right? So
I've had someone tell me that.
I relate to that. I turned 40 last week, and the first thing my friend said was, "You still playing games, old man?" But I digress.
Of course. Like, people doesn't know like the benefits of gaming. But definitely because of that, they don't know the power of creating, because everyone can game, like everyone can play, everyone it's going to be like, how would I say it, like having a time to consume. But being that creative mind, that's what I want to post in my country. So we do have a gaming culture here. We have esports, we have like these otaku culture. So of course, video games is part of that. But making games is like the nerdy part. And of course, I am in love with the nerdy part. That is that is a must. So when I try other organizations to be part of this and like understand what we do, I try to show them this presentation, which is a really good summarize of what is the Global Game Jam. You can see it here in Espanol. This is also a presentation that we share with other locations, so they can copy and paste in their own words and their own necessities, because we want to have more locations in Colombia and in America Latina. So if you are part of another organization and you want this text, you want, ping me out. You have to ping me out, and I'm going to share this with you in Espanol, of course. So as I told you, since 2009, it was the first time that the Global Game Jam was held in Colombia. These are pictures. The first one is a picture, is not about the Global Game Jam. It is about a game jam that Tan Grande Jugando was part of that. It was in the Escuela de Ingenieros. It's like a university for engineering. And the second one is the largest location in Colombia, which is Medellin. It is done in the UPB. Well, in English, you will say like UPB, but well, in Colombia, it is UPB, Universidad Pontificia Bolivariana, which is a university that has been holding also the Global Game Jam since like 2010, like they have been from the very, very first start. Other location that's super old is Bucaramanga also. So Bucaramanga has been like from 2011. And they don't have the biggest number as Medellin, because also it's a smaller city, but that definitely had changed their local game dev industry. And I'm going to show you a little bit in the early. So Tan Grande Jugando jumped to be part of this part of the Global Game Jam in the pandemic. We had a problem in that moment, and it was that all the locations that we have in that moment, they haven't had the experience to make a jam online. That's super sad. And so the locations that happened that year were like, we're not going to do that. And I was like, why not? We have like, and what we proposed them in that moment was, what if you and I create this together and we make this kind of jam? So people wanted to have this kind of opportunity. And it was, for us, it was a success. It wasn't our Tan Grande Jugando first digital game jam, but it was our first global game jam. We have more experience with, for example, we host the Women Game Jam, which is a jam that promotes the game dev industry and, of course, the inclusion of women inside the game dev industry. But, and this is a big but, I don't measure that, not that kind of bad. It promotes. I measure that jam not because of that jam. I measured that jam like, if in the Woman Game Jam I have 200 women, I don't say like this is a success. No, I measure it in the Global Game Jam because I want women to be more empowered in mixed events. The game dev industry is mixed. You know, like all the time we have a lot of male inside the game dev industry, and we have a lot of a lot of masculinity energy there. And how are you going to promote that these girls are going to be part of that space if you only let them be part of female related space?
Of course.
So I don't measure like this only in the Women Game Jam, even though we have bigger numbers that we have in the Global Game Jam. I promote it in the creation of these mixed events. So we've seen something that it had never happened before, and it is that the location of Tan Grande Jugando has a 36% of participation of women. So that is the biggest participation of women in Colombia in all our mixes jams. That is super important for us, that women feel comfortable and being part of these places. The sad story is that we are still an online site because we haven't found an ally that could help us, like be part of our location, and that give us a 48-hour place that we don't have to remove at night. Like we can still have our sleepover there, and also that it is accessible for people, because we do have allies, but that are like kind of outside of the city, so you have to move in a bus with your computer. That is not going to happen. No, and we do have a good public transportation, but it is not that kind of secure for you to be like moving your machine over there. That is not nice. So that's why we haven't been able to have our location. And I know we are also picky, because we could find another location outside of the city, but we are picky. So we're going, maybe sometime in the future, I'm going to be less picky, but for the moment I'm not. And the thing is that it has also created a lot of, I would say, like success in terms of how you're developing the content. This number, it is not the number of 36%, is not the number of the people that got the subscription of to event, and no, this is the people that went to the event, present a game. Yeah. So I am also like, I am very picky, señores. This is real. And well, how we do that kind of stuff and how we help these locations. We also help other locations in other part of Colombia. So because it's definitely something that we want. Tan Grande Jugando is like always like the biggest location, and we have a lot of promotion, because I am someone that, I don't know, I sneeze and try to communicate that part. That is super important for the locations, like communication of that part. That's why we also promote the other locations in Colombia. So we try to have an order. That's the way that we call our teammates there. We try to have an author on location. So this person, can grab his cell phone and start a live event with us, and just like, hey, I am here. I am leaving the game jam in Medellin. I am leaving them, and showing how that is working inside, because we want that other people from Colombia know their local community. We call ourselves Tan Grande Jugando is the community of the communities. Like we want, like if you are maybe from Barranquilla, and you want to be part of our game dev industry, and the closest organization that it is near you is going to be the faster way for you to ask for help and to get help. Because I am in another city, I am in another department. Well, we call it departments, but it is like the federations for you guys.
Gotcha,
I think so. So that's the way we do that kind of stuff. So the first time that we had this, it was in 2019. We went to the Global Game Jam in the other locations that were happening here. And we tried to show off what other cities were doing. And it was so awesome to see people like, wow, I didn't know my city had one location of the Global Game Jam. I didn't even know what was the Global Game Jam. Next year, I'm going to be part of this location. So even though we don't share the same numbers of other locations, we know that it's an effort that we do as a game dev community. Of course, like it is their win if they have, I don't know, 500 jammers in their site and Tan Grande make a lot of publicity. It is not our win, it is our community win, something like that.
That's
so
right.
we also do something that's called the pre-jam activities. And I want to show you one, but I am sharing the screen in the wrong moment. Let me see if I can. Oh yeah, I know how I can do this. So you'll be able to see that. We make pre-jam activities. So we make conference, we make, like also chats, we make workshops for people to know more about the game dev industry. But let me show you this amazing picture that we have over here. Oh, I bring the nicey face that we have. This is an event that we did yesterday.
What a
with the
crew!
people.
Wow, yes. I love that.
We've been growing a lot. And it is also thanks to the pandemic part. Well, we have finished the pandemic part. The events that we make presential weren't so crowded until now. They're getting more crowded, and we are opening more spaces there. We're also promoting the events of other communities, sister communities or brother communities, for the people to be there, because at the end of the day, if you are not connected with your community, you won't be able to, jump inside. So we make a game in this kind of event. So imagine that this is a card. I don't know how to say naipes in English. Sorry. Like, oh, rachos. My brain. Like as 2, 3, 4, 5, J, K, Q. What is the name of that kind of cards?
Hexadecimal? No.
The cards. The game. Like poker game. What is the name of the cards? Cards?
Yeah, just cards. Just playing cards.
Playing cards.
Playing cards. we have that kind of poker cards.
Okay.
And like it has an ace or a 2, or it is I don't know how to say tréboles, diamonds, hearts. So people had to change, like be with your same number, and then go and be with your same color, and then go and be with your peers, and something like that. Like, so people have to connect, and we make questions for them, like like the Zoom meetings that we used to do online. We have that presentially for people to be there and connect with other people, because at the end of the day, these are the ones that are going to be part of your local community, the networking that we have. So we're trying to do this all the time. As I told you, we have online events too for this game jam and for all of our game jams. But definitely this is awesome to have the picture of all the game dev community. Whee! And I always make them make a funny face. Yeah,
spectacular.
It's perfect for the make me laugh theme, bringing everyone together around humor.
It is. You're right. It is. So sometimes for this year, we haven't closed that up, but sometimes we manage to have some grants for the jammers, and to be, like to help them be part of that game dev industry with other tools that they are going to need. But this year, and this is super, super important, we're going to help people using a tool. So this tool was made in Colombia. The name of the tool is Popochu, and it is made in Godot engine. So it is a plugin. I'm going to send the link over here, so you'll be able to share it with everyone. So it is a plugin that was made in Colombia, that has been working along other developers, and it is super easy to use in the engine of Godot. So it, like, if this is your first jam and you want to have a tool for you to help you, this is going to be super easy for you to use for your first time Godot, and to try those kind of tools. So that's a partner that we have for this year. It is a free plugin, and the creator is one of our mentors. So he's going to be available for everyone. And this is a tool that we have also like share in other jams. So this is not the first time that our game dev community use it. So it's going to be awesome over there. So we also have something inside our server of Discord, and it is the mentors. And this is not only something that applies for us in terms of our location. We also send mentors to the locations. So
Oh, wow.
if you are in Bucaramanga and you're part of Tan Grande Jugando, we try to let the organizer know that you're there. So they're going to be able to ask for help in any way. Like it is like if you have a representative of Tan Grande Jugando over there, but also that mentor has the support of an organization that wants them to succeed. So if the mentor doesn't have the, you know, the answer because maybe I'm a mentor from programming and they're asking me something about art, and I am like, well, I don't know what, like, if you're asking me if it is pretty, I think it's pretty, but I don't know if it works, right? So I can ask to the other mentors in online, and they're going to be part of this kind of stuff. So that is pretty awesome for all our game dev community, and we're trying to promote that kind of fraternity. You know, like it doesn't matter in the city where you are, you're part of a game dev community, and you're not alone. That's very, very nice. So we have another experience. Well, I already showed you a little bit of the experience that we have. I know that I told you that our the Women Game Jam is a jam that it is kind of important for us, and we have a lot of experience in the Women Game Jam, but it is also because it's the jam where we experience more. So we, for example, these pre-jam activities and everything that we have now in the Global Game Jam, first it was tested in the Women Game Jam. So if it worked there, we jump into the Global Game Jam. If it didn't work, we're not going to put it in the Global Game Jam. So yes, we love the Women Game Jam, but it is our guinea pig. That is something over there to have in the park. So these other mentors, and this is our numbers of our game dev community in Colombia. So if you want to be part of our game dev industry, you are of course welcome to be part of this. We are always trying to grow our game dev community, but also know more about our game dev industry. At the end, we are advocators. So we try to jump into events, we try to move like people to other places and to show off their game. So for us, the Global Game Jam is a carnival that it is celebrating the opening of the 2024, of course, or the year. But we are trying to put like this moment for all our game dev industry to be part of this. And this year we have another ally that it didn't happen before. This is the first time that we have this ally, and this is amazing because this ally means that we are, let me share you this one instead. Mira, this is an ally that we're being like, how do you say coquetear? Like, you know, like hola cosita. How do you say that?
Like a salutation?
No, it sounds weird. Like you cannot like translate that because it's maybe too cultural. But we say like, yeah, you are like seducing this ally.
Flirting.
Oh yeah,
flirting.
Like
Courtship.
flirtatious and yeah.
I'm courting this ally.
That with your with this ally. This ally is the Chamber of Commerce of our city, and it is pretty amazing the alignment that we are trying to ping there, because the Chamber of Commerce is also interested that there are more legal companies in Colombia. Of course, it is the Chamber of Commerce.
Mm-hmm.
So last year we had also a jam that we were part with the Global Game Jam, Tu Propia Historia, and in the same time the Global Game Jam was doing the We Create Jam. Have you seen? Well, yeah, of course, the We Create Jam that was also made with Google.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, by the way, Colombia was one of the winners.
Nice, congrats.
Go.
So this Chamber of Commerce, from that moment we start our bonding, because we were like trying to convince these people for a long time to be part of our events. And then we were like in this moment of like, we have to sit down and start creating something together. And they love the idea that we bring to the table, and it is to create a game jam between these two organizations. And also the Ministry of Culture jumped to be part of this. So this is the first time that a Ministry of Culture in Colombia promotes the game dev industry in this way. We have a grant that it exists for a long years, but they have never done a game jam, or they have never done like this kind of involvement inside the game dev industry. We're still like a weird part of the creative industry, but this has been like a really great opportunity for us to sit down with the Chamber of Commerce, the Ministry of Culture, and start to work together. So the Chamber of Commerce, at the end of the day, when they saw all the projects that we have here in the Global Game Jam, they are also going to make their own advocacy to promote the game dev industry and the creation of companies in Colombia. And this is not something that it is from the day one, like they know that these companies are super fragile. These companies need more support. These companies need a lot of involvement there. And this is something that's been now happening in Colombia. If you see this picture and you're like wondering a lot of stuff there, we have a lot of, how do you say it? Easter eggs inside of our Colombian culture. So it is super gorgeous. This was made by Natalie Barbosa and Juanita Hoyos, two artists that we love and respect a lot. So I hope that you enjoy also our art.
I love the art. I think it's so cool.
It's beautiful.
Sandra,
yeah.
thank you so much for showing us all of this. I know that we're almost out of time, but do you have any final words you'd like to leave the community with before we say goodbye to you today?
Of course, gente, thank you very much for being part of this. The Global Game Jam is a carnival for you to enjoy. So have a great game jam. Try to be part of this community and to be open to everything, because creativity is amazing and you are in the best place of the world. I can promise you that.
I love it. Thank you for your positivity. And again, thank you so much for your time. I love that your lower third says Evil Otter, and I wish we had more time to delve into it.
Sorry. I am the Evil Otter. You can call me also Nutriarca. That's my new name. It's Otter, Nutria, and Arca of mother, Big Mama Bear, that kind of
Mama
stuff.
Otter.
From Nutri.
I love it.
It's perfect. Well, again, thank you so much for your time. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out with us today for the Global Game Jam 2024 kickoff event. We could not make Global Game Jam possible without the help of our headline sponsors, Big Bang, and our Empower sponsors, AWS for Games and Hathora. We also, of course, want to thank our global promotion sponsors, SideFX and Unity. So thank you.
And we can't forget about our diversifier sponsors, UK Games Fund, GitHub, ReadSpeaker, Dots.eco, Leonardo, as well as our product or service sponsors, PureForce, CyberEver, Nate, and We Love Indies.
Finally, we want to thank our promotion partners, Game Maker, Fred Rogers Productions, Gdevelop, In-Game Job, GD Bay, Code to Inspire, Swish Swoosh, Jamio, JCI, Cynthia, and Values Value. Go to globalgamejam.org/sponsors to learn more about the amazing offers that our sponsors have for you to take advantage of during Global Game Jam 2024.
And guys, don't forget, I'll tell you, every hour, there is still time to sign up for the Global Game Jam this year at the brand new website, globalgamejam.org. And if you love Global Game Jams as much as we do and can afford to support, we are a 501c3 nonprofit organization, and every donation that you give helps us put on great events like the Global Game Jams, and it's tax deductible. And you can do that at liberapay.com/globalgamejams, and we'll see you guys soon.
Whether you're a team of 1 or 1,000, only one thing really matters: making a game that players want to play. Developers are imagining future games that delight players and require solutions to support their dreams. Players expect games to have fast response times and high-fidelity experiences on any device, anywhere in the world. To achieve this, more and more developers are turning to the cloud. AWS for Games provides a broad portfolio of industry-specific products and solutions from AWS and AWS partners to help you build faster, run smarter, and grow your games. AWS for Games portfolio covers 12 solution areas, spanning the 3 phases of game development. When building, AWS will help you to modernize your architecture and move your production pipelines to the cloud, enabling you to recruit and build diverse teams around the globe, not limited to a physical location. When running a game, AWS can help you streamline operations, deploy the right compute and accelerated networking options to deliver low-latency game experiences, provide real-time and serverless analytics to help better understand player behavior, and help you harden your back-end against DDoS and other malicious attacks. To grow your player base, AWS can help you acquire and retain users with an engaging community experience with Twitch, Amazon Luna, and machine learning tools. With 175 fully featured services and more functionality than any other cloud provider, AWS infrastructure is trusted by over 90% of the largest public game companies, including Epic, EA, Ubisoft, Sony, Nintendo, Zynga, Rovio, and more. Need help getting started? Visit the AWS for Games landing page for a customized onboarding experience. Take one of our structured learning classes or dive deep into the 12 solution areas. Either way, we want to help you create the next amazing game. Welcome to AWS for Games.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Global Game Jam 2024 theme reveal. I am Alchemist. I'm joined by Steph, Mac, and Trish, and we have an additional person joining us. Ron, how you doing today, brother? You are currently muted. You might want to hit the mute button.
I am.
I do it all the time.
Muted. How you doing?
Now we got ya.
We're good. I knew that was gonna happen. It was just like checked off every box except that one, right?
Yep.
How you
I
guys
do it all
doing?
the time. Pretty good. Pretty good.
Oh,
Now,
so
Ron, you're joining us from Atlanta, Georgia, right?
more so the Atlanta area, yeah, somewhere in the southeast. We've been I've been kind of trying to expand my presence. I'll get into a little bit what we're doing as far as the indie game community, but yeah. So that's kind of where we're based and everything like that. I'm an independent artist myself and a game developer. So I've been joining the Global Game Jam since about 2009.
Wow.
It was weird. I was writing in my notes, putting 2009, and looked really weird just putting like the 009. That's how long we've been out here. We seasoned,
But I like season's good.
Yeah. So the game jam has really been a core part of me and my growth into the game industry. So I've been really enjoying all the presentations, and then the theme reveal was really dope. I love the animations you guys have for everything this year. The music I've been rocking out to. So yeah, I'm enjoying it.
I'm interested to hear the thoughts of your community about Make Me Laugh. What do you think about the theme?
So it's odd because I've been thinking about it. I was trying to have a good answer before I came on. Make me laugh. But me personally, like, I think some of the things that used to make me laugh or make me laugh as a kid is like the slapstick comedy or real like physical based type of where it's like Jim Carrey or Robin Williams or the like Tom and Jerry, Ren and Stimpy, that kind of stuff, right?
Oh, geez.
So I could definitely see myself kind of being inspired to make something like that, but also kind of thought provoking. I've been enjoying the conversations you have been kind of asking people about, the different cultures and different countries of what people might think is humor and comedy. So there's a lot out there, and I think Atlanta is a very diverse area to where you're going to get a lot of different minds, a lot of different backgrounds, and different interests to kind of come and pour into the theme that you guys came up with. So, yeah.
So one thing that's kind of unique. So I'm originally from Detroit. And I was born and raised there, and I moved from Detroit to Louisville, Kentucky for a couple of years. Joined the military, traveled around a lot, and now I live in Seattle. And one thing that I've learned in my kind of travels is that even within our country, humor is different depending on regions. So although we have asked people in other countries what humor means for them in their country, I still want to kind of put it to you, like, what does humor mean from where your section of the game jam will kind of take place? Like, what does Make Me Laugh mean in that community to you?
Right. When I first heard the theme or saw the theme, like, I took it as a challenge, right? Like, make me laugh. So instantly I thought about just being stoic, standing there, and other people like telling jokes, and basically the goal is to kind of make the community laugh or make the people around you laugh, you know what I'm saying? And then talk, whether you're telling jokes about the individual or you're trying to make that individual laugh. That's kind of the first thing that popped up in my head, probably from my culture, just kids making fun of each other and all that kind of stuff.
Roasted,
but
all the time.
Yeah,
Kids are so mean.
You know what I'm saying? It was you have a love-hate relationship with those that kind of crowd, but like it's a different type of love, different type of community. So yeah.
I thought about that actually as we were kind of throwing out a bunch of ideas. I thought it would be really interesting if someone took the concept of Make Me Laugh and went the opposite way. Like, we're all content creators, we're all streamers, so we've all seen the whole try not to laugh challenge thing, and the idea of playing someone sitting in that seat, right, trying to not laugh and having like different jokes or things come in, and the different ways you could take that, because you can do it as a solo single player game where you just are managing different resources to keep yourself from laughing and keeping those meters from going over. But it also creates a really unique opportunity to make like a multiplayer game where people different jokes and different, different physical gags and things like that on a screen, and your character is having to try and like, okay, so physical gag, I have to use these skills to counteract that. Dad joke, I have to use these skills, and kind of balancing those things. Because like for anyone that's ever had to tell a joke to someone, be it a joke you've heard or a joke that made you laugh, the delivery is important, but how the other person receives it is just as important. Because no matter how funny the joke is, if the other person doesn't receive it well, or they don't know the kind of context, it falls flat. So I think that would be an interesting kind of spin on this.
Definitely. It's almost like when you were saying that, almost like a social deductive game, or I could see something maybe like a Among Us, or something where you guys are in a room, like you're watching a comic tell some jokes or whatever, and whoever cracks first or something like that. So there's several different ways you can go about it, and I think another thing you guys highlighted is just the showcasing of different cultures being in the same stage. I think that's really a great opportunity.
Absolutely.
Because humor is subjective, and humor, everybody is going to have their own things that get them. You know what I'm saying? A knock joke is totally different than
Yo mama joke. It's cool. You can say it. I know that was where you were going. Listen, a well delivered yo mama joke is exceptional. Okay, I don't care what anybody says.
Those are
They're classics.
Right. So and yeah, I just one of the things that kind of got me into this industry is being able to create experiences that you can either imagine, or that other people live and one doesn't always experience, or just create something out of fantasy, and being able to kind of package that and offer it to somebody else, right? So I've been ever since high school, I came to Atlanta to go to school at the Art Institute of Atlanta, where I got my game art and design degree. And then ever since then, I've been here in Atlanta, just kind of trying to find myself. Like I'm also an artist, so I do a lot of 2D art and comic books and stuff like that. But in the game industry, at that time, the indie scene really boomed, right? It really was able to grow and become kind of its own thing, right? I got a chance to watch it become a sub-genre or a subcategory to basically its own genre with subcategories within itself. So kind of being a part of that and watching that grow, we had to find our space. And I was fortunate enough to be in Atlanta, where we had so many different organizations and kind of industry leaders that really wanted that market to grow here in Georgia and whatnot. We had, since then, it's been 10, 15 years since then, we've had Hi-Rez and Tripwire, kind of larger game studios that really grew and became kind of pioneering studios in the area. We used to have casino games, and we have different schools that started offering more and more activities and just curriculum opportunities. And then just the outside of the whole academic space, we have just the organizations that have been part of that. So the Georgia Game Developers Association has probably been the foundation or the bedrock kind of a lot of things happening here in Georgia for the last 15 plus years. And grateful to Andrew Greenberg and everything that they do as far as their this annual Siege conference, all the workshops that they have every and meetings that they have every month. And then on top of that, just providing opportunities for individuals like myself to find my space, whether I can, keep showing up, showing my face and volunteering to try to get a job, or I can see what's missing in the industry and then try to work my way in that way, which is, what I was able to do with the rise of the indie industry or the indie community about 10 years ago now. I actually created an organization called the Indie Cluster, which started out as a traveling booth. So we kind of traveled to SiegeCon and then MomoCon, DreamHack, events like that to offer a space at a kind of a great discount. So kind of taking the Indie Mega Booth model, but then also we started adding services outside of the con experience. So we were able to start doing community management, QA testing for indies, and we started offering workshops, whether it's game development workshops or quality assurance testing workshops. Because there's a lot of what I've come to find out, there's a lot of not necessarily miseducation, but just misinformation out there when it comes to people outside the industry trying to find out more about the industry and then how to get their kids involved and what the future of culture looks like, right? We're all, we all know that video games can really be anything and everything, and it really has a job place for everybody. So that's kind of what we've been doing, what I'm incredibly proud of being a part of, helping this community grow. And yeah, so definitely shout out to everybody here locally. Shout out to everybody that's been able to support us and be involved with us. And we're just looking forward to continuing to grow.
Ron, that's so amazing, the way that you kind of chronicled the past 10 or 15 years of the indie development scene growing in Atlanta, and really just gaming growing in Atlanta in general. If people are hearing you talk about Indie Cluster, hearing everybody talk about Global Game Jam, how can they get in touch with you or get more information about some of these services that you're offering in terms of helping to develop their games?
Yeah, so the indiecluster.com is our website. It is in beta right now, so spoiler alert for you guys to jump it on, but please definitely go basically check out some of the information that we have up there and sign up for a free account to become a member. We're trying to have the space to be online showcase, if you will, of games, game press kits, and perspectives of indie developers. But also on there, you can find a link to all of our socials. It's basically anything at Indie Cluster ATL. So work real hard to get one of those names there, those tags that you can find everywhere, right? So that's Twitch, that's Instagram, Twitter, or X, all that good stuff, Facebook. And we kind of experiment posting different things on different sites, right? And even TikTok. But yeah, we're excited about everything that we have now. We're excited about working with potential partners and supporters in the future. Like on our Twitch show is another thing that we've been able to really refine and grow over the pandemic, when everybody kind of got shut in and couldn't go outside. We realized one of the things that developers lost in that time was being able to get people's feedback from going out and showing off their game, right? So we kind of started offering that service via Twitch. So we have a show called Monday Night Playtest where I play games that are in development, kind of give feedback, professional feedback. And then we have a game on our show on Wednesday called Dive In Wednesdays, where we showcase developers and their games that are already published, right? So just kind of give a spotlight to all different parts of the game industry. It's kind of a learning experience as well, and just a fun being able to support the game and just talk about games. Yeah, so super excited about that. That's twitch.tv/IndieClusterATL. And
Following right now.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Ron, you really speak to like the community of Atlanta and the area surrounding with all the devs that are getting involved in making games. And in our notes here, it says that you also are sponsoring some local jammers with some of their games. Can you speak to how you're doing that and like uplifting, empowering those voices too?
Definitely. Well, thanks for asking. So for the past couple of years now, we've been able to really kind of get involved with the local jammers and just the jammers period. As I mentioned, the Global Game Jam was really kind of one of the places that I really learned about the game industry and kind of was able to dive into learning about the team, growing our team and the game industry pipeline, if you will. So the idea of kind of giving back is a must. And for the past couple years, we've been sponsoring a local game developer to kind of come to our events whenever we have a traveling booth. So the first event that's usually after the Global Game Jam is MomoCon in May. And we always provide a free space for those that kind of have the best in Georgia or that win the best in Georgia slot for the Global Game Jams. So again, another shout out to the GGGA, the Global Georgia Game Jam Association. They put on, because we have very different sites here in Georgia, so they kind of do an online showcase of some of the best in the different sites, whether it's the SCAD Atlanta, SCAD Savannah, Georgia Tech, or the Georgia State here in Atlanta, and a couple other locations. There's another one via Discord for those that are more so online. And then each site, the GGA kind of picks or competes or gets like the top contenders, right, to be mentored or be mentored by like an industry leader for like a month or 2 months. And then they go through that process, continuing to work on their game. And then after that, they kind of pick a Best in Georgia award. So we kind of like to piggyback on that and say, hey, you know, if you win that prize, you come with us for a free space at MomoCon. That's on us.
Cool.
And then we just kind of try to pour on all the support and all the advice that we can give personally, but also something that we open up to jammers all over the world, as far as giving a 40% discount to the jammers that want to continue their game after the jam is over for our QA testing services. So that's something that we love to do as well.
Cool. Thank you so much.
Really cool. Yeah, for real. Thank you so much for coming on today, for telling us a little bit more about the indie cluster, talking to us about, you know, the ATL scene, and bringing us up to date. And we can't wait to see what you guys bring to make us all laugh.
Absolutely. Thank you so much to you guys for the opportunity. Shout out to Tim. It was great meeting him last year at DreamHack. He was able to come down. We got a chance to chop it up. Yeah, really love what you guys are doing. IndieCluster.com. You can find me, Ron Jones, the Ron Jones on Twitter, or all the socials, Indie Cluster. Check out our website, and join our Discord, be a part of the community. And you guys spread the love and stay hydrated, right?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Thanks,
You heard it, guys. We'll see you soon.
Whether you're a team of 1 or 1,000, only one thing really matters: making a game that players want to play. Developers are imagining future games that delight players and require solutions to support their dreams. Players expect games to have fast response times and high-fidelity experiences on any device, anywhere in the world. To achieve this, more and more developers are turning to the cloud. AWS for Games provides a broad portfolio of industry-specific products and solutions from AWS and AWS partners to help you build faster, run smarter, and grow your games. AWS for Games portfolio covers 12 solution areas, spanning the 3 phases of game development. When building, AWS will help you to modernize your architecture and move your production pipelines to the cloud, enabling you to recruit and build diverse teams around the globe, not limited to a physical location. When running a game, AWS can help you streamline operations, deploy the right compute and accelerated networking options to deliver low-latency game experiences, provide real-time and serverless analytics to help better understand player behavior, and help you harden your back end against DDoS and other malicious attacks. To grow your player base, AWS can help you acquire and retain users with an engaging community experience with Twitch, Amazon Luna, and machine learning tools. With 175 fully featured services and more functionality than any other cloud provider, AWS infrastructure is trusted by over 90% of the largest public game companies, including Epic, EA, Ubisoft, Sony, Nintendo, Zynga, Rovio, and more. Need help getting started? Visit the AWS for Games landing page for a customized onboarding experience. Take one of our structured learning classes or dive deep into the 12 solution areas. Either way, we want to help you create the next amazing game. Welcome to AWS for Games.
Hello, and welcome back to the Global Game Jam. I'm Mac and Cheese Please, joined by Alchemist, Trish, and Stephazoid, and we have Ben joining us. Hi, Ben.
Hey, hello.
How's it going? Tell us all about what you think about Make Me Laugh.
Yeah, it's going pretty good. Thanks. Yeah, I think it's going to be a challenging theme. It's always hard, like, to put humor in games, right? Like, I've done it myself usually in the terms of like Easter eggs and stuff. Like, I'm from Wisconsin, so like, we're known for cheese and beer pretty much, and the Packers and
Culver's.
Yeah, Culver's is so good, but so I thought one of my funniest moments, I don't know if it's actually funny, but in Hulk Ultimate Destruction, which I worked on, I actually put in an Easter egg that made it to the game. You would type in Cheesehead to the end login screen, and then like all the missiles that flew at Hulk that you had to like grab out of thin air would turn into cows instead of missiles, and they would moo at you.
Oh my God.
You go towards Hulk. It was so amazing. So I mean, when I think of humor, I usually think of it in terms of like Easter eggs, but obviously this is more like, the actual full theme, so we got to go a little bit deeper than that. So yeah.
If a missile turns into a cow, would that be a Moab bomb?
Stop.
Nice. That has to be in the
Stop.
All I'm thinking of is hidden cow levels. Let's put them in every game.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I am 100% down for hidden cow levels, so long as they're not bigger than me.
My hometown actually has a giant statue of a cow right in the middle of town.
That's amazing.
So that's how Wisconsin I am.
I was like, I'm not surprised.
Ben, can you share with us your indie game dev origin story?
Yeah, sure. So I'm from AAA originally. Like, I worked at Raven. Raven is in Madison, Wisconsin. And now they're working on Call of Duty, of course. I worked long ago on Soldier of Fortune and Jedi Knight and some other stuff. And then I moved out to Radical Entertainment. That's where I worked on Hulk and Prototype. And sort of at the time, I was getting a little bit disillusioned with like the big scale, like, everyone's going to make a game with a guy with a gun. It just got kind of old. And so I formed a studio back in Green Bay. That lasted about 5 or 6 years. We did a bunch of indie stuff. Probably the best critical reception we got was when we made a roller derby video game, which was really fun. Like, my wife at the time was into derby, and we were going to all these derby bouts, and like, it was really fun. So like, I think that's really where I got, like, around 2008 or 2010. I really just got into the idea of like making games that aren't necessarily just about shooting and war and stuff like that, and like these days now, I went to Human Head for a while. I worked on Prey, which was more about the shooting and stuff, but now these days I'm at Eline Media. They did Never Alone, which won a bunch of awards back in 2016 or something like that. I wasn't on Never Alone, but I'm on the sequel. So I'm getting to figure out, how to make that fun, how to make that compelling, because we've got this. It's kind of a cool story, actually. It's made based on, I don't know if any of you are familiar with Never Alone.
It sounds familiar, but I'm not.
Familiar. I'm wondering. I do an indie game showcase every Tuesday, and I'm wondering if I've featured it before. Tell me about Never Alone.
So Never Alone is about an Alaskan native girl who, and in the first Never Alone, she was younger, and she basically, she comes back to town after like traveling for a little bit, and it's based in Alaska. We worked with the Alaskan Native community, the Nupiaq, is the name of the indigenous people from up there. And so we worked with them on the game Never Alone, and now we're working with them on Never Alone 2. But the first game was pretty much like a platformer puzzle type game. But you had a fox that came with you, a little fox that followed you around, and you got to like hug it and stuff, and really cool stuff.
It was a great game.
Yeah, I thought it was cool when I interviewed for the job. As I do with most, whenever I'm going to make a switch, whatever company I'm talking to, I try to play their games and see like, if there's a fit kind of thing. And I played it, and immediately I was like, wow, like the depth they went into on the native community just really spoke to me. And I was like, I gotta do this. So I accepted the job, and I've been there now since April or so. But it's a great team, and the way this ties back to Global Game Jam in Green Bay is the way that Eline Media chose to sponsor. Like, I went to the CEO and I talked to him, and I was like, hey, look, I've been putting on Global Game Jam in Green Bay since 2017, and is there a way you could sponsor? And this is Michael Angst, and he basically said, well, yeah, why don't we just send a bunch of developers out there? So we have 6 developers from Eline, professional developer. I mean, we're all indie, but we're getting paid to do this kind of thing, joining us for Global Game Jam Green Bay, which is amazing because we don't have a huge community here in Green Bay. I mean, we've got a few things going on, but I listened to your last segment in Atlanta. I think we probably have a little bit less going on than Atlanta. It's there's a scene, but it's just very small. So having people come and like help some of the students or the hobbyists and things like that is going to be really amazing. And what a cool sponsorship, because I mean, at the end of the day, that's hotels for these folks that are coming, flights. We've got people coming from New York, from San Francisco, from Seattle, from all over the place. So it should be pretty cool.
Wow. That's awesome that you're able to have, like, I guess, quote unquote professionals like meet with the people that are hobbyists that are like, I'm just going to do this, I don't know, and like actually learn these skills and make mistakes and have someone that's like, oh, I know the answer, versus like turning the cogwheels over and over and over and then maybe giving up.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, that's what really compels me, because like I teach, I went back, so not to talk forever about just myself, but I went back to be a professor at one point. I tried the teaching thing. I found that I just really didn't like that. I wanted to make more games, but I still do teach a course a semester in Unreal Game Engine mostly. And one of the things I really enjoy is just seeing like people that you can tell are just going to be amazing game developers someday. And like, they're not going to get to that point unless we kind of like help them a little bit, like
right.
kind of like show them some things and give some advice, or at least at the very least, kind of like the be the mentors. They're like, yeah, watch me do it, and then you get inspired by watching someone actually doing it. So yeah, I totally agree. Yeah.
Well, and that kind of piggybacks. So you have all this experience as a jammer and as a dev. What is some advice that you would give someone who's like thinking about joining, or maybe they've done it a year or two, still kind of novice? What's your advice?
Right. I think my biggest advice, I should have looked up prior to this the name of the fellow. I think he was from Sweden in about 2018. He was on one of our keynotes. I think it was like Torfin or Torlin or something. I probably murdered the name just now. But his best advice, and so I'm stealing this, was basically don't finish your game. And he had a big, I don't know if any of you watched this, but he had a big, he had like a spandex suit on, and like he did this like aerobics routine. It was just amazing. This was Global Game Jam like 2018 or 2019.
Love
something.
that.
And it was pre-COVID. And so like he did this big thing. And so we actually had people that made games called like Don't Finish Your Game at Global Game Jam Green Bay. Like, I like that message, because I think that you have to de-stress. You have to like take the edge off. You can't be thinking about, oh, how are we going to get to this deadline? How are we going to like crunch? And yeah, clearly you're going to work hard. You're going to, no matter what, it's a 48-hour deadline. You're going to work, but like, don't think about like that. Just think about how I'm doing this because I'm making a game, not because I've got someone telling me that I have to get to this certain finish line,
Right.
like
Don't worry
So
about
if you
the
don't
finish
finish,
line.
it's okay. Yeah, yeah. If it's okay, if you, at the end of the day, if you don't finish it, it's, I mean, whatever. Just, I mean, we have a showcase in Green Bay that we do where we show each other our games, and at the end of the day, if you just show whatever as far as you got, that's good, and we're going to be, you know, appreciative of that and like congratulate you for how far you did get, or maybe you just spent the time like, I don't know, learning Godot or something, and you just have a few little things to show. I don't know. I mean, you know, we got to try to like foster that, right? So, yeah, I think that's my biggest advice is like de-stress, don't finish your game if you can't, kind of thing, you know, and just like this is your opportunity to just try stuff, you know, and in the industry, if you know, a lot of people I know go to jams because they're kind of trying to prep for the industry. You're not going to have the luxury, I think, of that, right? Like you're going to have deadlines. You're going to have, I mean, I'm not trying to scare anyone, but I mean, you're going to have like someone telling you like, we got to be on this date. And yeah, we're kind of saying that because we got a deadline of Sunday, but at the same point, we're doing this because we want to. So, you know, because it's fun. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think, yeah, I mean, I think that like, at the end of the day, it is just about the fun of making games. So I guess that's, I'm glad that we've got a lighthearted theme this year because, some of the stuff we've had before is really good. I mean, we've had like Duality. I actually have a reel from some of the games we made for Duality. If you want me to, I could show it. But, you know, we've had stuff like Waves. We'd have Transmission. Last year was what was it, like Old School or something?
Last year's
Roots. Yeah, Roots. Yeah, what I did with that one was we made a Power Stone fighting game. Like it was like a fighter. It was like a four-person fighter, basically, and you just punched each other, and that's all you did because unfortunately we couldn't get throwing stuff in because it just took too much time to like. So Power Stone is all about like, I could tell Alchemist, you're probably
Yeah, he's
I
like
mean, if I was to ask you what Power Stone is all about. Oh, nice. Is that a Dreamcast?
No, it's a fight stick. I'm
Oh,
a
that's a
huge fight stick person. Yeah,
was like
it's the
Yeah,
squid.
I couldn't tell either,
squid,
yeah.
But yeah, I'm
We
a
got a
huge
little-
Oh, now I
fighting
can
game
tell.
person.
Now I can
So
tell. Yep,
yeah,
yep.
so I'm with you. When you said Power Stone, I could not actually contain that gas. That gas was not a stage gas, folks. That was a genuine. He's giving more love to Power Stone than Capcom is. I'm sorry. Too soon. Too soon.
Ouch.
Too soon.
Yeah.
But I do have one kind of last question. You said that you kind of came from AAA and you went to indies because it would give you less making games about a guy with a gun. Have you found that in recent years that more AAA devs are actually trying to are looking at some of the concepts that are being implemented in indie games and trying to kind of stray away from making the same style of game? Or do you think that it's just a wider funnel of the same games?
Interesting.
Man, I wish that I could answer the first alternative that you gave me, but I think it's more of the second. I think it's more of like, they're not like, I mean, they might be playing those games, like the developers. I know that, you know, the last time I had to look for a job, I ended up reconnecting with some folks from Raven and some folks from now Madison has a pretty big scene now. They've got like an Apex Legends branch there. You know, EA opened up a new studio down there. So like, you know, I reconnected with those folks and I know they're definitely like playing them. They're definitely, you know, playing some of the indie stuff, but I just don't see it like percolating to the top, I guess, is my concern. It's like, it might be like kind of a wider kind of funnel where they've played these things, but at the end of the day, they still have to get through some choke point that they're not really able to get through, whether that's the publishing industry or that's like executives. I'm not quite sure, but I would love to see.
Stockholders.
Yeah. Like I would stockholders. Yeah. I mean, just whatever the bottom line is, you know, and I would love to see more of that stuff. I mean, I know that it's making money. Like obviously every year Madden is going to put out a game and that's going to make money. Every year Call of Duty is going to put out a game until it doesn't though. Right. We said that about Guitar Hero, that it would just continue forever. Well, Guitar Hero eventually didn't continue.
Yeah, it died.
You know, like, right. So, I mean, I don't know. It's a never ending like cycle of like, they want those ideas, but they don't like you got to take risks too. And thankfully, that's one of the things that game jams allow us to do is take those risks.
Well, Ben, I tremendously appreciate you coming on and joining us. Thank you for being on. I do have one thing I am contractually obligated to say. I'm going to say this. I'm going to say the good version of it. I wish you guys the best of luck. I hope you whoop San Francisco so we can see you in the
Right.
NFC Championship game.
Right, thank you.
I'm taking the high road. I'm a Lions fan, okay? So I'm allowed to be bitter about Green Bay, okay?
If we can meet up with the Lions in the championship game, that would be like amazing. That would be so great.
And now
That would
that
be
the
so great.
specter of a particular AR is gone, that's initials, not a weapon. Don't go getting weird.
Right. No, I know.
Things
yeah.
are a lot easier. But thank you
And
again
it's
for joining
moving
us.
along. All
Yeah.
love to it, right?
all love to it. That chat, if you don't understand that reference, I need you to, after this, go and check that out. But listen, as much as we're talking about football and all that other stuff, there are other things that we should be talking about. I can see Trish telling me there's something more important than football that needs to be discussed in this moment. I can feel the waves.
You can feel it. I'm sending it telepathically right now through the screen. What it is gratitude. We could not make Global Game Jam possible without the help of our headline sponsors, Big Bang, and our Empower sponsors, AWS for Games and Hathora. And then, of course, we also, continuing with the gratitude theme, want to thank our global promotion sponsors, SideFX and Unity. So thank you.
And we also want to thank our diversifier sponsors, UK Games Fund, GitHub, ReadSpeaker, Dots.eco, as well as Leonardo, and our product or service sponsors, Perforce, CyberEver, Nate, and We Love Indies.
Finally, we want to thank our promotion partners, Game Maker, Fred Rogers Productions, Gdevelop, In-Game Job, GD Bay, Code to Inspire, Swish Swoosh, Jamio, JCI, Cinti, and Values Value. That's twice in a row. Now, go to globalgamejam.org/sponsors to learn more about the offers that they have set up for you to take advantage of during Global Game Jam 2024. I'm never going to get that out.
Got it. Nailed it. For any of you guys in chat that do want to join the Global Game Jam, there is still time to sign up, and you can go do that at the brand new website of globalgamejam.org and sign up right there. And if you are a big fan of Global Game Jam and indies like we are, you can afford to support the mission. You can go to liberapay.com/globalgamejam, and you can make a monthly recurring donation to help these wonderful 501c3 put on events like the Global Game Jam and have that be tax deductible and bring us more shows. But we'd love to see you there. We thank you in advance, and we'll see you soon. We're back, guys.
Hello.
Hello.
Pleasure to meet you. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Summer. I'm the community artist over at Big Bang. Y'all may have heard my streams in Prep Week or heard about me through Rob. But it's a pleasure to actually be here in front of all of y'all, meeting you. How are y'all feeling about the theme? Because I'm still like reeling.
I think there's so many ways it can go and be interpreted. So I'm really excited to see what people come up with.
Yeah, I wish that like I kind of wish I programmed more of a laugh face into this VTuber because now I'm regretting it. You're all going to have a tough time making me laugh with this VTuber, but trust me, I'm smiling on the inside.
I can hear it in the voices. It's
Oh,
fine.
that's all that matters.
The face don't have to do it. You can hear it in the voice. I'm not the only person, by the way, that got immediately distracted by how gorgeous Summer's like VTuber model is, right? Like it's not just me.
Totally distracted. Too beautiful.
100% had a whole train of thought and a whole thing I was gonna say, and then looked up and I went, "That's amazing, brain! Give me something to say."
It's the same as you'll see me on Big Bang. I wear the same skin in game. So when we're on streams, even just doing the weekly art challenges that we do over in our Discord, you'll see this mug and you'll get tired of it eventually.
Can you tell us some more about those weekly challenges?
Yeah, so I'm a voxel artist, and every week in the Discord we prop a theme, and we like vote between 3 of them, and then on day 2 of the week, whatever won the vote gets to be what we make. And this could be made with voxel objects. You could use templates in Big Bang or make a whole game environment around the prompt if you want to. Any way that you make it, I will find a way to squeeze it into our weekly art challenge showcases. And at the end of the month, you can go through those showcases and see everything that people made. And this month's themes are all centered around Global Game Jam. So this week's was environments, interior environments. And this that you see, and I think Rob walked through this earlier today, was my theme submission, which was like just a cozy little house for me to hang out in. So yeah, if y'all are interested, discord.com/Discord, that'll take you right to us. And you can go over to the Weekly Art Challenge channel. We also have a Global Game Jam channel if you are looking to join or make your game with Big Bang. You can find your teammates using our Global Game Jam channel over in our Discord. We have a bunch of people that are into sound this year that are looking for a team. So just throwing it out there for them. Like, if you want sound for your Big Bang game, and we just got sound upload going, so go for it.
That's exciting. But since you have sound that you just implemented, there are a couple new things that are featured in the toolkits now, correct?
I think so. We have a lot of toolkits, and let me just jump over to that screen. I think I'm hanging out in there we go. Hanging out in the Big Bang hub, and you can see me waving. See, it's me, same old me, Daisy all the time.
That's fantastic.
But we have some kits hanging out in Global Game Jam Hub, and you can just go here. I'm going to copy the link and see if that can paste.
There you go.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, though, there are some new toolkits and new features on the platform since last year's event, if I'm not mistaken. So it's decoration combat, I think, are the two. Is there any more other than those two?
So this is the combat kit area, and if you want to just give it like a quick try, you can go and pick up, and this is just a template toy weapon, but you can absolutely just grab in edit mode this voxel object sword and replace it with any anime comically sized sword that you want and make it. And these are just some template toy monsters that you can just drag out. So like within minutes of a game, like you can just go into this game and remix it. We can actually jump over and we'll jump back. But this is the combat kit, and all you have to do is either make a game and pick it or go into this game and remix it. And you can just have a kit with, and I'm not sure if this is already demoed or if I'm just repeating myself at this point, but it's such a cool kit that I didn't know a lot about programming. I'm an artist by trade, right? So having everything already scripted and just drag and drop enemies into a world and drag and drop a weapon and it just works.
Exists.
Someone like me. So yeah, if you remix this game and you come over here, then you'll see everything that you need to make your own combat game, like projectiles, weapons, and you can just swap these objects out with any object that you want, and that just works.
Cool.
And I'm going to go back to the hub and I'll show you another cool thing that dropped. And you can actually wander through the Global Game Jam hub and find things to demo this with. So, oh, it didn't reconnect. That's okay. We make it work.
I need to take a, while you're doing that, I need to.
Yeah.
So what you're telling me is that I can, in a matter of seconds, make a exceptionally punishing Elden Ring style game where I give my characters a toothpick and have them fight against skyscraper sized monsters.
I mean,
then
absolutely.
with a link, send that to my friends and watch them suffer.
This is amazing.
They're gonna suffer.
We're not friends, Mac. We know this.
Yes. The 3 people that are on this stream with me by no means would get that link. But I have a couple of friends. Steph knows one of them because she has hung out with him often. There's a friend who is very close to me, both in heart and in proximity. And I think sending him an Elden Ring style game where he's fighting against people with railguns would just be fitting for once. Because I'm sick and tired of him saying, this is easy. I can do that. I'm realizing now that Big Bang can not only be used in the Global Game Jam to convince my friends above and below me to make a game with me, but I can also use it to humble and humiliate my friends. Like, this is wonderful.
Absolutely. Y'all have no idea how, like, all right, so I have to make games that are like, demoing things and easily accessible, but I am chomping at the bit anytime a jam rolls around to make something that is just absolutely punishing. Because I love that Souls game, Monster Hunter, horror games even. I want to see more horror games happen.
Ooh.
And so, yeah, if y'all come to Big Bang and make somehow, this would be the super challenge that I personally have for you. Make it both horror in this very fun, child-friendly voxel art world, and that will make me laugh. The stone face laughing.
Love it.
Well, but yeah, if you come to Global Game Jam, you have a house this time around, and in it you can make stuff move. So this is another kit that came out from Ashley, and the last one, the combat kit, that's from Brad and Heather. This one's from Ashley, where we can, if you want to make like a cozy game that's about styling up an interior space, or even if you want to use it to like make a platform game that you have to move platforms around on a floor, like just check out Interactivity Toolkit or Simple Interactions for some extra furniture that's already interactive, and you just can copy those templates out into whatever game you want to use them for. But yeah, here you get just drag and drop any of these into your game, the pose wheel or the build mode, and it's crazy easy to use. Like, I'm just going to remix it real quick, and I feel like I have so many copies of this now.
While you're remixing it, I have a question. Will the software tell you, because I'm just thinking about Alchemist making this terribly hard game, will the software tell you if something you're doing is impossible to beat? Like, is it smart enough to know that?
All right, so the chains are off. It is truly up to now the mercy of the developer. But you can remix it and make your own more attainable version of this. Somebody is like working on a platforming. Well, ObbyKit just came out as well, the ObbyKit Remix, which is a new starter game, as well as a kit that you can just remix to start with. And I don't know if y'all joined Zaz's stream while they were going through that, and I just had this sympathy pains of like, oh my gosh, the platforming is so brutal. What people came up with.
I love it.
But yeah, if you want to grab any of these templates, just unlink and then make your own. So I'm just going to rip this into my build mode.
Woo!
Button. This is mine. And then I'm going to go, I don't know, let's just make a new, entirely other game.
This is so fascinating to watch. Thank you so much for this demo.
Happy to. We have more of these available on streams, and I'm hoping that we can get into like doing kind of like an office hours weekly hangout thing just in our Discord. So if people just want to come see these things happen in real time whenever they have questions, they can. But we're also just ambiently checking the Discord all the time for people that have questions. I'm just going to go over to my templates, my
And
stuff.
is the community helpful too? Is it something like the Big Bang staff don't even have to respond because someone from the community is already answering the question?
Sorry, I missed that. I was looking for a cool floor object.
Oh, no, I was just saying, like, is the community really responsive as well? Like, the Big Bang
absolutely.
staff doesn't even have to respond because someone from the community is like jumping in to help.
Oh yeah, it's real amicable in there. Like the help channel, sometimes questions will come in and I don't even get the chance to look up from work and somebody's already jumped on it. And there's people that are making voxel objects and having editor questions, and I try to jump in and help with those, or even just common scripting questions. When like Bradley and the other community engineers can't quite catch it in time, they are on it. You know, McFunky Pants even is very experimentative when he's making scripts, and he'll jump in and he'll answer things. So if you have questions and you don't catch one of the devs, one of the community members are always around to help. They're real cool. It's real chill over there.
Awesome.
I'm just going to label this with floor.
I solemnly swear I will never send you something evil.
I will never click a link that you ever send me ever again.
I solemnly swear I will not send you something evil.
He says that it's not going to be evil, Mac, and it's going to be filled with puns just for you.
We have the secret
you don't seem to
chat.
give away your secrets.
No, we have the secret chat, and Alchemist is like, "Mwah, ha 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 ha."
He's
Like,
evil laughing
flow.
backstage right now.
I'm pretty sure.
listen.
All in caps too.
I need you to understand. I try very hard to control. Our production manager just said busted. No defense, no help. I tried really hard to have a regular, standard sounding laugh when I'm on stream. The problem is that my regular laugh sounds unhinged. Like Steph's heard my regular laugh. It sounds evil. So every once in a while, the mask just slips off a little bit. If someone just gave you the keys to make Elden Ring meets, I don't know, Super Hot, you would laugh at that maniacally too, right? Like it's not just me. I'm not the only person considering war crimes here. Like I'm not the only evil person here.
Listen.
Oh, sure.
No.
Anything in the vein of Super Hot, though, I'm down for.
See, Trish is on board. We'll make I know how this works. I'll make the game. I'll have Trish add in the Super Hot elements and have her send you the link. And you'll be like, oh, this is completely trustworthy.
I don't trust you.
And the first thing you'll see is just that little Philosopher's Stone logo that I have everywhere. Like that'll be the first thing you see. That'll be when you realize, oh no, I've made a terrible mistake.
Oh no.
Summer, is Bob now helping us?
Bob is. I have a tough time. You know when you go into Blender and you have the default cube, right? Poor default cube, rip default cube. I have a hard time getting rid of Bob. Even though I know exactly what he's going to say every time. It's like meeting an old friend. So I'll let him hang out here. And maybe I'll even change his chatty so he can explain what just happened. But yeah, just one object, copied and paste, get the script on the couch, and tag the object you want the couch to stick on. And that's it. It just works. I love things when they just work. But yeah, sorry for hijacking for demo. I hope it didn't run too long. I just also wanted to point out that we have a site this year, an online only site. So if people want to go and register, they don't want to be in person. That's something that we're doing this year. If you register and you want to meet us on Discord, you can also just find this button. And let me see if I can't just swap back here. If you make a game with Big Bang, it goes into the Global Game Jam Showcase, and we'll play through it with Day 9 at the end of the stream, or at the end of the jam, and he'll go through all the entries and play them. But in addition to that, you will get a free skin that I made. Woo! Skin. All you have to do is make a Big Bang account, make your Global Game Jam game using Big Bang, either register on our site or any site really that you make a Global Game Jam game with using Big Bang, and you will get a free skin. So I hope I got through all that. And happy jamming, everybody.
Thank you so much for being here and sharing with us and talking to us more about it.
Thanks for having me, and I can't wait to see y'all at the jam.
We are.
Here are 6 reasons to use Gdevelop, the no-code open source game engine that can help you create any 2D game you can imagine, and even some in 3D. The first reason is the no-code system. All of the logic made for your game in Gdevelop uses this easy-to-read wording and if-then format, where if the condition is true, then the action will happen, which is just far easier to read and more compact than pages of code. The second reason is because Gdevelop is open source. The entire engine can be found, looked through, and downloaded on GitHub. And because it's open source, the base engine is free to use and always will be. There are some online services that you can pay for that will improve the game making experience, but it's not required to jump in and start making your game. The third reason is the built-in behaviors and extensions. Behaviors are prepackaged game logic that you can slot into your game to make mechanics that would otherwise take a long time to make yourself. And the engine comes with a bunch of these pre-installed, like top-down movement, light behaviors, and the physics engine. But you can find over 100 extensions that you can install that were created by other game developers in the community. These range from firing a bullet all the way to allowing gamepad controls. The fourth reason is the built-in asset store and tools. The engine has an asset store full of both free and paid assets, with pre-built objects that you can just directly import into your game, as well as built-in tools like Piskel for image editing and JFXR for creating sound effects. The fifth reason is because you can use the engine anywhere. There are desktop versions for Windows, Mac OS, and Linux, but you can also use the engine through a browser window or even on your mobile phone while you're on the go. And the final reason is the one-click export. So finally, when you're finished building your game, Gdevelop handles all of the packaging for you. When you select the type of export you want to do, you can publish the game with a single click. Games exported with Gdevelop are then entirely yours. You can publish and sell your game on Steam, or Epic Game Store, or any other storefront you'd like. You can also put ads or in-app purchases in your game and distribute your game on mobile devices. After you finish building your game, it's entirely up to you what you do with it. But do please share it with us on social media. We love to see and share whatever people are making with Gdevelop.
I know that, of course, if you're here, it's because you want to make a game. But not just any game. You want to make a game in 48 hours. And I think that this is crazy, especially as a game developer. I think, it's incredible that we're able to make a game in such a short amount of time.
It's really cool to see so many people get involved and make good stuff. People get prizes, people learn, you form groups, you make friends. So yeah, it's just a really great time.
I honestly think the kind of ideas that people are going to come up in this game jam are going to be phenomenal because there's no need to think outside the box because the box is so big to the extent that there are so many things that you can do with it. So I'm just genuinely excited to see this.
This year is special because I think most sites have been offline and meeting face-to-face for the first time for 2 years. This is different and we've missed this.
The whole thing here is you're here to learn and have fun and make friends, so make sure that's your priority. The game is the consequence of that.
I just have one last thing to ask you. Please, whatever you do, let's go make something awesome. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Global Game Jam 2024, where the theme is, in case you missed it, Make Us Laugh. And we are here with another wonderful guest, along with my spectacular co-hosts, Trish, Mac, and Steph. We are now here with Augusto. How are you doing today on this wonderful theme reveal day?
Hi, I'm pretty happy to be here. Actually, I am pretty excited to be part of this event in general. It's the first time I'm hosting a site here in Brazil, and that's it. I just wanted to talk a little bit how the GGJ was the starting point of my career in this game development world. So yeah, should I start?
Yeah, story time.
Yeah.
Okay, so just wanted to talk a little bit about my previous experience. So it was started like 7 years ago. My mom like showed me an ad about game development, and I was like, oh, so I can make a game. This is really possible. I didn't know about it. So but the first thing I needed a computer, so I didn't have one. I like worked for a whole year to buy one, and I finally got a computer, but I had no idea how to start. But in short, thankfully, I heard about the GGJ for the first time, like 6 months after buying my first computer, and it was crazy because for the first time I was talking and meeting people that also wanted to make games, and by that time it felt like I was like alone talking like to myself, and I didn't actually knew anyone that actually was passionate for games, who wanted to make some games. And I will never forget my first experience, my first GGJ. It was in São Paulo with wonderful people, amazing people, and my first experience, like brainstorming, getting to know each other, like dividing tasks and getting that first feeling of the clock's ticking, you have to deliver something. You kind of get addicted of it, but it's all crazy. And over the years, like each gen, I've gained more experience, and eventually I got my first freelance job just by showing the games that I've made in GGJ.
That's awesome.
That was that. Yeah, that's an incredible achievement for me. And then by that time, I started a YouTube channel to help some beginners to create their own games. I have a channel about programming in Unreal Engine, and like 2 years later, here we are, like with almost 3,000 people on the channel, 600 people in the community, and my first time like hosting a site here. Like, just to think about it, when I started like not knowing nothing about how to make a game, and now I just like bringing some people to make game together in our community. It's pretty crazy. And first of all, I just wanted to thank you all. Like, you guys rock. I love this event. I love the GGJ. And if you guys allow me, I just wanted to give some tips for those who want to make this gen. First of all, I just wanted to say that you have to pay attention in the clock. It's very important, but you don't have to be afraid of not delivering something. The first thing you should do is to help your team to be part of the group, and that made really a big difference in my experiences. The last thing, like another thing I want to talk a little bit is when you are brainstorming, maybe sometimes you are with some people you don't know, and that's totally fine. That's a great opportunity to know new people. But sometimes we have different ideas, we have different opinions, but knowing how to manage it, how to combine ideas is so much important than everything. So make the event like fun for everyone. And I really think this thing, make me laugh, it's going to make things a little bit smoother, because I think it's a lot easier to make two people agree that something is funny than make two people agree that some idea is good. So yeah, I really liked this thing. I can't wait to see what we're going to do in our community. And that's it. It's pretty short. Just wanted to thank you all. And if you guys have any questions, just let me know.
Yeah, I have a question. So you were a jammer and now you're hosting your first one. What are some of the challenges that you have seen so far with trying to like throw a site together?
Yeah, actually, there's some things. My first jam was 5 years ago, almost 6 years ago, and like I said, here's my first time hosting one. And every year I was really excited to be part of the DDJ and this whole theme presentation, etc. And by the way, I've always wanted to. I've always bring some people like related to me, like my friends, my cousins, to be part of the DDJ. And it was always an experience like, let's go, we are here, let's make a game. But now I need to think a little bit more about managing teams, like to making sure everyone is having fun, which is one of the core things this event is all about, right? And also I challenge myself to provide like kind of a mentorship or a guidance through all these days of the event to help each team. And I also got with me some more two amazing people to help me out with this guidance with the people. So yeah, there's a lot of new things. I'm pretty excited, and I hope it's going to get well everything. That's it.
So I do have a quick question for you. So with the theme being make me laugh, right? We know that language is going to kind of play a big part of it. And although we talked to some people from Portugal, I know that Portuguese and Brazilian Portuguese are two very different things.
Yeah.
How will you kind of use the language to kind of make some of those jokes really different from what might come from Portugal?
I think here in Brazil we have a special thing when you're talking about jokes. Literally, it's not always right, but we kind of make joke of everything, every situation, even the worst one. So I think I don't know the expression, but it's not necessarily on that way, but it's kind of a mix of regional jokes and dark I forgot the
Dark
name,
humor.
but dark humor. Yeah, that's a mix of both. And yeah, we kind of make fun of literally everything, like our situation, our government, or our food, anything, like literally. So yeah, I think I think this is going to be really funny.
I think that when you're like thinking about all the different types of humor, dark humor seems to be a present theme globally that people are interested in. And it's funny because when people say, "Oh, I like dark humor," they almost say it like they're ashamed, like, "Oh, I like it. Like, I know." But everyone's like, "No, me too. I love it." So it's going to be interesting to see the lines and where people are like, you cross the line versus like just being near the line of what's funny.
Yeah, I completely agree with it. I think everyone globally is thinking a little bit about it, and we just need to make sure no one is disrespected right? So everyone needs to have fun and not the opposite. But let's see what's coming.
So piggybacking off of what Mac was saying, one thing that another thing that I know there's been like 5 different things, but one other thing I am looking forward to is with the concept of dark humor being something that can be kind of a delicate one, right? Because there might be a joke that you may be able to make with your friends, but out of context or out of your region, it doesn't quite make as much sense. But one thing that I think might be interesting from this is that this might, I've said it a couple times, that humor kind of unites people, and it is fairly universal. But one other interesting thing that we might learn is that we might start to see that we're not so different from one another in the dark humor jokes we make. And listen, it's all well and good to unite people around a common theme or a common goal or a common like objective. But there's something to be said for making a dark humor joke, right? Like making some gallows humor joke and you're worried that it's going to fall flat or people are going to give you a look, and you see that one person in that group of people that's just like, and you see that smile kind of creep, because it helps you kind of feel, it helps lessen that burden, and then it makes telling regular jokes, not as many dark jokes, a lot easier. So I think, and this might sound a little cliche, and if it does, I don't care. I think the world could use a little bit more laughter, no matter what. As long as, like you said, as long as it's, not disrespecting anyone, I feel like we could use a couple more ha-has and hee-hees, even if they're a little on the darker side. So I'm really, we've heard like 5 different people mention dark humor, and I am, for one, am looking forward to going on my humor flight of the world of just sampling, this is Lithuanian dark humor. It has a rich body to it. This is Portuguese dark humor. It's very floral. I love this. This
almost
is
a charcuterie board. Of
just a lovely, a smattering of dark humor from all over the world. And I'm genuinely looking forward to it. I really am.
I love that. I think it'll be really fun. Augusto, including or apart from this year's theme of Make Me Laugh, what are you most looking forward to for this year's Global Game Jam?
Being honest, for my personal experience, the thing I'm most looking for is to making a game with my community. That's the thing I've always wanted to have a group of people doing crazy stuff with me together. And this is the first time we're actually doing this. The last year, I've managed to bring some people together. So it was almost 10 people who had their first Global Game Jam experience. And this year I'm looking for at least 50 people. I don't know, or more. I don't know. Let's go. So yeah, I think in general, my personal 1-2 experience is making this first Global Game Jam together. But as he said, I'm always looking for some games with dark human. I can't wait to see what people are going to do. I love it, and yeah, that's it.
That's amazing. I have to steal from Boys Games in chat, who says maybe even a dark humorery board just to bring it all together. But Augusto, I do hope you get the crowds and the community this year, and it's even bigger than last year's Global Game Jam. Thank you so much for sharing some insights as to what GGJ looks like in your area in Brazil, and just kind of your journey through this, and especially your origin story, starting with the Global Game Jam event. That was just such a neat story to share. Do you have any final words to leave us with before we say goodbye to you today?
Just have fun, and let's make some games.
Yes, let's make some games. Have a great jam. Again, thank you, Augusto. Folks, we will be back right after this. Stay tuned.
Bye-bye.
You've made the multiplayer game of your dreams, and you're ready to put it online for the world to enjoy. With Hathora, hosting your game servers couldn't be simpler. All you need is to create a Docker file, then Hathora will build your container and replicate it to our registries across the globe. Once you select a group of players to start a match, Hathora starts a server in the optimal region and routes players through our premium edge network, ensuring the lowest latency possible. Hathora automatically spins down idle servers, ensuring you only pay for active use. As your game rises in popularity, Hathora scales rapidly to ensure players are never left waiting. While hosting matches across the globe, the Hathora network fends off DDoS attacks so that they never reach your servers. Hathora handles your infrastructure so you can focus on building the best game. Get started today at hathora.dev.
Whether you're a team of 1 or 1,000, only one thing really matters: making a game that players want to play. Developers are imagining future games that delight players and require solutions to support their dreams. Players expect games to have fast response times and high-fidelity experiences on any device, anywhere in the world. To achieve this, more and more developers are turning to the cloud. AWS for Games provides a broad portfolio of industry-specific products and solutions from AWS and AWS partners to help you build faster, run smarter, and grow your games. AWS for Games portfolio covers 12 solution areas, spanning the 3 phases of game development. When building, AWS will help you to modernize your architecture and move your production pipelines to the cloud, enabling you to recruit and build diverse teams around the globe, not limited to a physical location. When running a game, AWS can help you streamline operations, deploy the right compute and accelerated networking options to deliver low-latency game experiences, provide real-time and serverless analytics to help better understand player behavior, and help you harden your back-end against DDoS and other malicious attacks. To grow your player base, AWS can help you acquire and retain users with an engaging community experience with Twitch, Amazon Luna, and machine learning tools. With 175 fully featured services and more functionality than any other cloud provider, AWS infrastructure is trusted by over 90% of the largest public game companies, including Epic, EA, Ubisoft, Sony, Nintendo, Zynga, Rovio, and more. Need help getting started? Visit the AWS for Games landing page for a customized onboarding experience. Take one of our structured learning classes or dive deep into the 12 solution areas. Either way, we want to help you create the next amazing game. Welcome to AWS for Games.
You're muted.
I'm
There we
muted.
go.
Don't worry about it. I figured it out. I know how to press buttons. I got this. Guys, we're back.
And
I'm
today's
back.
Billies, it's okay.
Guys, hi. Hello. We're back with our wonderful hosts and this way. This is the way. We've got Heather here to talk to us a little bit more about her and West Virginia and their involvement in the Global Games Jam.
All right, thank you. I will go ahead and put the presentation on with me, but before I put that on, my name is Heather. I am one of a couple different faculty over at West Virginia University that are part of our game design program. I'm also one of the leadership team at GA West Virginia, and also director for nonprofit Mon River Games, which is a community studio. Oh no, I hear that I'm lagging a little bit, which is terrible.
But we can totally hear you, so.
Yeah,
okay.
it happens.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and put this visual on with us. So I've got share screen. Okay. There we go. And right. See the presentation just fine?
It's coming up now.
Ah, it's
There we go.
All right, so this is us, right? So doing things down in Appalachia. We're doing a lot of game development things, and it's a lot of fun. We've been building this community over the last several years. I've been around here for about 5 years now, and it's been a blast trying to get everything up and running in this area. So again, this is me. So I direct and I'm the founder of this little nonprofit entity, which is pretty much a game studio that students in the area get to come in and we just make games together. So that's a lot of fun. And our program, game design, interactive media. And then we just got IGDA West Virginia chapter here. Just this past summer, we've launched it. And that's who the sponsor is for our site for Global Game Jam. And of course, we have a student club, so University's Game Developers Club. They're helping to manage things on site, while doing a lot of the things that are going to be remote, because this is a hybrid site that we're running. So just, again, highlight. So we've got an in-person face and an online face. In person, we're right in Morgantown, West Virginia. So, you know, come on down if you want to join, if you want to be part of this site, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So we're going to have Monday night, and then next Monday we'll have some ice cream to top things off while we play these games after the jam ends. And then the online component is going to be Facebook Live, which is also a Game Jam sign-up link. So this QR code will go over to our Global Game Jam page. So obviously, a lot of y'all know IGDA, and we're really happy and we're be able to have a chapter in our area now, because this is something that we've been missing for a little while. And then you can see Game Jams listed right on the IGA page now. So nice.
Let's go.
This is the place, the in-person place that we're going to be at. It's called the Media Innovation Center. It's a really nice kind of goofy site in which you have like glass wall tables to on, lots of fun content that really helps you keep that collaborative drive together. And then our students will be running on site. Our GDC club will be there. It's a really nice little space, so you know you can check it out over there.
Awesome.
This is just more about our community game studio and how much we've grown lately. That's a lot of growth in 90 days.
It's a lot.
So yeah, we're starting to make a little bit of a splash. There was a lot of people that kind of came before us that helped to pave this, be able to do this, and you know we're excited that we're able to kind of expand what's going on in Kenya and Appalachia since. This is just some of the places that our students and community members have traveled to as part of the organization or part of Game Developers Club. It's a fun experience to be able to actually go to in person and network with people, because we all know online network is great, but being able to be face to people is just eye-opening. For a lot of these students and community members, being able to travel is transformational.
Oh yeah.
So it's a good time. Yes, thank you, Tim. You did. You gave me a lot of great advice, and I've been following a lot of it. We offer workshops for the community, so we tag into the community. You know, sometimes it's a Unity workshop, sometimes it's Unreal, sometimes it's Godot, sometimes it's more concept-based, you know, game design theory and so forth. But we really want game design education to be free and accessible, and you know, really empower people. So we're trying to invest in the spot that we have. These are just some of our events, right? So we have Global Game Jam that's starting here soon. You know, for some people already started that like to do things as soon as the theme is announced. We had a demo day last December. We'll have it again in 2024, which really, it's just the whole program shows all of their games, and it's a lot of fun to play each other's games. We also have our regional Spring Indie Showcase for the second time coming up. What's fun about that is it's not just a school point. It is lots of people from the community that are also part of this game making space, whether it's a podcast show about games or it's more of a publisher. So we've got a lot of them that came up last time for our first one. And now we have our second one that's going to be on March 23rd. This time around, we're going to have a fun little dinner afterwards. And really, this and all those events that we've been going to, I've found out just how much community already exists here we're building upon. And it's been a lot of fun. We're still having signups for this, so if you're in the West Virginia area, come see us, and I can give information about how to sign up and how to be a part of this. Just an example of people that came by last time. We had our sponsor, which was Shell. We had another sponsor, which was Vertex Herder. And then we had a bunch of other people that were local. Some of them we knew about, and some of them we just learned about. So there's a really cute game that Lone Go Games make. That is this little cryptid game. It's called Hungry for Humans. It was just like this dinner plate that you have to fill up as being like one of these monster creatures, which is really fun. But a lot of people that are here, they've been going at it alone in game development for years now. So it's nice to be able to try to provide a space for people to meet and to talk. And a lot of it comes from, maybe some of you know BitBridge Pittsburgh. A lot of that comes from their community group, because they're a lot of the inspiration, and they've been really helpful with getting us started as well. So yeah, that's a lot about our stuff. Oh, and then I was thinking about the whole the theme this year, right? And so I was thinking about this one that calls Oh Crap, the card game.
Oh, yeah.
Make me laugh. It's pretty much a game about poop.
I mean, it's perfect.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if it wasn't already done, it would be for this event. So yeah.
Everyone loves a poop joke. No.
Yeah. And then this is
think
just
it's
some
in the
more
Holy
info
Trinity.
about us. Pretty much the studio and then the pro as well. But let's I ran through all my stuff and really but yeah, we're fun things in West Virginia, and we're happy to just be part of a great inclusive community, be able to connect with everybody, and we're excited about the game jam because on Monday it'll be our first time participating as a site, and that's really exciting because we've participated as a site. We joined Bridge Pittsburgh, which is great. Like I said, they're phenomenal, but we've never hosted our own, so it'll be a great learning experience for a lot of us. But I'm sure it's going to be a lot of fun too. So we just can't wait to get started.
And how is the West Virginia game dev community with students as well as adults that are participating? Can you elaborate more on what you've seen in the area?
Yeah. So when it comes, like I said, we have this program. So we've had a program for about 5 years now. That's an undergraduate program for game design, and we've had about, I think we've had about, I'm going to say probably about 50 graduates so far because it's so new.
Great,
yeah, that's been great. We've got a couple that have made it to some places that they wanted to be at. We've got at least one that's made it Blizzard, and we're good for you. And then we've got some that are more like small, medium programs. And then when it comes to adult community members, a lot of our outreach through Mon River Games. That's the community studio that I was talking about. So we'll have adults as mentors, or if they don't feel comfortable being mentors, they can, regular member for a little while and get familiar with games before becoming a mentor. It's a lot of fun. Got a question about the program I see in the chat.
Yeah. I wanted to know if West Virginia University does anything in terms of helping the graduates find job placement.
Yeah, we're trying as we can. I have a Discord server that I run in which, we pretty much jobs internship section in which I push that really hard, and I'm always portfolio projects, and we're trying really hard to get people out there. A lot of them, some of them want to stay in games, and some of them are more interactive storytelling. So they're not easy about where they want to go, whether or not it's games or some sort of other industry.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of fun. But yeah, we're trying our best. And I have like this interesting little career module in one of their intermediate classes. So a lot of times, when they talk about this in high school or something as a career, they only put them down to 3 or 4 categories, right? So they say design, store, mechanics, that kind of thing. We all know that isn't true. Like 20 to 50 like more other jobs, and not all of them are working directly on games. So as part of their career module, they have to go and reach out in actual industry on a specific subject that they like. So they have to get specific as much as possible. I tell them things like that I heard from G about this guy that one of the talks we heard last year, this guy who just works on rock all the time. And I'm like, you understand how specialization exists. Like, so if this is what you want to do, you do have to pick something at some point. Be a generalist, that's okay. Just don't be a learner. So yeah. Career module win has been a focus of mine for media game course. Because not only does it force them to understand that, hey, there's been just those 3 categories, but also out of their comfort zone and actually talking and networking with people already. So
that is always
That's awesome.
huge part of this. I do have one question from Twitch chat that I want to throw out there, and it was, what kickstarted your journey to apply for an IGDA chapter?
Oh, chapter? Oh, okay. So known about IGDA a while now. I've been a member for several years. And I found out when I got here that we didn't really have a proper chapter. There was one that we thought, but not all the work was through, so it didn't really exist. So I was given the opportunity to rebuild it from scratch because that's, and they said the student chapter, only students can be in it, and this is a really small community we have at this point, and by excluding community members and just having students, that's not going to help us. So I really kind of went after this idea of have a national chapter that lets students be a part of it and communities be a part of it. Because working together, that's really how you build a community. You can't keep them apart like that. But yeah, that was my motivation. It's just that I knew how helpful IGDA can be, especially for new as well as current game developers. They're really great. They're a great organization. They really do their best in trying to help students and professionals get out there and do what they need to gainful employment in industry. I really wanted that for our area.
I just kind of wish this existed for me when I wanted to get into game design. I took the dumbest, most backwards path there, and then didn't ever actually land there. And now I'm a talking head who plays games on stream and curses at large monsters. But thank you very much for coming to join us, for coming to talk to us about the West Virginia and surrounding areas chapter. There was another question that I wanted to get to, but I'm going to save it for another time. So I do want to know where people can find you and find more information about this if they happen to be in the West Virginia area. Where can they kind of look into joining as well?
Yeah, so there's a couple different ways they can do that. They can either search for us on the IGDA site for West Virginia, so they can find us there. Or if they want to go to IGDA, really it's just monrivergames.com. And we onboard new members at the start of every session. So we have 3 sessions. We have it parallels the academic calendar because obviously I'm an academic, so it's necessary. So we onboard in January, June, actually August, and it's free. It's a free thing to belong to that you know, you can just make games together as much as or don't want.
Well, if you're in the West Virginia area, I feel like you kind of heard if you want to make or not make games, even though I'm not sure how the logistics of the last one works. But if you want to be involved in the game dev space in West Virginia, maybe join a global game jam. This is the way that you can do it. And again, thank you very much for coming on and sharing that information with us. I tremendously appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yes, thank you so much, Heather. And also a huge thank you to our headline sponsors, Big Bang, and our Empower sponsors, AWS, for Games and Hathora. We could absolutely not make Global Game Jam possible without your help. So thank you. We also want to go ahead and thank our global promotion sponsors, SideFX and Unity.
And we also wouldn't be here without our diversifier sponsors, UK Games Fund, GitHub, Read Speaker, Dots.eco, Leonardo, and of course our product or service sponsors, Perforce, CyberEver, Nate, and We Love Indies.
Finally, we want to thank our promotion sponsors, Game Maker, Fred Rogers Productions, Gdevelop, In-Game Job, GD Bay, Code to Inspire, Swish Swoosh. I wasn't going to make it 3 times in a row. I almost did. Jemmy, JCI, Cynthia, and Values Value. Now, you can go to globalgamejam.org/sponsors to learn more about the amazing offers that our sponsors have for you to take advantage of during the Global Game Jam 2024.
And guys, even if you're not in West Virginia, there's still time to sign up for the jam, a jam site near you at the brand new website of globalgamejams.org. And if you love global game jams as much as we do, and you can afford to support the mission, please go to librapay.com/globalgamejam, and you can make a monthly recurring donation. Global Game Jam is a registered 501c3. All donations are tax deductible, and it helps make great events like the Global Game Jams possible for everybody. So thank you in advance. See you again soon.
What do you mean, what is GitHub? It's the largest, most complete development platform in the world. Millions of developers use it. And it's not just developers. These days, every company is a software company. I thought you might say that. Come on, let me show you. GitHub is an enterprise transforming, startup launching, community driven, super secure, open source championing, cloud-based platform. It's where the world builds software.
We created algorithms and global businesses.
We even went to Mars.
Or at least our code did.
Oh, yes. With GitHub, anything is possible. But how? Say this is Sanal, a senior software engineer, and this is a team's project on GitHub. Sanal and her team can create their own branches of code to work together in parallel.
This is my branch, an alternate timeline where I can build, squash bugs, and safely experiment. There are communication and task delegation tools right next to my code. So when we're ready to merge, we merge instantly.
It works with thousands of branches for over 1 million projects.
And with built-in project planning, automation, CI/CD, and AI-enhanced code editing at every step.
You can move fast and get your ducks in a row! But we gotta be safe about it.
GitHub has advanced security with automatic vulnerability detection, secret scanning, and more. So we can build and ship safely and securely.
So, now you know what GitHub is, you might wonder who GitHub is. It's a student learning to code. It's disruptors revolutionizing music. It's a CEO transforming a global company. It's 21,000 strangers working together to take the first picture of a black hole. It's a place for anyone from anywhere to build anything. Anything you think the world needs. Was that? You already knew that? Well, why didn't you say anything? I was talking for ages back there. It's embarrassing.
I know that, of course, if you're here, it's because you want to make a game. But not just any game. You want to make a game in 48 hours. And I think that this is crazy, especially as a game developer. I think, it's incredible that we're able to make a game in such a short amount of time.
It's really cool to see so many people get involved and make good stuff. People get prizes, people learn, you form groups, you make friends. So yeah, it's just a really great time.
I honestly think the kind of ideas that people are going to come up in this game jam are going to be phenomenal because there's no need to think outside the box because the box is so big to the extent that there are so many things that you can do with it. So I'm just genuinely excited to see this.
This year is special because I think most sites have been offline and meeting face-to-face for the first time for 2 years. This is different and we've missed this.
The whole thing here is you're here to learn and have fun and make friends, so make sure that's your priority. The game is the consequence of that.
I just have one last thing to ask you. Please, whatever you do, let's go make something awesome. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone, and we are back with the Global Game Jam 2024 theme reveal, which, in case you didn't catch it and you didn't see it at the top of the screen, it is Make Me Laugh. And I am joined by my illustrious co-hosts, Trish, Mac, and Steph. And we are now joined by an additional guest, Wesley, who is from the Columbus area, if I'm not mistaken. So,
yes.
Listen, I haven't been back to the Midwest in a while, so tell me what's going on in the Columbus area when it comes to the Global Game Jam.
Oh my goodness. You guys can hear me okay, right?
Yes, we can.
Good. Awesome. Yeah, sorry about that. Must have been some sort of Midwest, casual internet outage, and now we're all back and ready to go. But yeah, there's tons of stuff going on. I kind of want to give a little bit of a shout out to kind of like my experience with Global Game Jam, because of course it's been such a big part of a lot of things I've done since I was in college to where I am now. And, I've got, kind of the tail end of it is showcasing a tool that we're using as part of our partnership with Global Game Jam called Jamio, which is a tool for Discord, a bot that allows people to kind of create games. So it's kind of like come full circle. But yeah, I guess easiest way to do this, if it's okay with you all, I'd like to share a little bit of my screen to kind of show you my journey.
Sounds demo time.
Let's do it.
Let me see. We'll just do the screen. I don't think I need audio. All right. So my alma mater was CCAD, the Columbus College of Art and Design. I actually went in there for animation. Did a little bit of 3D modeling, kind of worked with them for a while. That was years ago, back in 2010. So it's kind of dating myself a little bit. But what I mean by it came full circle is that, since then I had been like working, in games, especially towards the end of my year, I started getting interested in game development, talking to a few folks, talked to some people in the industry after I graduated college. And now, actually, for the first time this year, we are collaborating together, which is awesome. So this year we are moving our site to the campus area, which is really cool. I'm actually part of a local game development community called the Central Ohio Game Dev Group. And we've been doing this for years, probably since 2016, I would say, is officially like when we've done our first ones. And the goal has always been like, when I went out of college, I went out to the East Coast and West Coast, apply different portfolios and whatever. But the goal was really just to kind of be like, well, we've got a lot of talented game developers from around the U.S., including the Midwest. Like, why can't we do games here? So that's kind of been our spiel for a while. After college, I started a game studio called Multivarious Games. So it's a local studio. We've done a lot of different projects with many different clients around the Midwest. A couple years later, we went in and started a game expo for our community called GDEX, which is the Midwest Game Developer Expo. So we've been doing that every year, either the summer or the fall is going to be this year. So that'll be a lot of fun to kind of showcase that. But the goal again was to create an environment here for game developers. And it was all kind of in the inspiration of the many different projects coming out of Global Game Jam or other different game jams and the talent coming out of the Midwest. So what I wanted to kind of do is do a little bit of a flashback to one of the first games I worked on in 2016. So 2016, if you guys remember, do you guys remember what the theme was that year? Does anybody remember?
Okay. Ooh,
I'm sure Tim does.
Yeah.
Tim will let us know.
I thought I knew what it was, and then
Ritual.
I had to look it up. I was like, I don't know if it was that. So we did Ritual. So I did this really weird game with a bunch of like friends of mine called How to Be a Whiz, and we just wanted to be as hipster as possible. Like that's one of the cool things about the first day is like you just kind of want to have like the craziest brainstorms ever, and that's probably honestly one of the most favorite parts about Global Game Jam is that first night when you're kind of getting together and kind of like brainstorming a bunch of stuff because nothing's off the table. Like you can kind of do whatever. And we're just like, yeah, let's just go with it. So like I made a bunch of chicken scratch drawings, and there was Dumbledore at the time because like Harry Potter was like popular, and like Dumbledore as like a visual novel like character, and then I had a hipster guy who was trying to be a wizard. It was like the weirdest thing. We had like different potions and stuff you had to mix, and there was like mini games and stuff. So I'm not gonna show it because like it's really broken and it's kind of weird, which is kind of the charm, I think, in game jams. They're kind of these fun little gems. But if you ever want to look it up, you can take a look at it. I think the biggest thing that I enjoy about game jams is like the people that you learn and. So this is actually from that game jam site. The people circled were actually the folks on my team, and they're still very much friends of mine till this day. I think that's one of the coolest things is it can kind of be intimidating, meeting new people and not knowing folks, and you might get randomized into people. You may not know game development, and you might be surprised by the time you're done with the game jam, like how many people like can help you like get that started and how much game development you actually do know or will learn in a short amount of time. So like it started from here. This was actually one of our offices in downtown Columbus or close by downtown for Multivarious Games. And we opened up our office because it was like one of the first years we actually moved there. And I will say it was one of the best and one of the worst experiences. It was not very good for sleeping. I remember it was a very old, drafty like building, and I remember sleeping in the cold because it was like really cold at that time because obviously it was like January, February, and just being like, I can't get any sleep, but I need to rest because I've been jamming too long. Which I would suggest, please do take breaks, please rest and refresh. So we've grown since then. This is one of our other sites that we've had. This is actually a co-working space.
Oh my
called the
gosh.
Idea Foundry. Yeah, so
Doubled, tripled.
exactly. Yeah, so we've this is the Central Ohio Game Dev Group, or the cogg.com or COG logo or whatnot. So this is the group I've helped collaborate with a lot with Multivarious Games and a lot of other different things. And they're just the coolest group. Like I think every group out there is awesome. Find your local group. If you don't have one, I highly suggest starting one. Maybe you have this game jam and you might be inspired to start one anyways, or like what Heather was doing, start up an IGDA chapter. Whatever you can do to help propel game development within your own community, I think you'd be surprised how many people are just super excited to get involved in that. And we've been doing events every month, so it's been a lot of fun there. So yeah, so we've actually had quite a bit of, I guess this is kind of the transition, is during 2020, obviously COVID happened and a lot of us had to go online. We had to pivot, and actually that's how this website got built, is we needed to be adaptable to help people continue to do game development and game development opportunities online. And so we created a website, we created a Discord, we made a YouTube channel, we started doing streams online. It was like a whole thing that we kind of wanted to do anyways. But we, actually needed to also do the same thing with GDEX. GDEX actually started because we were always in person, right? So we had to do an expo online just because people were so excited to do something, with other people, showcase the games that they've been doing all year round. Maybe it was a game jam game and they polished it up for the end of the year and they wanted to show it off, or they're a student like at CCAD or OSU or whatever, and they wanted to show it off. So we decided to do something called GDEX TV, which kickstarted actually our first game jam for that expo called the GDEX Game Jam, which is pretty funny because it's the same initials, right? I was always like, oh, it's the same thing as GGJ. Like, we can't do that. But what it also initiated was the bot I was talking about, which is Jamio. So Jamio was actually a bot from one of our programmers at Multivarious Games. And he actually was just kind of like whipping something up to be like, hey, I've got a bunch of friends playing D&D and I want to get them into a group because I'm doing multiple games. And then he's like collaborated this thing in Discord to kind of like make it more for game jams, and we made it for GDEX, and it actually was pretty rough. We actually got it working pretty well at the time for our specific server. And then for the last couple of years, we polished it up. So now that it's using, like you guys had an ad for AWS, we actually use that for our servers for Jamio. And we're able to now use it across multiple different servers. So this has kind of been the thing. I've been talking to a couple site organizers about this bot for a couple years now, and it's now at a state that it's pretty great. I mean, it still needs improvements. We still have a lot of design things that we want to implement, and we're very gracious that you've given us a spot and a chance to kind of showcase this, because especially for me, what it's helped me out as a site organizer is to make like the online team forming process and something like Discord much easier. Because if you've ever set those channels up before, it's kind of like an instant messenger. If you guys aren't familiar with Discord, it's a way to kind of talk with each other. You can also like throw images in there, you can throw videos, you can set up team calls if someone's off site and like stream your video. But setting up the permissions and all those channels can be really cumbersome. And as a site organizer, you just don't want to take too much time away that you could be spending like going in and talking to jammers and brainstorming with them. So that's what this does. So what I wanted to do, I know I kind of like threw a bunch of information up on you, but is kind of showcase a little bit of this bot. We did this a couple days ago on some of the other streams, but there's some things that actually are working pretty well now. And I wanted to kind of give you guys a demonstration of how it looks. So so this is actually one of my test accounts. And so if you're familiar with Discord, you can go to discord.com, and once you sign in, it'll actually take you to your own page. So it's pretty easy to set up if you've never done a server before. So a server is like, we got a cluster of these in a group in here. It's just your initial home page for the place that you want to go. So if you just hit add server, and you can say create my own, you can just say skip this question, because you can choose these things later. And GGJ stream server. And then this automatically makes you what's called a hashtag is a text channel, and then a mic is like a voice channel. So text channels and Discords are there for like where if you want to post images or text or message people. Voice channels are there for if you want to stream things and kind of talk to people in live. So what I'm going to do now is, now that I'm signed in, I have my own server, and I have to actually be an owner of the server to be able to invite the bot Jamio. All I have to do is go to jamio.xyz, and then I can go to this dashboard button. And if you don't see your name up here at the top right, just make sure you go to discord.com and sign in, and you should see that. But once I'm in here, I actually probably have to, reload. It'll notice that I have the GGJ stream server, and all I have to do is hit this invite Jamio button, and it will ask you for your permissions. You can actually choose which server, but it automatically selected it for me. So I'll just authorize that, make sure I'm human, and then I can close that window. And if I go into the Discord server, you'll now notice that I have a couple new channels. So there's this Jamio admin channel. There's this text channel, which gives me a lot of different information, which I'll break down here in just a sec. So it's kind of working in the background, setting up all these channels automatically for me. There's an audit channel, which actually, as I start to work with it, it'll start to add text descriptions of things if I'm having questions about what's going on. And then it actually sends me what's called a DM or a direct message right here to kind of give me information about my jam. It will tell me like what I need to know for, like, if I want to relink him, if he gets disconnected, I can go back in there. So that's just kind of handy if I need to go back in and re-invite him. So what's great now is he's in the jam. If I actually hit my show my members list, you can actually see him here on the right side. And then that's me, Rio Wolf. That's kind of my test account. And then in here, I just need to read these instructions. But in the shorthand, anything that is kind of highlighted here in this list under commands, you can use. So I always like to test and just say, okay, help. And help gives you a list of a bunch of different commands that you can try. So if you are interested in testing this out, this is free up to like 20 jammers. When we actually have a special discount code for you guys this session with Global Game Jam. If you want to get 25% off, if you say you need more jammers, you can use the code GGJ2024. And then 10% of that proceeds will actually go to Global Game Jam. So it's kind of a great way to kind of help out your community. But the big thing is, like, now I can look in here, okay, and I can say, cool, there's some information I can look from. And then if I want to initiate my jam, all I have to do is type in initiate jam. And then Jamio will say, hi, Wesley. Sometimes it'll be different languages just for fun. It says, you can host a jam on the server. There are several different settings you need to set up first. Are you ready to start a new jam event here? And I can say Y for yes, yes, or confirm. So there's always like a shorthand. So I always like to say Y for yes.
This seems so helpful.
It really does.
Yes. And so it's a little bit like, it takes some getting used to, but like once you kind of read through the prompts, it kind of just is like a wizard that kind of steps you through. Here it'll display the name. So it says, hey, what new name do you want? I'll just solve, I don't know. I did the last one, Happy Jam, right? So now it says, cool, now your name is Happy Jam. Would you like an acronym for it? So if you want a shorthand is going to be great because it's going to make for you a bunch of channels. So if you have a really long jam name, you don't want this big long jam name in all your channels because it might be hard to read. So you can just do like 2 letters. So if I said HJ, it'll add that acronym in there. And now it says, cool, now you have everything you need to go. Would you like to create this? So now I can hit Y for yes. And Jamio will start creating the channels over here on the left automatically for you. So you kind of see that it created, this is called a category. And it creates the registration page. So this part, just because it's creating the whole entire jam, it might take a couple seconds to kind of go through. But right here, it'll say, as long as it's saying initiate jam, yeah.
It's all just filtering right in. That's so like awesome and easy for people that are like maybe like first time doing this and they don't even know where to start to organize their project.
And that's the thing too, is a lot of this is based off of designs that we've done in the past for our own game jams. But we're working a lot of different designs as we start to progress this to kind of help, provide whatever design you guys want. So this is an evolving process. So we're trying to get that working. But you'll notice, yeah, so there's, as an admin, I will always be able to see these 2 channels. If I want somebody else to be a part of that and be an admin as well, all I have to do is assign them the admin role. So actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to invite my other friend, my other account, and I'll have him jump in here. Let's see if he can find
one thing while we're going through this that this is reminding me is that 1, these types of bots are indispensable for large servers, and 2, I'm in way too many Discord servers.
Oh yeah,
I think I hit my limit. I'm at 100.
Yeah, I'm allowed to see my other one because it is
the calm of this. I'm just like, I might be able to actually get through all of my unreads, because if I look at mine, I have red number PTSD. Just
Oh yeah, thousands. I just ignore it.
I would love to, but I can't.
I mute almost every server I get into, so I don't have to see it.
I mute them just so I don't get the. I made a mistake once of reinstalling it on my phone and not resetting my settings, and set my phone down. Like, I'll give it a second to get me back into all of my new accounts, and I had my phone on vibrate and loud I had my phone on vibrate across the room, and then like a minute later I heard thump, and I'm like, what's that sound? It vibrated off the nightstand.
Yeah.
I've been there before. Yeah. I mean, and that's the thing too, is you have that, and then I'm always for trying to keep it as simple as possible. So the goal is to really every step of the way, whether you're a site organizer or you're a jammer, the goal is to have Jamio really ask you through a wizard of the questions that you need to know. So for example, I've got my other account here. And if I go to the registration channel and I start looking through here, this is what's considered the jammer environment, right? This is the jammer category. So if I want to start to be a part of this jam, Happy Jam, I just have to type in register. And then now I can see all the channels that the admin can see. And these are really particular to the jammer resources. So it's like, cool, yeah, now I'm a jammer. I'm actually registered to this site. So now I can say, you'll notice that there's actually this section that's kind of like a roster. So as I start to go in here, I'm actually part of a teamless jammer. So I don't really have a jam team yet that I'm assigned because there's no teams. So if I want to make a team, all I have to do is type in, was it create, right? Yeah, create. And now it's going to ask me what team I want. I'm going to say team 1. And we wish to create this, Y for yes. And now you'll notice that Jamio created another category with a text channel and a voice channel that has my own permissions. It has everything I need. So if I just want to start to grab people in here, they can do that. So now if I'm in here and I type in, so this, even though I'm admin, I technically don't have, oh, I typed that wrong, didn't I? Register. There we go. So now I'm a registered jammer. And if I want to join that team, who is telling me to wait. So you'll see this little emoticons. This means that it's creating some of those channels. So you got to wait for it to get done, and then it'll actually be done. So now it's read my message to say, okay, now what do you want? So now if I say team, and I don't have to type in the whole team name, I can just type in the first word. It'll say, hey, you want to join team 1? Yeah, that sounds good. And now I am part of team 1. And if I want to check that, all I have to do, and it's actually, okay, now it's good. You'll notice that it created a team right here with Wolfgamer is actually my other account that I was just showing you. And then this screen that you see here is Real Wolf. So that team is created. Now I can start talking to those folks. I can start jamming and everything's done. And as a site organizer, I just have to show them, go to the registration channel, type in the commands, make your team. Once they get it once, they can actually help each other out. I don't have to do anything. Like, it's done. Like, that's the coolest part, is I can point people instead of making it up for them. Now I can still make things up if I'm really good and savvy with Discord. I can still change the settings if I want to. I can make my own channels, but the bulk of the hard work is done. And each team will have things that are unique to them. So you can actually upload an icon that represents your team name. You can make a color so that your color changes here on the right side. And then at the end, when everybody uploads their Global Game Jam link, they can actually link their game there. And then you have like this category, this history of all the different Game Jam stuff that's been happening throughout the event. And you don't really have to do very much else. I mean, like I said, there's a lot of other things you can do. You can go into role assignments. So if you want to showcase that you're a technical person, a creative person, or management, sometimes like game design, you could just hit these emoticons down here. And now that actually gets assigned to my name. And that one actually probably takes a sec because it's got to kind of propagate. Oh, wait. That might be because I'm a site owner. Let me double check. If I were to go into this one. Yeah, so as a site owner, it's a little bit different because not to complicate it, but based on roles, Jamio will need to have a higher role than you. So these are really very specific to jammers. But say if I wanted to be a producer for Wolf Gamer, that should hopefully change here in just a sec. It might just need some time. But you can see as we start to go through the public chat, we'll start to notate some of these things. So I guess what I would say, because I don't want to take a bunch of time from you guys, but because there's a lot you can go through, is if you're interested in this, like I said, it's free up to 20 jammers. If you need more, there's a code for, when you register, there's actually, a couple different tiers you can go through. If you need to, just let us know. Like if there's any way we can help you, really, we just want people to try it out. So if there's any way we can help you, let us know. But there is a code. If you want to use it, that's ZGJ2024. That'll give you 25% off. And what that'll allow you to do is, at least if you want to try it on a test server, you can test it out, see what you think, see if you like it, try it out with your jammers. And let us know what you think, because the biggest thing with this, like I was mentioning before, since we started with COVID, doing our own game jam, starting from that small one to this point, we can't be more excited for people to try it out. Let us know what they think, and let us know how we can improve it. I think that's the biggest thing, is how can we make this better for you? Because especially for me as a site organizer, how can we, make these tools ready for you guys so that this is something that'll make your lives easier, so that you can do your game jams as a site organizer online. So, yeah, just let us know if you have any questions. My name is WolfG4M3R on Discord, so you can message us there, or there's, I think it was another channel that had stuff, but that's probably one of the easiest ways. Or you can email us at info@thegdex.com or info@jamio.xyz. You can get us ready. So that's all. Sorry.
No worries. I can already tell you.
No, thank you.
The applications for this are going to be dope. I'm really looking forward to people doing test game jams to get ready for the global game jam, and it's going to be amazing. Thank you, Wesley, for coming and showing off Jamio, because feel like I've been talking about it all day, and now I have a much better understanding of how it works. Good. But listen, guys, we're going to take a quick break, and we will be right back after a brief moment. So don't touch that dial.
Hello, and welcome back to the Global Game Jam Reveal Show. I'm Mac and Cheese Please, joined by Trish, Alchemist, and Stephazoid. And we have Lynn with us from California. Hey, what's going on?
Hey, how you all doing? This has been a fabulous show today. You are all troopers for sure. It's been really fun to watch. It's been so cool.
it's fun when you get to talk to game devs who are just so passionate. The energy is contagious. So we're on through everybody else. But tell me about the game dev scene in California.
Oh, well, I mean, we're a hot spot for this sort of stuff. So it's something that we've been immersed in for years and years, and it's just so fun being a part of this event and being able to show people how easy it is actually to sort of get your feet wet making games and things like that. And for us, I'm at Azusa Pacific University. We're about 20 minutes from Hollywood and Burbank and all of the places that games are made. So it's just really fun having people come in and share their expertise, and also come in with absolutely no expertise and leave with a game. So it's amazing.
Where do you see people taking the Make Me Laugh theme this year?
That's a great question. We've had a lot of, and people have said this throughout the different sessions today, but we've had a lot of games that have happened over the years that have actually been pretty funny. And so I'm looking forward to just having it kind of go wild and see where people really kind of center in on what their personal sense of humor is and see if it actually does make us laugh. I guess that would be the point of all of this. I was actually a part of the theme committee this year, and it was really fun just kind of coming up with that and knowing that that the whole conversation, I think, when we were trying to figure all of this out, was the fact that everyone feels that our world is sort of in a state of unrest right now, and we were really ready to do something that wasn't serious. And I was looking through some of the past themes, and I love them all, but they've been pretty serious, for the most part. So it was great to finally decide on a theme that hopefully will just bring out whimsy, bring out joy, bring out laughter and fun, and I'm looking forward to seeing that happen.
So I'm so curious, are you able to share with us some of the ideas that didn't make the cut? Are you able to share that?
Yeah, it's funny. We went through quite a few, and I know that the chair of our committee sort of spoke earlier about some of the process. But again, we started with this idea that we didn't want to have a heavy-handed theme, and so we thought about things like joy. We thought about things like kind of esoteric themes like composure or calm or what that might mean in as far as game dev is concerned. We also thought about things like rewards and achievements and exploration and other things like that. And so there were quite a bit of really, really cool themes that came out. We also, a lot of the themes that we discussed, and I'm not going to be able to list them all, of course, I just can't remember, but a lot of them were really amazing. But then we were kind of thinking, well, that might make a better diversifier, or something that someone would add on to a game. And so we had a long sort of list that we just culled through, and kind of once we came across the Make Me Laugh theme, I think everyone unanimously was like, oh, that sounds like it fit. Yeah. So
the one thing I've taken away from this is that next year, when the Global Game Jam comes up and Tim reaches out to us and says, hey, we're going to be hosting the Global Game Jam, we now know that there are other people that exist that know the theme beforehand.
Oh, yeah. So
now we don't have to ask Tim.
We are sworn by our lives to secrecy. I'm sorry.
I don't need you to tell me. I don't need you to tell me the theme, but everyone will more than likely give a different hint, and you give me enough hints, I can paint a Picasso.
So you're making this a game. I see what you're doing here.
It is the Global Game Jam. Of course, I'm making it a game. That's the point.
That's amazing.
Something that has kind of been on my mind all day with the Make Me Laugh. So there's a game, I think I might be incorrect, but I think it's called Howl. And you have to talk to make your character move up and down. And I'm wondering if anyone can use a sound component to control the character and quite literally have to laugh or make someone laugh, some audio cue.
It's really funny that you say that, because that was immediately what I started thinking about when, and I'm not going to use that idea when we go into the game jam, because
no, you can take it if you want.
But right when we came, I was like, what if there was a game where you had to say ha or ho or, heh, And I just thought the game could even be terrible, but just because someone's doing that, it's going to make us laugh, right?
Sure.
So that's a really great idea.
I just think of like streamers being like, ha, 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 like the whole time.
Oh, could you imagine QWOP, but each different type of
Oh, yeah.
ha, he, ho, he, all
Don't you
controls a
dare.
different
Don't
limb.
you dare.
So much silliness.
Watch, you get the world record on QWOP by doing that too.
I'm just saying, like, I'm not, trying to come up with really good game jam ideas or anything like that.
So much silliness. I love it. It could happen, Alchemist. Tim, since you're in like a very major entertainment hub, how many people usually participate in your global game jam?
That's an interesting thing, because we actually have right around us, and I'm saying within an hour and a half from our location, we probably have 5 to 10 to maybe even 15 jam sites that happen. So
wow.
Each jam site is actually the attendance is not as high as you might see at other places where there's fewer jam sites. So at our sites we usually get around 40 to 45 people. And we're at a school, so half of those are usually students. It's funny. One of the other things I noticed back, sort of COVID going into post-COVID time, that we have more attendees when we're open all 48 hours. So we had fewer attendees, of course, when we were completely virtual. The year after, I made it a hybrid, so people can come and leave and be online as well. And we actually had less people for that. And as soon as we went back to 48 hours, all of a sudden we had 45 people again. So it's pretty incredible.
Well,
that's awesome.
It kind of touches on, I forgot who it was, but a couple hours ago, someone was saying that they got job opportunities from the Global Game Jam, and it's more about community than it is about the game. And so, not that you can't have an online community, but it loses a little bit of a charm when it's totally online versus in person as well.
It does. And there's so much off the cuff collaboration that happens when you're in person, and just the way that you can get to know people in person is just so much more authentic and just present, right? Being there. Speaking of that exact thing, our very first year, which was 2019, so this is our 6th game jam that we're doing. I'm really so excited about it. It's I have some funny stories about sort of the just the concept of deciding to do a game jam for the first time and being so intimidated by it and not wanting to do all of the work. And then all of a sudden, now I can't wait to do it every year, right? So it's just it's such a fun thing. But our first year in 2019, we actually had, so our games program at our school is within our cinematic arts program. And we had a screenwriter come and do the game jam with us. She had never made games before. And I had a keynote speaker come in from a company that did a talk, and they actually sort of stuck around for most of the weekend. They ended up hiring her as a narrative designer from that game jam. So it happens. It's a super fun thing. And we have people that, based on our location, last year we had someone from Niantic join our jam. We had someone from Riot join our jam. We had, it's just so fun seeing all of these people come together and forget about the stress of work and just have fun.
It's like they forget about the stress of work and then have the stress of, oh no, a game in 48 hours, but you're excited about it.
Yeah, there's just something different about this sort of stress, and no matter how tired you are, it's such a celebratory experience, every minute of it.
Something else that, with so much experience that you have under your belt with this, do you have any advice for anyone? Either advice for a first-time jammer or a long-time jammer, like something that you're like, people need to know about this?
I think the biggest piece of advice is don't be too scared of your skill level. I had a screenwriter get a job as a narrative designer from this jam. We had one of our tech people who just does hardware support come in and ended up doing pixel art and things in one of our jam. And just so don't be scared of that. We've done so many different styles of games, from board games to low resolution lo-fi games all the way up to 3D games, and the people who participate in all of those teams have such a wide array of skill levels, and it's just, you learn what you need to learn, you do what you're supposed to do, and somehow it all comes together. It's amazing. And then as far as like, I heard someone else talk earlier about the idea of just starting a jam site in the first place. And I really loved about what he said about all you'd really need is a roof over your head and internet, and I think that's good advice too. If someone's like trying to figure out if they should even do this in the first place, just do it. It happens. It comes together.
That's awesome advice. Everybody starts somewhere in terms of starting a site. Everybody starts somewhere in terms of their game development career, putting a toe in the water. Tim, thank you so much for joining us today. Do you have any last words to leave everyone with?
I just can't wait until people make me laugh.
We can.
I'm excited. Everyone's going to kick butt.
Thank you so much for doing this today. It's been fabulous.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. It's been awesome having you. And a huge shout out and thanks as well to our headline sponsors, Big Bang and Empower. And our Empower sponsors, AWS for Games and Hathora. We absolutely could not make Global Game Jam possible without you. So thanks again. We also want to thank our global promotion sponsors, SideFX and Unity. Thanks for being awesome.
And a huge thank you to our diversifier sponsors, UK Games Fund, GitHub, ReadSpeaker, Dots.eco, Leonardo, as well as our product or service sponsors, Perforce, CyberEver, Nate, and We Love Indies.
Finally, we want to thank our promotion partners, Game Maker, Fred Rogers Productions, I stumbled over that, Gdevelop, In-Game Job, GD Bay, Code Inspire. Everyone in the chat, do it with me this time. I'm not resisting. Swish, swoosh, Gemio, JCI, Cinti, and Values Value. Go to globalgamejam.org/sponsors to learn more about the amazing offers that these sponsors have for you to take advantage of during your Global Game Jam 2020.
Heck yeah. Today was the kickoff, guys. That doesn't mean you cannot still sign up, because you can at the globalgamejam.org. Right there, sign up. You want to participate in this awesome show. You also, if you would like to help support, and you can afford to do so, go to liberapay.com/globalgamejam, and you can make a monthly recurring donation. It helps out the Global Game Jam, helps us put on great shows like this one and more. And it's a 501c3 nonprofit organization, and your donation is tax deductible. We thank you in advance. We loved having you guys here. I am so stinking hyped to see all of the fun things that come out of this to make us all laugh.
Yes. I think we need that right now. There's a lot going on, and I like the sentiment that a bunch of people said is in the past it's been rather serious, and now we're time for some laughter. So it's due.
I'm so ready.
I also love that even with this being kind of a sillier theme, right? It still is exceptionally open, because we've talked to 15, 20 different people today. I've lost count.
So many all over the world.
Yeah. And I think each and every one of them had a different idea that they said they would do, or a different suggestion. And I'm not talking different as in like, and this is going to sound like a shot, and it's not meant to be a shot. I'm not talking different like Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 versus Modern Warfare 3 different. I'm talking like Call of Duty versus Cult of the Lamb versus Minecraft different. Like they've all been diametrically opposed. And hell, even the ideas that we've had while we've been talking,
different.
We've each had different ideas. And I think that that's one of the beautiful things about Global Game Jam, is that anything you can think of, you can make. And you don't have to finish it. You can always finish it later, so long as you just make
That was a tip.
Mm-hmm.
That was a tip.
Don't have to finish it.
Stay hydrated, get rest. Those are your other top two ones.
Eat pizza, lots of it.
Oh yeah, a tip for organizers: bring pizza. No.
And ice cream, apparently. Pizza and ice cream.
Yeah. People like food.
There is one negative.
Such a great chat today. So enlightening to talk to developers from all over the world, hear what game dev means to them, what humor means to them, and just get some insights into some of the make me laugh game jam titles that might come out of this. So thank you to all of you who are watching. Thank you, Mac and Cheese Please, Stephazoid, Alchemist Joker, for including me and having all of us walk through this journey with you today. This has been awesome.
There is one thing that I realized
joining us
is a sad thing about this.
What?
This is basically me pre-ordering wish lists for my wallet to cry later. So
Every time.
all of these, like when we do the Seattle Indie Show, my wallet cries immediately. But for this one, like my wallet is watching the tears come up later, because some of these games may end up actually showing up in a Seattle Indies, in an indie game, in your Steam wish list.
I think someone has said that too, that they had a global game jam game, then finish it, like evolve it, and then it went to Seattle Indies.
A few times now.
Yes,
Coming to a PAX near you.
Exactly.
100%. So that being said, like that's kind of all I have. Like this has been a blast.
Oh yeah. My favorite part is talking to devs all over the world. They're so passionate. I love it. Makes me happy. Makes me whole.
Makes me hungry.
That too.
Laugh. No.
And makes me laugh. Will make me laugh.
Will make you laugh. All of the above. Alrighty, guys. Please enjoy the reveal one last time, and we will see you guys for more laughs.
you don't belong. Well, that's why I wanted to write this song to tell you that we're so glad you're here. Well, there's no reason to fear because you don't have to be the best. It don't matter how you're dressed. The mission for the weekend is have fun. You don't have to try to impress everyone. Don't make we don't have to look the same to get together and make an awesome game. We don't have to look the same to get together and make an awesome game. Now let me share some sage advice. The game jam secret that makes you feel nice. Say this to yourself: I can't do anything, but I cannot do everything. You just gotta do it all. You gotta do it all. You just gotta do it all. You gotta do it all. If you're gonna do it all, you had to grab all. If you're gonna do it all, you had to grab all. Wanna work that little stroke? You already know. Wanna work that little stroke? You already know. And when you fail, you never lose. Cause that's the feeling of you paying your dues. Don't take it till you make it. Own it while you hold it. Don't take it till you make it. Own it while you hold it. Don't take it till you make it. Own it while you hold it. Don't take it till you make it. Own it while you hold it. We don't have to look the same to get together and make an awesome game. We don't have to look the same to get together and make an awesome game.